board meeting for April 6th, 2017. Today, for the first few items, we're having a joint meeting with the HRB. So I think we'll do the roll call for both boards now, and we'll start the joint meeting actually just under item 2. Right? So.
All right. So Chair Liu.
Present.
Chair Bernstein.
Here.
Vice Chair Kim.
Here.
Vice Chair Wimmer.
Here.
Board Member Firth.
Here.
Board Member Bunnenberg.
Here.
Board Member Makinen.
Here.
Board Member Guyer.
Here.
Board Member Kohler.
Here.
Board Member Balte.
Present.
Thank you.
So now is the time for oral communications. The public may speak to an item that's not on the agenda. I don't have any speaker cards. And so we can move on to city official reports, or I'm sorry, agenda changes, additions, or deletions. And I did want to check with staff. Are we going to, we do have a full agenda today. Are we going to shuffle anything around?
Yeah, we don't have any changes.
Great, thank you.
Chair, if I may.
Yes.
We just wanted to note that in your packet, some of the tab numbers were a little bit off. But if you look at the address on the first page, you should be able to line it up with the agenda and the staff report.
Great, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Okay, and the next item is the city official reports. I think we have a staff, we just mentioned that there's one staff approval, and that we may, and I think that's all that's in here. So we can now start the joint session with the Historic Resources Board, and our first item is actually to review the minutes from a previous joint meeting, which was on March 17th, 2016. So those minutes are in the packets on tab 7. Are there any comments from board members? I had one for staff. And maybe board member Balte, could you confirm this? So under the motion, this is for 901 High Street. It says that you were absent, but I think in the minutes, my recollection is that you were here and you were opposed to the project, and my recollection is that it was a 5-0 vote.
I was here, yes.
Yeah. So can staff just maybe double check that?
Where are you seeing this, on what page?
So this is on page 6. This is the motion for 901 High Street. It says the motion passed 4-0. Board member Balte absent. And my recollection is, yeah, I think both of our recollections, it was a 5-0, and all members were present, as I recall.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So, well, I'll make a motion that we approve the minutes as corrected.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so that passes unanimously. And now we can move to item number 3, which is a public hearing for a quasi-judicial matter for 400 Channing Avenue. Recommendation on applicant's request for approval of a coordinated development permit in SOFA 1 to allow the demolition of an existing one-story medical office building and construction of two-story homes, each with a full basement and secondary dwelling unit above a detached 2-car garage. A preliminary parcel map requesting subdivision of the existing parcel into 2 parcels will be reviewed through a separate process. The environmental assessment is an addendum to a certified SOFA 2 Phase 1 EIR has been prepared to clarify minor site-specific issues that were addressed in the certified EIR. And the zone district is DHS district in the SOFA 1 CAP. And we have Philip Brennan here. Yes. Oh, and we do have some recusals, and maybe we could do disclosures as well. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Liu. Martin Bernstein, Chair, Historic Resources Board. I'll be recusing myself from this agenda item for 400 Channing, as I have an active project just 2 houses away. But I will return for the subsequent agenda item. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Martin. And there are disclosures?
I have a, I should, hello, hi. I should just note that Ed Wu, the client, or is a civil engineer that I used for projects of my own, so.
Thank you. And Peter?
Yes, I received communication and text mail with a neighbor, Andrew Martin, who lives in the area, who commented to me that he thought this should be a multifamily development.
I will also disclose that I have previously worked with Ed Wu as a civil engineer, but no projects in the past year.
And Wynn?
I was just going to say that in the course of a site visit, I, in addition to being on the subject property, I spoke with the next-door neighbors on Channing, who invited me to look at the property from the very back of theirs, so that was another perspective.
Oh, one more.
And Beth, thank you.
I should disclose that quite unexpectedly, I ran into the architect for this and simply talked a bit with her about what the project involved.
Okay, and staff?
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Philip Brennan. I'm an associate planner with the Planning and Community Environment Department with the city. Presenting to you today 400 Channing Avenue. As it was previously noted, the applicant is requesting approval of a coordinated development permit to demolish an existing one-story office and construct two new two-story homes, each with a full basement and an ADU, accessory dwelling unit, attached to a detached two-car garage on each lot. It should be noted the project would be replacing an approximately 3,300 square foot office building, most recently used for medical office use, which is not a permitted use in the DHS zoning district. The applicant would be developing the lot as a permitted land use. The site is part of the South of Forest Area Coordinated Area Plan, Phase 1. It's subject to SOFA cap and coordinated development permit review and entitlement process. It's detached houses on small lots zoning district, which is a land designation unique to the SOFA area plan. It must comply with the DHS development standards and design guidelines. The ARB, HRB review process is required for development in the DHS zoning district to ensure new construction is consistent with the SOFA cap plan and specifically with development standards and design guidelines prescribed by the DHS zoning district. A little bit about the subject site and surrounding context. The subject parcel is located in the western corner of a predominantly R2 zoning district block that's primarily comprised of one-story and two-story single-family residences. The development application was submitted in conjunction with a separate preliminary parcel map seeking to subdivide the lot into two separate and equal parcels to develop. The proposed development would reconnect the land use with the surrounding land use context. As you can see in the map here, you see 400 Channing at the corner of Waverly and Channing Avenue. If this project was recommended and ultimately approved, it would, that intersection would be comprised of three of the four corners of that intersection would be DHS land use development. Some cursory project details. Unit 1 is the interior lot. It's styled after English cottage style, two-story residence. It's a little bit over 2,600 square feet in total floor area for the main residence, nearly 450 square feet for the detached two-car garage, and that has a 363 square foot cottage on top of that. In the DHS zoning district, this particular style layout of a main residence with the detached garage in the rear with a cottage allows for a maximum FAR of 65%, and you'll see that the applicant has built close to that maximum at 64.7%. Unit 2 is the corner lot abutting Waverly and Channing. It's a craftsman-style two-story residence, a little bit over 2,500 total square feet for the main residence, 450 for the detached garage with a 350 square foot cottage, and that is built just under at 63.5% FAR. The homes are oriented to place the frontages along Waverly Street. This was done for a few reasons. One, to maximize development potential, but another primary reason was it was just the most intuitive and layout in terms of reducing the impacts of the development. If the cottages, or if the residences were fronting Channing Avenue, it would compress the layout, and the impacts to the abutting properties as far as massing of the development would be increased greatly. And the applicant did speak with the neighbor at 915 Waverly and felt that this addressed that concern. The proposed developments on both respective lots are in compliance with the DHS development standards and design guidelines with the following exceptions. And these are discussion items we would like to receive input from the respective boards. There are required front yard setbacks issues with these developments, or considerations, I should say, as well as maximum lot size. Both of these items can ultimately be resolved at the discretion of the Director of Planning, but the modification to the front yard setback would require a formal request for a minor exception to be granted. In the sofa cap, the design guidelines state that the minimum required front yard setback is to be established at 15 feet when there's no pre-existing pattern existing. If that's not the case, then you're to use the per block face average in which the property is located, which in this case would put the block face average at approximately 29.5 feet, as you can see in the illustration there. The city's consulting architect reviewed these plans and determined that there wasn't necessarily an existing pattern, a setback pattern along this segment of Waverly. He did determine that this segment of Waverly Street was split by 925 Waverly, which is an apartment building. The lots to the right have front yard setbacks ranging from 33 to 36 feet. The lots to the left, including 915 and the subject site, has a 21-foot setback, and 428 and 426 Channing has a front yard setback just over 21 feet. So in speaking with the applicant, she initially proposed designing her homes to be set back at just 18 feet. But in consulting with the city's architect and myself, agreed to move that setback to be more in line with the abutting properties at 915 and 428 Channing Avenue. And so she's proposing front yard setbacks of 20 feet 6 inches and 21 feet respectively, to better match the existing pattern of the abutting properties. The project satisfies all the required findings necessary for a minor exception. The sofa cap provides a provision where you can have variation from the development standards and design guidelines through this minor exception process and upon approval from the Director of Planning. And upon analysis from staff, we believe that those findings can be feasibly made. The other talking point was the maximum lot size. In the DHS zoning district, the minimum lot size required is 2,800 feet, I believe, but the maximum lot size, prescribed lot size is 5,000 square feet. However, there is specific provision in the DHS development standards that provide allowance for variation from the minimum and maximum lot sizes based on a judgment call from the Director of Planning if they've determined the lot configuration is consistent with the goals of SOFA plan and necessary to promote orderly lot patterns. And so upon analysis, staff is recommending that the ARB and HRB take the following actions in recommending approval of the proposed new homes with the request for the minor exceptions to allow for front yard setbacks of 20 feet 6 inches for Unit 2 and 21 feet for Unit 1. And the applicant is here and is requesting to provide a presentation.
Great, and so the applicant can come up to the front, and you have 10 minutes.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jean Kwam, and I'm the architect with WEC and Associate. WEC and Associate we have been working with City Palo Alto for over 15 years, and thank you. Oh, okay. For this project, we have been working with City Palo Alto since since September last year. So at the beginning, just like Philip mentioned, we proposed a different type of subdivision. We have the new property line is perpendicular to the Channing Avenue. And after we present the design to city, and we have a couple of meetings with city, and we decided, probably changing the design and have the new property line perpendicular to the Waverly Street. That will keep the same pattern as the rest of the residence buildings along Waverly Street. So we spent a lot of time working together with city. So we turned out to have the latest, this is our design. So you can see this lot is located at the corner of Waverly and Channing, and it's surrounded by the R2, and across the street we have a lot of property is belong to DHS zoning. And most of the DHS at the corner of Waverly and Channing, their setback is even less than we proposed. We work with city, just like Philip mentioned. At the beginning, we proposed 15 feet, then we changing to 18, and then we looking at the pattern on the Waverly Street, we changing back to 21 feet to be consistent with 915 Waverly Street. This is the existing site plan. The brown color showing is the existing footprint. This is a one-story medical office, and the gray tone is the parking lot. We have two curb cuts. One is on Waverly Street, and another one is on Channing. This, for the existing condition, we don't have a lot of landscape area. You can see this lot majority is occupied by the parking and the existing building. This is a proposed site plan. So we subdivided into two lots. Each lot is 42.5 feet wide by 125 feet deep, very consistent with the neighbor 915 Waverly. And we have the lot 1, the driveway is on the right-hand side of the property if you're facing the Waverly Street. And the parking, the garage is leading all the way to the back. So from the street side, it's hardly can see the cottage. So this unit 1 is English cottage style. The lot 2 is a corner lot. It's located at the Channing corner of the Channing and Waverly. So the entrance getting to the main house is from Waverly Street, and the driveway to the garage is on the Channing Avenue. It's almost the same location at the existing driveway curb cut. This is the existing condition of of the property. I took the photo at the corner of Channing and Waverly. So you can see we have several trees along Channing Avenue and a couple of the trees along Waverly Street. So all the trees we are going to reserve. So this is the color rendering, almost the same angle to show the proposed two property. One on the Union 2 is a craftsman style, and the Union 1 at the back is English cottage style. This is another existing view. I took the picture along the Waverly Street. So on the right-hand side, that's the existing house of 915 Waverly, and you can see some of the existing one-story building of the medical office. And a big palm tree located at the front, and we have an oak tree at the corner of the property. This is a proposed, this is another color rendering showing the front one is Union 1 is an English cottage style, and the one at the back is the lot 2, which is craftsman style. Also, I prepared the material board. So this is English cottage style. We have the curved arch-top entrance door with some decorative hardware, and also the garage door will match the color of the entrance door, and both of them will be stained wood door. And for the window type, we're using a little bit narrow window type, and for the grid, it's more like a rectangular or square. The stucco will be light color stucco with the slate type shingle roofing. This is the material board for lot 1. And for lot Union 2, this is a craftsman style. So we're using the pretty typical craftsman style entrance door. That will be the wood door as well. For the garage door at the back, it will be painted wood garage door. For the window type also, it's like a typical craftsman style window. For also on the left-hand side, I show the color of the trim color and also the eave color. The wall color, when we print it out, the color is a little bit different from the real color. It's a little bit greenish color for the wall. And also, we are going to use some of the stone veneer at the front of the facade and also at the chimney. And also, this one will become shingle. It's showing on the right corner, up corner. And also, I took some picture of the existing condition. So that's the four-corner house of Channing and Waverly. That's the existing condition. You can see at this corner, two of the existing house, they are DHS running the two-story single-family residence, and also across the street is the R2. So all the house setback, I think, is less than 18 feet. And this a couple of the more picture of showing the existing condition of the lot. This is the end of my presentation. So I think the proposed two residence, after it's built, it will be consistent with the pattern of the DHS zoning requirements, and also be consistent with the neighborhood. Yeah. Thank you.
Great, thank you for your presentation. I do want to open up the hearing to the public, and I do have a speaker card for this item, which is David Baumgarten, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name's David Baumgarten, and my property is the 915 property along this development. First of all, I want to say we are very supportive of this transition to residential. In fact, it's overdue. We also are supportive of the reorientation of the properties along Waverly Street. We want to acknowledge the architect for making those changes. We think it's a lot stronger design and more appropriate for the neighborhood. However, there continues to be concerns specific to compatibility and sensitivity of the project to the existing neighbors. These properties will transition from high density to single family. It's paramount it's done in a seamless way. We have 5 specific concerns. Again, we didn't want to do a laundry list. I think this group is more capable of looking at the designs than I am. But I'd like them addressed, and I sent an email so that you had some runway to look at these. These challenges have been discussed with many of my neighbors and quite broadly to our friends in the community, and there's been pretty universal feedback. I wanted this to be balanced when I came in front of you. They're prioritized. The first one is around the garage with the apartment along the Waverly Street line. Recommendation is not to have an apartment above the garage because of the density. There's a reference I'd like to point out, which is 857. The development across the street had a similar challenge, and they put a single-family garage. I think it's a great way to balance existing neighborhood with the new development. The second one, I think has been addressed. And I think the architect we talked yesterday was the balcony on the second floor. And I think that's already been decided to remove that. So I want to thank the architect for that. I think, again, the privacy and looking down on the property has been alleviated. So I believe that's a non-issue. Second floor windows facing the property into our playroom upstairs and bedrooms. If I'm pronouncing it right, clear story windows above the eye line so that it doesn't, gives them light. Again, 18 inches above the sight line. I think it's doable. I think they're in agreement, but again, it's technical windows that I'm not sure size, but just so lighting is abundant for them, but also privacy is good for us. And finally, I don't have a solution, but the family room downstairs, I think they're open to how to alleviate it, but making sure the 2 family rooms aren't looking straight at each other. We're at a 3-foot elevation. I think this is at 1.5 feet. I don't want direct line into their family room, and I don't think they want direct line into ours. The challenge is oak trees, which limited ability to put screenage, and a driveway with limited there. So I don't know what the solution is, but I think when we talked yesterday, there has to be some viable way of alleviating that. Finally, we have several protected coastal live oaks, pretty large trees, 3.5 feet and 2.5 feet in diameter along the property line. We're concerned that the proposed construction, specifically the basement, and we have no issue with basements being built, but I just want to make sure that it doesn't damage the trees or the root line, because they certainly would threaten the safety of the residents and specifically my kids' bedrooms. So I want to make sure that there's a thorough arborist report. Again, I hope there's no issue. I don't think there'll be an issue, but I really want that to be acknowledged and ensure that we're not creating a problem for the next big storm, which we all hope there are a lot more of. So again, very supportive of the project, but a couple things I want to make sure are highlighted and addressed. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. And we have one additional speaker, which is Steve Reyna. And you have 5 minutes.
Great, I was afraid I'd get 3. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Steve Reyna. I live at 840 Kipling Street. To put that into context, this property in discussion is 400 Channing. Across Channing is a collection of 4 DHS homes. My property is on the back side of those DHS homes. At the time I bought the property back in '98, those homes were still a staff parking lot for PAMF, and now I have 3 DHS home properties bordering on 2 sides of my property. I want to address 2 main issues here: privacy and compatibility. As an example, one of the DHS properties has a 2-story cottage garage within just a few feet of my property, of my fence line. There's also a stairway and 2nd-story landing going up the side of that cottage garage. And from that landing, there's a commanding view of my entire back property, and they also look into my windows, the back windows of my property. Additionally, the main house has a very large picture window, and it too has or had a commanding view of my entire backyard. And I have to say, on a daily basis, every time I step out, I am reminded of my lack of privacy. At the time of construction, conditions were placed on the building permit to plant a row of trees, screening trees that would eventually grow, cover the picture window. And at least on the staircase landing, there was some attempt, we were talking about putting lattice work on that landing to give some, at least nominal sense of privacy, although honestly, that whoever stands on that landing will still get a commanding view of my property. However, once the new owner moved in, those screening trees, those newly planted screening trees were pulled out. There is no lattice on the landing. And they can do that. The new owner can do that because they have their own property rights. The condition was placed on the building permit, which affects the contractor, but that doesn't affect the property rights of the new owner. And as a consequence, things like screening trees and special privacy window, glazing, other additions or modifications of a basic structure, these are actually, in a sense, in a very real sense, practical sense, they're a limited and fragile tool. The new owner can just change them. For the neighbors who depend on these additional mitigations for a sense of privacy, it's a very limited and fragile tool. And the image I have is like a candle in the wind, and you just hope the wind doesn't blow too hard. And if you want a firm solution for privacy mitigation, then it seems like it has to be a fundamental part of the way the building is constructed. It has to be designed in. It can't be just added on. There are also serious compatibility issues in the transition of DHS's significant FAR bonuses and relaxed setback requirements versus the existing built neighborhood. Even for R1 zoning, there is a process of individual review to deal with compatibility and privacy. And it is a critically needed process because significant problems keep reoccurring. DHS with the same problems with DHS will just be multiplied. Compared with single-family home that's already been discussed, you can go from 0.45 FAR up to 0.55, 0.65, depending on a cottage, whether it's attached to the main house or attached to the garage. There are relaxed setback requirements. For instance, side setback for R1 is 10 feet and a 45-degree angle. Side setback for DHS is 12 feet and a 60-degree angle. And with this additional FAR and the relaxed setbacks, this just increases massing and pushes it to the edge. And that is kind of the very source of the compatibility and eventual privacy issues when DHS is going into a built neighborhood, this being a case. And it's these very benefits that create, with the greater benefits associated with DHS zoning. The intent, I know from having talked to many of the original members of the SOFA working group, is to increase the pool of rentable units into the neighborhood, a very good purpose. But those benefits are also the source of the issues we have to discuss. With greater benefits, is that 5 minutes? Can I get 30 seconds?
Oh, can you just wrap up really quickly? I think we get the gist of your argument.
Okay. Just a summary. This is the first one since SOFA 1. There's also a whole collection of DHS on Waverly between Forest and Homer. This is not a single standalone issue. This is going to be coming back over and over again and needs a coherent process of dealing with the issues.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time and attention.
Great. So I will open up to the board for questions. I think we have
Chair Lou,
Yes.
if I may just on that last speaker, a couple of comments.
Sure.
One is if the board chooses to impose conditions of approval related to screening or landscaping or things of that nature, those allow the city to then, after the construction and changes of ownership, to go back and enforce those requirements for screening should there be a complaint filed with the city. So that's something to think about. And then also, just talking with staff at the table here, we understand there's some frosted windows that are, I believe, probably on the second floor of the...
And some high sill windows.
And some high seal windows that, if these are design features that are important for privacy and things of that nature, we should impose a condition on those as well. We have a general condition that talks about compliance with plans, but as you know, going through the permit process, some little details get changed out, and a planner may not know that the frosted windows are important unless we have a condition to that effect.
Great, thank you. Wynn?
Yeah, I know there's a minimum density for this district, so I think it's 8 dwelling units per unit. So what's the minimum number of units that we can permit on this site?
It would be 4 units, or on the, for each lot.
No, on this site. How many units there's a minimum density, 8 dwelling units per acre. So how
Right.
many units, this project has to include at least 3?
Yeah, let me get back to you. I'll give you the exact number on that.
Are there any other questions? Peter?
Yes. Has there been any geotechnical investigation? Will dewatering be necessary to do this basement?
I'm sorry.
Will dewatering be necessary to construct these basements? Has a geotechnical report been submitted, or?
Right, a geotechnical report has not been submitted. The applicant may be able to speak better to that with
Yeah, there are standard conditions that address dewatering. Our public works engineers will be looking at that during the building stage to ensure that all the appropriate reports are turned in.
But as of now, we do not know whether that will happen. That's correct?
No, we don't know that right now.
I could add a little something to that. I think we've done a home not too far, 1 or 2 blocks away, that had, like, there's 2 or 3 of them that had basements, and we didn't have to water. But that, of course, and de-water, but that was done 10 or 12 years ago. So I don't know if groundwater has changed in that area. I doubt it. But
Margaret?
Yes, I wanted to ask a couple of questions about the zoning. So it looks like this project is in the DHS zoning neighborhood or area, but it's directly adjacent to an R2. And I think this page in our packet really shows that boundary line. So I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to why the subject property is excluded from the R district, the R2 district, and then also, I mean, in summary, it looks like this was once a commercial project, being a medical facility, and now it's being transferred to a residential project. So would it make sense to include this project in the R2 zone? Could you speak a little bit about, because it's right on the boundary line, so, and I mean, I'm hearing from the residents who are wanting to identify this property more as a residential zone and not a commercial zone, because it's being transferred. So it seems like there's like a little sensitivity that in the change of the occupancy or the change of the use of the property, would that also require a change of the use of the zoning ordinance? I'm just asking that.
So thank you, Board Member, for the Vice Chair, for the comments. I don't believe any of us here at the table have that institutional knowledge about the zoning boundary for why this was zoned, one way instead of the R2. I know that there are some people who may be in the room who may have some deeper knowledge about that.
Do you want me to speak? Thank you. I was not on the community working group, of course, but I staffed it. So I went to all their meetings and worked on the drafting of this. And course, all of this is about the transformation of land owned by the Palo Alto Medical Foundation when they relocated to Urban Lane. And Urban Lane was going to be 400 or something housing units, and this area was originally designated for far fewer. So when they decided they wanted to move, there was a comprehensive neighborhood and landowner-driven policy. And when you read the SOFA cap, it's clear that the biggest struggle was about how much housing and how do you make it compatible with the existing eclectic, varied, very attractive existing housing stock. So DHS was supposed to be for modest houses on smaller lots, and it could include a second unit. And there was a lot of concern that because this is such an attractive area, people with the resources to do so would want to consolidate property. So that's why, and that would subvert this effort to provide more housing downtown. So they have minimum densities and they have maximum lot sizes. DHS in this area was specifically intended to transition those commercial properties to residential uses. So this is just a shoe falling very late compared to that process. But it was intended, clearly didn't always succeed, to give the city the tools to require development that would be a good neighbor to existing residential development.
So I guess my question, because I don't have a lot of experience with doing any projects. I've never done any projects in the DHS district. So how does that compare with the R2 district? Like, what are the is there a daylight plane difference? Is there an FAR difference? What are the fundamental differences, just for my own and for the public's education, of what the difference is between the two districts? I mean, does the DHS get a higher FAR and more lenient daylight plane features, or just curious? Sorry, I didn't do my homework on that, sorry. Should have.
Yes. Okay. So yeah, I don't think we were prepared to do that analysis of the different zone between R2 and the others. No, that's fine. We can certainly look through the code and pull together a couple of distinguishing factors about that if you want to come back to us.
Any other questions at this time? No? Okay, so why don't we move on to board member comments? And why don't we start with Beth? Yes.
I see the lot split as a very good move, because most of the properties in that area that are residential have shorter street facing and long lots back. So that's, to me, makes it more compatible. I think that, and facing Waverly makes very good sense. The choice of echoing neighborhood styles, I think is very interesting. Certainly bungalows are all over that area. That one's very clear. The small English cottage, there's smaller examples of that, but one really interesting one is not too far away, which is the Williams house at 351 Homer, and that is a modest Tudor, and it was built in 1906. So I'll send this down because you have the high-peaked roof and the major chimney as features of the building. So I think, to me, there's good compatibility there. We always run into trouble when people try to do Victorian houses, because by the time you get some of the work on the front of the Victorian house, there's a question of whether it too closely mimics. And one of our standards is that new work should be differentiated from the traditional work. And 30 years from now, it would be very hard to tell whether that was a real Victorian or a faux Victorian. So I support the choice of style. And I think that the materials look good, and feel that it is quite compatible. Thank you.
Thank you, Beth. Wynn?
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Board Member Firth, if I may answer your earlier question, Jody Gerhardt, Manager of Current Planning. Regarding the minimum density, it is 8 dwelling units per acre. This site is a little over 10,000, and so the minimum density would be 2 units.
Okay. I always think in terms of commercial acres, and then I was rounding up, I was getting 3, so it's a good thing I asked. Thank you. It's nice to see this use converting back to residential after all these years, and it's nice to see that strong corner in a extremely lovely neighborhood getting a revisiting. My concerns are about usable outdoor space within the site, about not adequately handling privacy issues for the adjacent property on Waverly, and not adequately, it seems to me, acknowledging and protecting the oak trees on site. If you look at the native oak census in the SOFA plan on page 65, this has got practically the densest concentration of important oak trees. They're all important, but these are super important in the whole area. And the dominant thing about, I really enjoyed, I must say, going to look at this project. I mean, the dominant thing about this area is the wealth of trees. And it's not just the oak trees, it's those spectacular, are those canary palms? And you can tell, I think, that there's been an institutional owner for years because they're in really good shape. And just as an aside, it's a little unnerving to have a historic importance analysis cite Larry Klein. It always unnerves me when it's people I know, but I'm sure it's true. So when I looked at, and then the last thing is, this district is different than R2 or R1. This district intends to provide modest houses on smaller lots, not big houses on small lots. When SOFA was being developed, it had already become economically advisable for property owners to install basements with light wells and whatnot. So it wasn't that basements weren't anticipated, but they were just beginning to be part of the development practice in this area. So what we have is a proposal for a 5-bedroom house on a 5,000 square foot lot with a very small detached accessory unit, a so-called cottage. But I think the notion of a cottage over a garage is interesting, but I understand the idea is it should be charming. So to get to the first things first, if you look at, when I look at site plan A2, and look at the, what do you call it? The coverage of the tree, the oak tree, the canopy, thank you.
Canopy.
Yes, and the document was prepared by Canopy. How could I forget this? When you look at the canopy of the East Coast live oak on the adjacent property on Waverly, it goes practically all the way over that proposed second unit, if I'm reading this correctly. And when I went back to look at it from 426 Channing, that indeed appears to be the case. So I'm concerned that by locating this second unit next to the neighbor instead of next to the second house that's part of this project, you're both having unnecessary impacts on the neighbor on Waverly and providing insufficient protection to that tree, and also relates to my other concern about lack of good outdoor space that doesn't front on Waverly. under an oak tree is a classic place to enjoy seating and being outdoors. So I, as it stands, don't think that that location of that second unit is consistent with our goals with this district. I don't understand how the parking actually works, the exiting and entering. I would like to hear more about steps being taken to address the privacy concerns on Waverly. I would certainly not support a design that includes a second-story balcony looking over there, and I would want to spend some time knowing that the placement of windows and the materials used were designed in a way to give lots of light and air to the occupants of the new structure, but not unnecessarily deal with privacy problems on the other. I'd also like to hear comments from staff about 420, and my colleagues up here, about privacy in 426 Channing. 426 Channing is really interesting because these are all very deep lots. There appears to be a second unit at the back. There's a lot of open sort of paved space. And how is this treated in terms of providing good privacy for them? And then my last point, and I don't know if my colleagues agree with me on this, but we don't have a minimum size for the second unit. But we allow an additional 0.1 FAR. So that's 500 square feet on these lots, right? I think that to meet the goals of this district, the 500 square, these units are too small. They're not going to support, they just look like instant pied-à-terres. They do not look like places where 2 or more people would live over the long term. I also am unclear as to what their outdoor space would be. So I would like to hear more about those issues. In terms of the setback, I'm not very comfortable with the finding, because saying that we're going to modify a setback in order to provide housing is the kind of exception that swallows the rule. Having said that, I think you've made a good case that not recognizing the bifurcation of this block by that large apartment building gives you an unreasonable result and appears to be a bit wasteful. And there is a lot of freedom in the DHS and in SOFA generally to modify standards.
And Karen.
Yeah, just a couple of things, just because I was on the SOFA 1 and SOFA 2 working groups. What Board Member Firth is saying is actually one of the goals that was established by the SOFA working group. The homes were supposed to be smaller homes, larger cottages, so that they were both more affordable. That was the goal that was established by the SOFA working group, just a little bit of institutional memory. And then the ones that got built as a part of the redevelopment when the clinic moved out, those actually did have smaller units, but there's no requirement of that, to my knowledge, and maybe staff will correct me, but my memory and just a review of this, there's no requirement of that. So the original intention was to have more reasonable sizes for both the primary home and the second unit.
Thank you. Margaret.
Yeah. So I would just like to compliment the architect. I think you've done a nice job in terms of the style and the compatibility with the neighborhood. The finished materials are all quite nice. What I think I have most of the problem with is this, is the detached secondary dwelling units. And so when we look at the streetscape on the Channing Avenue streetscape, and to reference that, it's sheet A.17 in our packets. And we look at the detached garage with the cottage on the top for dwelling 2, which fronts on Channing Avenue. And then we look at the adjacent property at 426 Channing. It just doesn't, just the height and the massing of the secondary dwelling / cottage structure doesn't really seem compatible with 426 Channing. And I also looked at where it's placed on the site plan, and it appears that this is 4 feet from that shared property line. In one reference, I was just looking at the site plans. On one site plan, it says it's 3 feet, but maybe that's the roof line that's 3 feet from the property line. But it looks like this detached structure is roughly 4 feet from the property line, which is very close. In any R1 development, we have a minimum of a 5-foot setback from the side property line. I know that this is probably really the rear. I don't know how it's really legally classified, but it seems awfully close to the property line for as tall as it is. So, and if you just look at the existing residence and the secondary detached structure, it just seems, that just doesn't seem compatible to me with the massing. So I think that is a compromising of privacy for the adjacent structures. I know that there's the same cottage detached structure in the Unit 1, behind the Unit 1, but that doesn't have a visibility from the street as much as this one does on Channing. So I just think that, and I looked at the sections and I was trying to see how they could possibly bring the height of that structure down. It doesn't look like, it looks like they're minimum ceiling heights. It looks like it's like 7.5 feet in the garage with a 12-inch floor ceiling and 8 feet for the second floor. So you can't really bring it down very much. But I don't know what kind of solution we could come up with for that. So, and then also in terms of the screening, I know that on some projects, the screening requirement can be part of the covenant. Maybe that's getting a little bit too deep into what the laws are, but I do think that I don't know, I think that's my primary problem with this project, is that incompatible secondary dwelling in the back. And then I also wanted to state that I know that the requirements for the secondary dwelling units are, the codes have changed, the ordinances have changed since January, and the cities are much more lenient now, trying to encourage these secondary dwelling units to be built. So maybe because of that, we have to accept some of these compromised situations, but I think that we have to work, it would be nice to see the applicant work on the compatibility of those detached structures in the backyards.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm actually very much in favor of this project. I think it's been thought out, a lot deeper than a lot of the projects that we see for a first hearing. It seems pretty clear to me that the DHS holdover is from when Palo Alto Medical Foundation continued to use this property as a medical office. And I think the way that they're proposing the project with the 2 separate lots and the 4 units actually does a very nice job of complementing the surrounding R2 residential zoning and also creating that transition. Overall, again, I think the project I would be fine recommending approval for. There are a couple of small, nitty-bitty things, but I think I will pass on making any comments on that for now. But overall, again, I think it's been very well thought out. The materials boards were very nice. If it were to return to the board, however, I think it would be nice to see some more 3D site perspectives, including some of the surrounding neighbors. And also to see a clearer first floor site plan. I did notice that you were showing that on the grading and drainage plan, but it would be a little bit clearer perhaps to see how that landscaping works and to see where those light wells exactly are. I think for the 2 points that staff has asked us to comment on, as far as the variation of the setback, I think that's fine. I think it makes sense with the ways that the residences are set back on Waverly. And as far as the maximum lot size being slightly over 5,000 square feet, I'm also fine with that because, again, I think it's that DHS carryover. And it's been stated that the SOFA SOFA 1 cap also has those specific provisions to vary from that. I'm very much appreciative of the fact that it's 4 dwelling units, so thank you for presenting the project.
Okay, and Peter.
Thank you. Good morning. In general, I think it's a good thing we're going to do here, but I have a number of issues and concerns. Let me start with the zoning. When a lot's bigger than the minimum allowable area, we sometimes say that's okay. One of the reasons they set a maximum lot area is to get the maximum house size limited. That's what the FAR does. We've had this come up before, but it seems to me we ought to limit the house size. The FAR ought to be calculated based on the maximum lot size, which would be 5,000, not slightly larger. That's the whole point of having this limitation. I also find myself in agreement with Board Member Firth's comments about the second dwelling unit. If you're reading the code, the intent is that that extra 1.1 FAR isn't for the second dwelling unit, and in this case, the house again has been made larger at the expense of the second dwelling unit. Those are two zoning issues, and I don't know what latitude we have to enforce that, but to me it makes sense again that the maximum development should be limited to the maximum lot size, even if the lot is slightly larger for whatever necessary reason. It's historically been that way. To address the two requirements, the two exceptions, I guess, again, the lot size is fine to let that occur when it's slightly greater. The code allows that. I don't have an issue with it. And I think the front setback as well, I find the argument that the real context for this site is from that apartment building towards the corner. And so basing the average front setback on that rationale makes sense. In fact, I think you could take the 4 houses on the corner here and consider that as part of the context and let the front setback be based on that average even. It's important that this house come closer to the street to fit the obvious context. Anyone standing there would think a 30-foot setback isn't appropriate for these small houses. Then, I consider the historic nature of this site, and I don't see anything in the building that's historic, but I see 6 gorgeous historic palm trees. And to me, that's the epitome of what the really nice lots in Palo Alto have. Think of the Squire House. And I see that 5 of them are being saved, but 1 is not. And I find that a shame. To me, if we're trying to preserve history, that's what's historic on this property. I also see a garage being put underneath the canopy of a very nice live oak tree in the back. Again, I don't know where development's being allowed, but whenever I propose a house under a big oak tree like that, it's not allowed to do it. It's not compatible. So I see that as a problem. That tree is precious, and this property in particular has really, really nice trees. I certainly would appreciate feedback from my colleagues on the Historic Resources Board vis-a-vis the trees, if that is a fair consideration. The trees themselves are historic, and what makes the property historic is these palm trees. But to me, that's just such an important part of what I see when I come up to that corner. I am concerned about potential dewatering. I've also done projects in this neighborhood, and we have not had to do dewatering here, but if dewatering is required, it could have a significant impact on these trees. And to me, the trees are really important, especially there's 4 big, mature Canary Island palms right on the street, right on Channing Avenue. And you're talking about dewatering 5, 7 feet away from that? I mean, come on, I've been around. That's going to hurt the trees. We all know that. And is that really what we want to do? And I think that at the minimum, we have to have extremely stringent requirements that go beyond the requirements even now for dewatering, if dewatering is necessary. And I think that's the kind of question we should be asking. These trees are precious. If we're going to put basements that close to them, I mean, even just the shoring piers alone are going to be close to these trees. And these are some of the nicest palm trees in town, as far as I can tell. So the whole question of dewatering to me is an unknown, and it really needs to be known what's going to happen there. Looking at the site planning for the properties, Project 2, I find that the garage, sorry, but it doesn't work. You've got 20 feet to back your car out of that garage and turn it around That's not going to happen. The result will be someone backing out, blindly making a 90-degree turn and backing across the sidewalk on Channing. And I'm fully sympathetic and aware that this is a tight lot and a tight design problem. But in a residence, you have to, the same standards as everybody else. You need to be able to turn the car around, and on lot 2, the space between the house and the garage, it's just not enough. And I don't know the answer, but I'm afraid, in my opinion, what's proposed doesn't function. And that's one of the findings we have to make. Then if I could, I'd like to address a few more detailed design questions. I have a list of about 5 or 6 tweaks, so to speak, on the building. But a bigger one, perhaps, is I find it disappointing that the architect didn't design a separate house for each lot. One lot's an interior lot with houses on each side. One is on the corner. The floor plans to these houses are essentially the same. And I've said this before on other projects, but our finding is that we have to have a high aesthetic quality. And to me, that means each building is designed uniquely to fit the particular site it's on. And a corner lot is inherently different from an interior lot. And in this case, you have this row of palm trees right there. It just seems to me that the house should have been designed separately, not the same floor plan with a different style, craftsman versus English country, applied to it, which is what happened here. So again, I think that the facade of the house on Channing Avenue is fairly flat along Channing behind the palm trees, and that's a result of it being an interior lot design where you have a tight setback, and there really needs to be more modulation to soften it, to bring it some of the characteristics of a craftsman-style home. And that means you need to redo the floor plan. The house will inherently be different, and it just wasn't done here, and that's it's disappointing. Then I'm going to go through a couple of comments on each house. So if I could start with the English country on lot number 1. I find that the chimney mass is too small and really needs to be with a different material, perhaps a stone or something. If you look at other English countryside houses, that's typically the case. The window trim on the second floor gable end, if I were to compare the images from the Historic Resources Board, or if I compare the images you present yourselves, the applicant, for an example of a country-style house, the trim around these windows is very simple. And that, to me, is part of this style, is a simple cottage. And yet the trim shown on the house here is rather heavy, and the window is not very deeply reset. Those are details, but I'd like to see that thought through a bit more. I find the front door entry as well, when I look at the plan, it doesn't make sense. It really needs to be perhaps a little bit deeper and a little bit more thought out, maybe a beveled form with the plaster. There's many houses around town where it's been done a little bit more nicely, but those 3 things I think would improve the facade. On the craftsman style home, on the corner lot, I find the front porch you're proposing at a depth of, 3 feet it looks like here is ridiculous. Porches need to be deep enough to put a chair on, and this one is not. I understand that you're fighting setback and many other issues, but sometimes it means you take an extra foot or 2 out of the house to get a usable front porch. This is a corner lot on a pedestrian street close to town where there will be people going by, people will want to sit out there. And this is sort of an applique porch. It's not really intended to be used as a porch. I am bothered by the stone wainscot being broken by the window, which is just a little bit too large on the front. The living room steps into the stone wainscot. If you aligned those, it would be nicer. When I look at your eave detail, it's clunky, maybe is a nice way to put it, but it's just not very well thought out again. You need to really look at the way this has been done in the past with the eaves. It's not the same size board that's visible on the outside as is structural on the inside, and this one it's just not quite there again, and it just makes me wonder if it's been thought about. The chimney also seems a little bit too short. So that's a list of small design things that could be addressed. I'm sure my colleagues will have their own opinions. Then, lastly, the issue of the garages in the back, the second-story units. it's a challenge. This is a zone where we want to have dwelling units in the back. That means those garages need to have somebody living on top of them. Unless we had less parking requirements, you need the garage for parking. We want a second dwelling unit, that's where it has to be. The new state laws coming down to us are acknowledging and pushing that. What I come down to thinking then is that we have to design these garage units really, really well. We have to do it so that they minimize their impact on the neighbors. They're going to be an impact, we all know that, but in this case, one of those units could be shifted over perhaps so it's not so close to the neighbor. I think you could have lower plate heights, closer to 7 feet on the second floor, sloping inside where the ceiling is not consistently 8 feet, but rather slopes with the ceiling, so a lower plate really helps. And then honestly, when I look at the designs of the garages, it looks like a different person designed them. They're just a different style. They're not compatible with the houses. They're just sort of clunky. They're just not, I don't understand why the same care wasn't given to these garages as the rest of the house. It clearly needs to be done, but the eaves are different, the massing is different. They just aren't, they're not there at all. I'd like to see the garage outbuildings be really carefully designed, very much modulated, maybe more landscaping somehow between them and the neighbors, but really with an eye to minimizing the obvious impact. And that just hasn't been done here. So again, the second units just need a significant amount of work to get them improved. Okay, thank you very much.
And Roger.
Thank you. Just a few comments. I was thinking here, and it's been a long time, and I'm getting older, but I was on the committee that tried to decide what to do with the medical center sites and surrounding areas. So I must have been in part of declaring this to be an R2 zone, because I was on that committee that worked all that out. That was I think I went on all summer, like we met every month for a long time and worked on that and had a lot of input from surrounding neighbors and everything. It was quite an interesting project. I've done a lot of basements in Palo Alto, so I really like the use of basements. They're really a huge bonus to homes of any size, and the water issue is. I've done so many basements in Palo Alto that I've never had a problem with the water table. The only problem we ever had once is when the tractor overdug and went into the neighbor's yard with his basement instead of staying on his own property. So I think the basements are really good, and I have to admit that comments just recently were really quite detailed, and I'm not sure I have a whole lot to add to it. I do agree that the garage designs does seem to sort of came out of a different one. The front houses are kind of have a lot of details, and the garages look like a lot of garages look, unfinished and not responding to the design of the other homes. So I would agree with that. The palm tree, actually what I started to mention about the medical center site was there were some trees there that had to be moved, and so that the palm trees, as you know, you can buy a palm tree and have it, and it can be 40 feet high, and they bring it in and they plunk it down the ground, and it grows quite well. So as long as they don't get much closer than what shows the line that he's got here, I don't think the palm trees will have a problem with the basement. I have to admit, it's a fairly clever kind of solution here. You have the main house and the cottage in the back, but I really agree that the cottages seem to have been left out of the design features of the main homes. And I also have a modest issue with the Coast Live Oak opposite the rear garage that does seem to me, it looks like it's only, I don't know, maybe 8 feet at the most to the foundations. That's getting awfully close to oak trees of that size. Normally, I think we have to be 10 or 12 feet away, so I don't know if there was a tree report done for that, those two coast live oaks. I mean, I don't think I have much else to consider. It's kind of a, I guess the debate is whether or not the front house is fairly large and elaborate. Back homes are these kind of little one-room cottage effect, but I think that's what Palo Alto seems to be encouraging, to have these small units in the back, and the state is mandating that you're allowed to do that. Now, I assume from staff that requirement is going to be coming forward, because we've asked staff several times, what's the new rule with these required units in the backyards? And I've been told that you're working on that, and we'll have a little outlet, a little list of rules of what we can do there. Is that, because this is kind of tricky, similar to that idea, but not exactly the same.
Yeah, we're working on a fact sheet to address the new state laws and council action when it happens on April 17th to memorialize what the second dwelling unit standards would be.
Yeah, because I've been getting a lot of requests from homeowners that, well, what can we do? So, I don't think I have anything else to contribute, so I'll pass on.
Robert.
Thank you. Okay, well, let me start. All in all, I think it's a nice design. Basically, the overall concept of it, I agree the orientation ought to be the way it is as compared to the way it originally was on Channing, or I should say oriented that way. I agree with my fellow board members. Some of the detailing is really what make or break one of these designs, and I agree with you, Peter, as far as some of the issues you mentioned. As far as the palm tree, I just have an aversion to palm trees, and maybe it's because of my age, because I'm with you. I used to design shopping centers and stuff way back in the Stone Age, and we would buy, these 40-foot trees down from Southern California. They'd ship them up in a flatbed, and you want 10 of them, you want 20 of them, no big deal. That's why you see so many shopping centers and areas where they have these massive palm trees that don't really fit here. I don't think they're appropriate for the area. Maybe in Southern California or, in Hollywood or whatever type thing, but up here. So as far as I'm concerned, they could bulldoze those puppies down and it wouldn't faze me at all. But be that as it may, I do agree, talking about trees, is that I do have a big concern about that live oak in the back and trying to cram a two-story building underneath that. I agree with that completely. I think that needs to be either re-examined or, depending on exactly how the layout is, if an arborist says yes, you can do a certain amount of trimming. Because as you said, I've always had situations where going that far underneath the canopy is just a definite no-no. Now, let's see. As far as then a couple of the concerns that the neighbors had, I'm always amazed at the first concern that people seem to have with a two-story house is privacy. And my neighbor is going to be looking down on me. The way I see it, I think the architect had a lot of sensitivity. The house at 400 Channing that looks down at 915 Waverly, really the only window that has any sort of peeping Tom ability is right in the middle of the stairway. And I really don't think my neighbor is going to stand there on their stairway halfway up to look down into the neighbor's house. I just don't see it. They've been very sensitive in the master bedroom to put the two small little windows there on each side of which I'm assuming is going to be the headboard for the, so all in all, I think a lot of sensitivity was given to that. They've also put up the wall by the balcony that's there to prevent that sort of thing. A balcony I can see more where you're sitting there having a cup of coffee looking down at your neighbor. That's why I think they've done a good job at that. Let's see, what else? I also agree that I should say, the one on Channing is, I agree that, the 4 feet's a little tight, but the benefit is also that for the neighboring house, the driveway is there, so it's not the typical 5 feet on each side where the 2 houses are 10 feet apart. There actually is probably a 15-plus foot difference between that, so I think the 5 feet or the 4 feet is probably okay. I agree that the units in the back really, I don't know if you want to call it, were designed by a different person, but they were obviously afterthoughts. I mean, the reality of it is these are, are spec houses. So when a customer comes in, they're interested in buying the big residence, not whatever's in the backyard. So the effort has been put, that being on both quality, detailing, everything else. The money's thrown in the front house, not the back house. And I agree they should match more. It's a single package. Those can be, again, let me back up a little bit. The sensitivity as far as view or looking into the neighbor, I think was well done. Again, the smaller windows at the property line, that sort of thing, but the just overall design can be toned down somewhat. You can have a lower plate height. So, I mean, those things are, very doable. All in all, I think it's a real good start, but, it depends on how far we want to push this, that I think that probably a redesign or some minor modifications, I think, are probably a reasonable request.
Great. Thank you. And Mike?
Thank you, sir. I think the project blends in well with the community. I would say that the main thing that people are going to see is the facades of these 2 houses. They're not going to be seeing the sides or the back of the houses to any real extent. So the facade is probably the most prominent thing that's of interest to these boards and commissions. Looking at drawing C.1, where unit number 1 is shown with the close proximity to the lot line, which has been previously mentioned, it just occurs to me that really is almost an impossibility to get a car into that garage, it would seem to me, from the space that's available there. And it just looks to me that there could be a possibility if the garage was moved closer to unit number 2, you'd have a better shot of actually getting a car in and out. I don't think that's going to ever be used as a garage once it gets built, because there's simply not enough turning radius. You could go to the exotic solution of putting a turntable in there to get your car in and out, but that's probably not in the cards right now. So I think the proximity to the lot line, I was kind of surprised that it's that close, but I guess that's what the zoning allows, so they build it as close as they can, but I would prefer to see a bigger setback from the property line. But I think the general appearance of the facade of the houses is in good harmony with the adjacent properties, and I generally support the effort of the architect.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you to all the board members for some really great comments. I don't think I have anything new to add. I think that the Beth. Okay. Thank you, Beth. So I don't think that I have anything to add that hasn't been already said. I would just say that the things that popped out in my mind were the carriage house underneath the oak tree and the privacy and screening to the lot on Channing. I forgot the 426 Channing. Those really popped out in my mind, but I do generally agree with many of the comments that have been made by other board members. So, Beth.
We did not address the historic structures report on the existing building, and I completely agree with that this building could be demolished because it does not have really any integrity left even of the building, because it had been cobbled up from a residence to a business building with several different additions. So I don't see any problem with the demolition.
Okay, and I have one follow-up. Robert, you had mentioned the stair window on Lot 1 that looks onto 915 Waverly. So I just wanted to point out that if you look on the elevations, which is sheet A5, right? So the architect has dotted in the stair landing, and I don't have a scale with me, but I think that we're looking at something like that the windowsill height there at the landing itself is 5 feet.
Okay.
Right?
Right.
So that the view, I guess, and it's the opaque glass.
No, I understand.
So we're, right, so I think they were saying, yes, I just want to make sure that it is.
The only comment was that that would be the only one you could even attempt to.
Right, and I'm just saying that
Yeah.
to get a sight line, you'd be back
Right.
at the back end of the
Right.
stair. That's all that I wanted to mention. Any other comments from Wynn?
I had one comment to address the issue that Commissioner Balte brought up about the Canary Island palms, which are not Fiji talls, incidentally, Robert. These guys like more water. But Section 2.10 of the DHS standards on page 100 directs us to preserve significant vegetation on the site, not just oak trees. So if we think this is significant vegetation, then it's worthy of our attention, and it's probably eligible for some kind of covenant or condition that requires its continuation and maintenance.
Anybody else? Peter.
Well, one of us thinks the trees are significant, one of us clearly does not. I see 9 people up here. The applicant is not getting clear direction. This is what we're supposed to be here for, is to
Well, seeing as
tell
though
them.
I'm the one who said you could bulldoze them down as far as I was concerned, I don't think that's an appropriate thing. Obviously, I was being somewhat facetious. I'm just saying I'm not a fan of palm trees. That's not to say that if they're in this condition, and from what I saw, they're in perfectly healthy condition and in good shape, that they should stay, obviously.
I would really like to hear whether they're considered historic in any sense. To me, when I walk around Palo Alto, there are many houses with stately palm trees that help set them off, many, many places. Is that something that should be considered as part of the historic record of these properties? We have the historic board here.
Yes, we have had extensive conversations about the importance of the landscape in historic, on historic sites and on historic properties. And we do consider that as one of the elements that we talk about when we're looking at the Secretary of Interior standards when we're evaluating a project. So obviously we look at the existing heritage trees on the site and try to protect those in consideration that those palm trees have been on the site for a significant amount of time, would probably include those in sort of a historic setting in terms of the landscape. But when the landscape changes so quickly, you know, with drought situations and things where it's not like a structure, the landscape is more of a sort of a it's not a structure that can be maintained like a building. It's something that, it's a live thing that sometimes survives, sometimes doesn't. So the landscape is always changing. But yes, I do think that considering that these palm trees have been on this site, we would probably consider them as a part of the historic fabric of the site, so to speak.
having just talked about moving it, it sounds like that tree, if it's in good shape, could probably be just picked up and moved on the site. So,
Okay, so I think we're running a little bit behind schedule. Why don't we try to work on motions, and we're going to do that separately. So HRB will make their motion first, so I'm going to turn it over to Margaret.
Right, so because our chair had a conflict, and then our vice chair, David Bowers, is absent today, I'm going to be the interim chair. And so I wanted to see if our board had any comments any discussion quickly, if anyone has any remaining comments on this project in terms of...
I just have to agree with the previous comments from other, there's 4 of us. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. But I think just in the end here, if that one palm tree could be moved, I think that would be a nice gesture for, that would remain on the site. That would be a good historic thing to do.
So maybe we can start putting together a motion, and I'm sure that we can have conditions or suggestions within our motion. So I guess to craft a motion, I would move to accept the project with a couple of conditions. So maybe one of the conditions would be to protect, Roger, are you saying to protect the palm trees or to?
Well, that the existing palm tree that's being removed should at least be looked into whether it could, that's on the site that we're talking about removing, maybe it can be moved on the site somewhere, relocated, instead of just, it might be less expensive to, I don't know. But
so, Vice Chair Wimmer, if I can offer a suggestion
Sure.
as to process. If you want to articulate a motion such as the one that you've started, which was to move to approve the project, subject to conditions, you could either identify those conditions and then get a second on that, or you can start with the base motion to approve the project, get a second on that, and then we could do some amendments to add some conditions based on the HRB's interest to add conditions. But I think on that first point of approving the project, it might be good to just see if there's a second and support for that concept, as opposed to an alternative motion, which might be continued for redesign and based on the discussion that's taken place this evening, or excuse me, morning. I get confused on my meetings.
Okay, so.
If I could just interrupt, Brooke.
Sure.
It's worth noting that in the arborist report provided by the applicant, it states that the palm tree number 10, which is the palm tree in question, was requested to be removed at the neighbor's request. And it continues on saying it can be relocated quite easily with an experienced mover. So.
Okay, so to get back to a motion.
Well, I'll move that we approve the project with the conditions that we've mentioned, or will mention.
Okay,
So we're going to make a motion to approve the project as presented, and then we're going to add conditions. Is that the way you want us to do this? Okay.
Sure, so I guess, I know we're going to put some conditions on the approval if we do find that we have approved the project. So I guess first we're being asked to agree that we would approve the project, and then if we would amend that motion, I believe, to add some conditions. Is that the process that you?
Yeah, I think exactly right. So I would say, based on the dialogue I'm hearing, a motion to approve the project, see if there's a second, and then we can go through the process without voting yet, and then go through the process of adding some conditions to that.
Okay, so I guess I'm proposing a motion that we approve the project.
And I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm sorry, before you conclude that section, we're actually not going to vote at this point. We're going to see if there's a moment for additional conditions related to trees or, things of the dialogue that's taken place. And then we can do a vote when we understand what all the conditions are.
Okay, so now we should talk about the conditions that we'd like to impose on the motion.
Yes,
Okay.
and these would be amendments to the motion.
Okay.
20 years I've been on this board, it's the first time we've had such a precise motion and do it.
I accept that as a compliment. Thank you, sir.
So we're working now on the conditions of approval.
Well, I guess I would like to see that the palm tree that's at the moment being removed be relocated on the site.
Okay, any other conditions?
Is there a second to that?
Do we want to put some protection on the oak trees?
Well, there will be tree protection. Do you want any further protection? They will be required to do a tree protection plan. And I believe there's a project arborist, is there not, on the project? So the project will be monitored monthly by a project arborist who has to come by the site once a month during construction to make sure that the trees are being taken care of. So I think that's already something that's in place with the building permit.
Okay.
So I guess I would like to have a condition about the detached structure, that it at least meet a 5-foot minimum setback or something, because that detached structure is closer to the adjacent property at 426 Channing. The detached structures is closer to that building than the main dwellings on the site. So I would like to see that those buildings be moved a little bit further away from the property line. So I would impose a condition that they be at least 5 feet from the property line.
I can't quite read the dimension. It's 4 feet something already.
Yeah, it's less than 5 feet.
It's 4 feet 6 or 8. I can't. Anyone with better eyesight, maybe.
So maybe, go ahead.
And the other side is 3 feet something.
Are you referencing the rear yard setback for the accessory or the garage structure?
Yes, mostly the one that's facing Channing, because I know that as long as, I know that they probably have to comply with the daylight plane.
That's the overhang.
But
that's the
So
overhang.
to be clear, the ground floor garage structure is set back 3 feet, which is the minimum requirement in the DHS zoning district, and it's tiered back at the second level 4.5 feet.
Okay.
So it's 6 inches.
Okay.
I would accept that motion. I don't see why it can't be 5 feet.
Okay.
Well, I guess you have to take,
Yeah, so then is there a second to was there a first and second to the second store being set back 5 feet?
Okay.
I think it was Board Member Kohler who made that motion.
okay.
I think he's,
Oh, it is 3 feet.
Yep.
Oh, I see. Oh, this is very deceptive. My. Okay, well, finally, after seeing the drawings here, the actual house is now at 3 feet, and the second floor is at 4'6". That's what I'm finally understanding. So to move the house over to 5 feet would be another 2 feet. Oops, sorry. How do you turn this off?
I think the difference is if you wanted,
Put it down on the floor.
did you want the 5-foot setback for the first story, which is the garage, and/or the second story, which is the ADU?
I would prefer to see it for the entire structure, from the foundation up. And I know that maybe that's not fair, because
All these years, that's the first time this
if the project is already designed in compliance with the local zoning ordinance, I don't know if we can overstep that.
So yeah, you have authority with your findings, where if you feel based on those findings, and if you would articulate that, that would be great for the record, why the building would need to be set back beyond the minimum standard. And I understand there's been some reference to privacy concerns and interest in better protection for the trees in the area, and I think that's a sufficient cause for moving it back.
Yeah, so I would like to see it move back, so that's how I would amend the motion to approve, is with the foundation at a 5-foot setback from the property line, because that at least allows a little bit more clearance from the adjacent Channing property that looks like that's probably considered a historic building itself.
Okay, so that's a motion, and then the question would be, is there a second for that?
Second the motion.
Okay, so we have a condition to relocate the palm tree and a condition to set the structure back
So
5
this is
feet from
3,
the
so this
to the
would
side
have to
property
move
line.
over 2, and that would have to move over 2, so you got 22.
Is this from a side property line or
I
both
guess it would be
property lines?
legally the rear property line, because there's an interior side, a street
Okay.
side, a front,
Okay,
and that
5
would be
feet
the
from the rear
rear.
property line.
So,
I have some further information delivered to me by a secret person, but if we do that, then the distance between the garage and the main house goes from 21 to 19 feet in the back. So I don't know if that's going to be, or the main house moves up a foot toward the street.
So if I can, just a procedural inquiry. If we can take a pause just a moment on the HRB motion, and I'm wondering if just on some of the comments that I've heard from the ARB, if the ARB is heading in a direction of approval with conditions or with a redesign, articulated reasons for the project coming back. And if the project is going to come back at least by one of the boards, then it would come back to both boards. And so I'm wondering if we need to understand all these different conditions if the ARB is not going to be inclined to approve the project this morning. And I don't know if you want to do a straw poll or some kind of...
I was just thinking, why don't we do a straw poll for the ARB with regard to the carriage houses? Because it seems like the ARB is much more split on how the carriage houses are working. So I guess I would ask the question to the board, does the board want to completely redesign? Well, why don't we start first? Does the board want to eliminate the carriage houses? And so we can take a vote on that. Or should we say both, one or both?
No.
No.
Okay.
I don't want to eliminate the carriage houses. I do want to see more design work done.
Okay, well, that's the second, my second question would be, does the board want to see a complete redesign of the carriage houses?
I see if this is helpful. I think this needs redesign work. I think it may involve more than the carriage houses. It may require other changes on the site. But I'm not prepared to approve it with conditions as it stands.
Okay, this is a redesign and resubmittal.
Yeah, I think the term complete redesign is a bit excessive.
Yes.
I think they need to have the same level of quality as the main residence, which they don't at this point. And there may need to be some redesign on the main residence to compensate for that.
Well, that's why I said use the word complete, because if we're asking for like a larger carriage house, or if we're talking about moving the carriage house 2 feet closer towards Waverly, then that's going to affect the house. So that's seemingly minor, but it is
I'm not
a
asking
redesign.
for a larger carriage house, mainly because I understand the city's concept of what to use it for, but I think in reality, it's going to become either a place to, if they're going to rent it all, is to a student, either 1 or 2 students, not a family that's going to live there. So I think the size of the unit's okay. I just think it needs to be, the quality needs to be brought up, and maybe the height reduced slightly, that sort of thing.
Peter, I did want to ask you about, you had commented on the backup for Lot 2 from the carriage house. So did you have an inclination about that? Would it be like
Well-
attached garage or removing the redwood tree, or what are your thoughts about?
My thoughts right now, I'd like to address my colleagues on the Historic Resources Board because I feel that putting a blanket requirement that we move that carriage house over is going to really make it even more difficult to make this site developed. And what would really be helpful is if the Historic Resources Board could point out to us the historic nature of what we need to be looking out for. The issue of moving the carriage house over based on privacy is not a historic issue. The issue of allowing parking is very important. And when you make a motion like just move it over 5 feet, that sort of cascades through the system and it results in an impossible design, and it really hamstrings other boards to do their job. At the same time, if the house next door had some historic aspect that we're not aware of, we don't see it here, that's what we need to know. And if there's any way the board could somehow focus on what's the historic part of this house, this neighborhood, this property, these trees, and inform us where to go with it,
Well, and
that
as
would
I
really be
said,
helpful.
There is the driveway in between those two, so it's not like both of them are butted right up to each other.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure I agree that the carriage house should be farther away. I think it's not a privacy issue, but I'm more just looking to get some feedback and also just to make it possible. These are really tight lots. And
I'd be willing to not require the 5-foot setback, because it does, now that I'm looking at it again and everything, it does, I'm not sure how the location of that house has to do with our historic. Is there an existing building on the site that's that close or anything? Or
So maybe as a board, we just need to better define our scope and how we're looking at this project. So we've already looked at the existing site and determined that we're fine about it being demolished because we don't see it as a historic site. So beyond that, have we identified any adjacent properties that are historic? Are any of the adjacent properties? I don't believe that was in the report. So the adjacent properties are not considered needing protection from the, they're not deemed historic?
Not in the SOFA document.
Not in the SOFA document.
Right, not in the SOFA document. It wasn't in the analysis in the HRE report.
So in terms of our board and how we look at projects, because the existing site is not considered historic, we're fine about the demolition of the existing structure. I guess because there's no documented historic adjacent properties that we would have to be sensitive to, I guess our getting back to our motion, maybe we just move to approve the project because of it's not affecting the existing historic site or there's no historic surrounding structures that are impacted.
Okay.
So that therefore we would approve
Sure.
the project. So
And just procedurally, I might offer a suggestion, which would be to, since we know that one of the reviewing entities here is going to continue the matter, it might be, I think the record reveals that the board, the HRB, doesn't have any concerns relative to the historic elements of the project, but perhaps in deference to the ARB, would recommend continuation of the project. When you reconvene, I suspect there's not going to be a whole lot of issues for the HRB to talk about. So if that sounds acceptable to the HRB, perhaps withdraw your original motion to approve and make a new motion to continue for redesign or just continue the matter to a future hearing. You don't even have to say redesign. You can say just continue it to a future hearing.
So since we've already established that there's really no historic concern for this property, I think that maybe our board can just approve it because of that, and then we allow the HRB to, the ARB to continue it and discuss the nuances of the project and how it can be improved, because if there's no historic impact, we're done, right? I mean, because it seems like we tend to start talking about setbacks and heights and things, but that's really the ARB's purview to discuss the zoning, and if there's no historic impact, then I think our board could just approve it and we wouldn't have to review it again. Is that correct?
So I think the SOFA 1 standards set forth the review authority, and it does require the ARB and the HRB to come together and be a part of this process. So I would recommend, while I understand your interest in wanting to resolve the matter, since it seems to address the HRB's issues, that perhaps just a continuation, and we'll bring the two boards together again when the project gets redesigned and comes forward.
Okay, so I'll withdraw my original motion, and I will move to continue this project for future review, to continue it and have the applicant make some changes to the project and review it again. Do I have a second to continue the project?
I can second, sure.
All in favor of continuing the project?
Aye.
Aye. That's unanimous with the HRB.
Okay, thank you, Margaret. So we'll bring it back to the ARB. Does anyone want to try to make a motion?
Can I ask a question of staff first? I'd like to somehow try to limit the FAR to being based on the 5,000 square foot maximum lot size, and also to require that the guest house be a 0.1 FAR minimum. Is there any mechanism by which we can do that?
We would just need to take a look at the findings and see how that would tie into those.
Yeah, and then I would say we're not a rule-making body. I mean, I would suggest that if you want to keep them smaller, that we just, I mean, I think the easiest thing would be to say that it's out of scale. Yeah? Anybody? Wynn, you have your mic?
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
So we're required to find that this project is consistent with the policies, programs, and regulations of the coordinated area plan. That's why we're here. So I think there are policies in the cap that would permit us to talk about, first of all, it's pro-housing and pro-multiple units, so that encourages us to find a way to accommodate 4 units on this site, with at least 4 units on this site, without making things out of scale or with inappropriate impacts on the neighbors. So I think that gives us the power, if the presented design presents those problems, to modify it, to request that it be modified. One of the things that strikes me is that, is there no landscape plan on this application?
No comprehensive landscape plan.
I find that a bit of, it's making it harder for me, because one of the findings we're supposed to make is that it provides essentially usable open space for each unit. And I'm having trouble distinguishing places where a car is going to go over it from places where it isn't. So it would be very helpful to have a plan which identifies the proximate usable open space that we're supposed to provide by each unit under 2.10D. I also think that because this is a deep lot, this is the biggest possible lot in the DHS district. So to me, that means there's more freedom, if it's needed, to have larger setbacks for the rear unit, for example. I don't think that we need to feel that we can't accommodate housing on the site of the kind contemplated and encouraged by the plan unless we push everything to maximum setbacks. And I suppose one of my concerns is that we not be creating dead and dusty spaces with inadequate light and air to work. So that's another reason why I'm curious about the usable open space. I also think that the section 2.10C directs us to preserve significant vegetation. And while there are a lot of trees I hate, these aren't among them. So I think that that provides us with authority to ask for site modifications with respect to protection of the trees. And I will say that having watched a lot of Stanford oaks die during recent construction efforts, I'm very concerned that the project as presented needs to be modified in that regard. Maybe that's just rattling on too long, but I think we have authority under the plan to do anything I've heard discussed today.
Can I, so on your point about usable open space, I think what we've done in the past on projects, say like on Alma Village, is that we did ask the applicant to show diagrammatically how the backyard could be used, but they weren't landscaping it and they weren't required to install it, but they did show possible layouts. Is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, I'm not asking what what plants are going to go in the pots or whatever, but I'm asking what is usable open space. Yes.
So
and I also, I suppose I want to know, when they have these setbacks, are they big enough? Do they have enough light so that they could be used, for example, for street screening or not? Or are they one of those, where nothing grows but Algerian ivy?
Right. Okay. I get that. So, so we could add a condition of approval to show, or we could ask, if we're continuing the project, we could ask them to come back with, what do you call it, like landscape furnishings diagrams. And then if we do want landscaping, I think we can ask for the planting plan, which actually shows the size of plants. And 3 feet, I mean, if you're just gonna say like 3 feet, like a typical shrub, like a pittosporum shrub, would easily be 5 feet in diameter, so it wouldn't fit without constant pruning. Peter, yes.
So if I'd like to make a motion and that we continue this project to a date uncertain, asking for a redesign from the applicant based on all the comments we've heard this morning. And I'd like to give just 5 basic points I think that are important that need to be focused on. One is that we would really like to see better effort made for tree protection, especially the large coast oak in the back. Secondly, we need to be sure that the garage placement is such that you can get in and out of these garages properly. Thirdly, we would like to see a geotechnical report to understand better the issue of dewatering, whether that will be required. Fourthly, we'd like to see a landscaping plan to understand how the open spaces will be provided. And then we'd like to see a number of design detailing, let's rephrase that, we'd like to see the accessory structures be redesigned to be more in keeping with the designs of the main house. To me, those were the 5 major points, and I think we really do the applicant a service to outline what's important.
I can support that.
Okay, do you want to speak to the second, or no? No.
No, I meant I'll second that.
Yes, okay. Yes, when?
I just had a question to the maker and seconder, whether, you all raised a number of comments about, design-specific comments about the principal structures. Are those also something you'd like addressed, or?
Yes, well, my first comment was that subject to all the comments we've made this morning, which would incorporate many of the design details. I think that was clear to the applicant, and there was enough support. But I want to be sure they understand that the tree protection is an issue, and that means you're not going to build under the oak tree. I want to be clear that they understand that. That's a big issue. It's going to affect your design. The parking has to work. That means not having a 20-foot backup space. The geotechnical report needs to find out about dewatering. You've heard how important at least some of us feel about that. The landscaping plan means you need to show outdoor spaces that are viable outdoor places that work. I don't need to say anything about the accessory structure redesign.
We have a motion that's been seconded. Let's vote on the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None, so that's 5-0. We normally allow staff, should we allow a rebuttal period to the applicant, or if it's a continuation, should we address it later?
Yeah, I think, I appreciate the interest in wanting to move on. to get to the other items on your busy agenda. However, if there was a lot of dialogue, and it probably is worth giving the applicant a moment or two to at least respond to any questions that they may have in addressing the comments they've heard.
Great. Do you have any, if you have any questions or statements you'd like to make?
Thank you so much for the comments. Talking about the tree protection for Lot 1, the reason we're putting the garage over there because the existing building line is almost the same location at the proposed garage. And also we talked to the city arbiter. City arbiter reviewed our project arbiter provide the arbiter report, and the city arbiter also review it. So that's why we were thinking for the garage located under the oak tree should have a pretty minimum impact to the tree. But we are going to take a detailed look because the garage is a slab on grade, and the existing building, I think the foundation is also slab on grade. So we are not doing the basement excavation in that area, so that should be fine. But we are going to talk to the arbiter in detail on this issue. And the second, about the dewatering, we do talk with our soil engineer. We do have a preliminary soil report. From our finding, that we don't need the dewatering in that area, but we are going to provide a detailed soil report later. And we are going to do the landscape plan. And also, I think for the parking, Peter, I think you have a question about how the car return and how they can get out from the garage. I did do some study. I think per city Palo Alto have a parking standard. So I did study the parking standard for the public. They don't have a detailed standard for residential, only for the parking law, standard parking law. I think they require, if it's 18 feet deep or 19 feet deep, I can't remember the number in detail, but I think it's around 22 feet to return the back space. But I'm going to study the parking again. So I think basically, I think the 5 items we are going to provide more detailed design, and especially for the accessory building, because the accessory building is pretty close to the property line, so we have the fire protection issue. For example, like the eave, it's difficult to put in the eave in the detached garage since it's very close to the property line. So we have the fire protection structure for the garage. That's why the design is a little bit different from the main house, but we are going to tune it up a little bit for that.
Can I suggest one thing? What we're saying is, you may have looked into all those things, but we haven't seen those. So let me suggest, if you can get an arborist that says you can put it right where you show it is and it won't hurt the tree at all, that would be fine as far as I'm concerned. As far as the any of the other items, if you have a report that says the dewatering isn't necessary, either get the engineer or whatever who created that report to write a letter or state that that's the case. I'm fine with that. And as far as the parkability or movability, if you can, let's say, overlay the city standard on that and say, look, see, it works, I'd be okay with it. I mean, how do you feel? We're not saying you need to create all this extra stuff. If there's already verification that you've researched that these things work, all we need to do is see that.
Okay. I will provide some diagrams. Yeah. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Okay.
Alex?
Yes.
It would be, sometimes when we get plans that are redevelopments of sites, the new development's footprint is overlaid on the existing structure's footprint, and I find that helpful.
Yeah, we're just even
trying to
having an
evaluate
existing,
something.
right, we're having an existing site plan.
And in thinking
yes.
about trees, I'm concerned about canopy as well as roots. Thanks.
Okay, so that only took us 2 hours. We might be here all day, you guys. Let's move on to, well, we're going to take a quick break just to get the chair back from the HRB. Okay, excellent. So let's take a very short break. You have 2 minutes. I'm going to time you guys. 901 High Street. Recommendation on applicant's request for approval of a coordinated development permit for 17,942 square foot mixed-use building with retail and 25 residential units on a vacant 20,288 square foot parcel. Environmental assessment is an initial study. Mitigated negative declaration was circulated from February 26th, 2016 to March 17th, 2016, and the zone district is RT. And welcome, Margaret Netto is our planner for the project.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Margaret Netto, and I'm one of the contract planners. As noted, the proposed project would involve demolition of the existing asphalt and construction of a new 17,000 square foot, 3-story mixed-use building and surface parking. The project would be located on a 20,000 square foot lot. The project is located in the SOFA 2 area. It has been 1 year since the Architectural Review Board and the Historic Resources Board has seen this project. At that time, the applicant was requesting 11 residential units, 5,000 square feet of office, and 1,000 square feet of retail. The project was also subject at that time to the interim office growth meter ordinance. Since then, the project has been revised to include 25 residential units, eliminated the office component entirely, and redesigned aspects of the building and parking circulation to respond to the ARB, HRB comments. This was the previous elevation that the joint board looked at about a year ago. The members were generally supportive of the project, but had some comments. The comments were related to the overall mass of the building, the fenestration, roof forms, landscaping, and transition to the properties east of the property that warranted further study. The proposed surface parking lot was another challenging aspect of the design, which included parking lifts. The HRB commented on the proposed structure in regards to the 2 historic structures across the street, Watercourse Way and the Creamery Building. The HRB did request the color accent be more subtle and subordinate to the accent buildings, requested a correction in the mitigated negative declaration, and sought to have the transition and scale of the 3rd floor adjacent to High Street be improved. These items have been addressed in this submittal. This is the proposed elevation. This is looking at the corner of Channing and High Avenue. The applicant has made refinements to the colors, materials, placement of balconies, increased the building setbacks at the upper levels and articulation, improved the fenestration, and updated the landscape plans in an effort to respond to the board member comments. And this is the site plan. The applicant eliminated the office component and with that reduced the required parking and resulted in elimination of those parking lifts. The applicant reports that underground parking is restricted by mature trees along the perimeter of the site, reducing the number of spaces that could be accommodated with the subterranean garage. Here are some of the elevations. That top elevation is the south elevation, and that's the view from High Street. The balconies on the south have been a step back to provide modulation, and if you look on your sheet AS9, it shows the balconies have been added on the 2nd and 3rd level units to articulate that facade, including using larger windows at the living room, dining room, and smaller windows in the kitchen. A revised sheet AS9 also shows the High Street elevation has been redesigned by reducing the accent color to just a retail area. More glazing has been added to the storefront, and the 2nd floor has changed from stucco to metal panel. The west elevation is a view from Channing Street, and the east elevation is a view from the adjacent property, and they have stepped, the 2nd and 3rd floors have been stepped back. This is the north elevation, the rear of the project. And a little bit on the ARB, HRB purview. New development and the SOFA requires a coordinated development permit. As opposed to an architectural review or other entitlements, SOFA 2 established its own review process, which is subject to review by ARB in a manner that is consistent to the board's review process of any other project. The HRB's role in this project is advisory to the ARB since it does not trigger any of the historic resources. The key issues, talk a little bit about. The applicant has made significant improvements, reducing the height, replaced the butterfly-styled roof with a series of 4 flat roofs, added more thoughtfully designed outdoor space, and created pedestrian-scaled entrances to the residential units adjacent to High Street. 3 areas we would like the board to comment on. Staff believes both of them relate to screening of the surface parking lot. The Channing Avenue elevation near the driveway approach is the proposed location for the building transformer. More information is needed to understand how landscaping in that area will successfully screen that transformer and the surface parking spaces behind it. The board is also asked to explore whether a substantial wall that incorporates the bench or irrigated landscaping that does not impact the oak tree is a preferred design solution. Adjacent to High Street, there's a lattice structure that appears to be intended to support climbing vines or plant material to eventually screen the views of the parking area in the back. So the 3 key issues: screening the surface parking lot, landscaping near the oak tree, and also the lattice structures. With that, staff recommends that the Architectural Review Board take the following actions. Recommend approval of the proposed initial study mitigated negative declaration. Recommend approval of the proposed project to the Director of Planning and Community Environment based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval. That concludes my staff report, and the applicant is also here to do a presentation. Thank you.
Staff, did you?
Just to remind you about disclosures.
Yes. Disclosures? Anybody? No? Martin.
Thank you, Chair Liu. So I've walked past this property, and I've also been a customer of 900 High Street, delicious sandwiches, and I've seen the property numerous times. Thank you.
Kind of a repeat of what Martin just said. In fact, I drove by there this morning, so, okay.
Great, thank you. So we can do the cube? Did you? No, okay. Applicant presentation, and you have 10 minutes.
Good morning still, I think. Yeah, good morning. Greg Betancourt, Betancourt and Santana, 900 High Street. A little close to the microphone. Okay, thank you. Okay. Is that better? Okay, thank you. I don't want to spend a lot of time reiterating what Margaret just said, but so from our last engagement here, we've come back to you now with a project that we believe substantially answered a lot of your concerns and questions, and obviously the nature here has changed a lot. We've gone basically to residential, but we've kept that the retail bottom level component, and we think we have also achieved a higher aesthetic thanks to your input last time as well. So we hope that you work with us on this one this time. Thank you very much. That's it. And Peter will answer your questions now.
Good morning, all the members of ARB and HRB. My name is Peter Koh with Koh Architects. We come in front of you last year, actually it's March 17 of 2016. So it has been more than a year. Thanks for the planning department. We've been working together with the all the planning department in Palo Alto and come to a, I think it's a better design for the property, which I've been, our office has been right across the street and then has been there for 20 years. So just the property has been vacant and have a picnic table there, and for has been a long time. I'm looking forward to see if we can do something on this vacant lot. And the first picture there, I want to show that that's the building we proposed last year. And this is the new rendering from the corner, looking to the plaza area, open space, and then also the Peninsula Creamery Deli across the street. And again, this is a zoning map of City of Palo Alto, and we are zoning on RT 35. It's for multi-residential unit development. And this is our site plan. And the ground level plan, we have parkings for all the residential and retail. We meet all the parking requirements. And we have located 2 units to the ground level facing High Street, trying to screen the parking behind. And the retail was located in the Channing Street. And the design of the retail, last comment was that the window mullions was too heavy, and then we try to mimic the Peninsula Creamery design across the street, which is a historical landmark in Palo Alto. And we redesigned the storefront and try to reduce the size of the mullion and try to mimic the canopy across the street, also the color. Basically, the retail design has more of the retail character, and residential has its own smaller, more planters and little patio space, and kind of like more residential breakdowns facing High Street. So Channing Street is a one-way street, and that's why we put the retail unit there. And this is the elevation facing Channing, High Street on the top. And then the other one is, the second one down is the Channing elevation. And we just show some context photos, and the one on the lower right is the 4-story building, residential multi-unit condominiums across the street. And this is the view from looking down toward Whole Foods downtown from High Street. That's looking down from downtown toward the residential. We try to stepping the building down from the downtown toward the residential. And this is the view on Channing Street looking toward the east or the northeast. And this is looking toward south from Channing Street. That blank wall is the parking garage service building next to our property. And then one thing that it shows there is the tree, the live oak trees right there. We're trying to preserve, at least from our arborist report was told us is that we have to preserve that tree. So the second floor plan. And third floor plan, you can see the large setback on the rear, close to the right. Exterior elevation. We had added stone base to the ground level, and then the second level will be stucco, and then the third level will be metal siding. And this just one of the comments was the nighttime view, so we create some renderings from when you approach the building from the High Street toward walking down to downtown. This is just the overall views of the project. And this is a physical model I brought two models. One is that we did for last year's presentation, and also we built a new model for the new project to present it to the board this, if you want to take a look. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I will open this portion of the hearing up to the public, but I don't have any speaker cards. Oh, no, that's the next item for the El Camino. We can move on to board member questions.
Could you show me on the tree plan where that big oak we're seeing in the photograph, the one that looms over this project is? Just want to be sure I'm looking in the right place. Right. Got it.
On the top left, there's one existing oak tree on the top left there. That's a pretty big size live oak tree.
And that's the tree that we're seeing behind your project in that previous slide?
That's the one sitting next to the trucks at current situation. There's two existing live oak. One is on the left top there. There's another one was the second right, aligned with that. But that particular oak tree is not on our property, was on the other property. But most of it was covered on our property, on the parking lot. Those are the two live oak trees our arborist recommending to preserve those two trees.
Right. And so that, in the photograph you show on page AS4, view from Channing, that the largest tree that I see in the background, that's the one on your neighbor's property? Or is that some other tree entirely?
It's on our property. If you look at the elevation we created on the second, you can see that right next to the blank wall garage and our entry to the parking lot.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Peter?
Yeah, for the applicant, please. I have a question about the extent of the fascia. What I'm seeing is a red tapered fascia over the glazed coffee shop stuff. And I saw a perspective from the staff showing that continuing all the way around to the stair over here. And then on your other view of the parking garage coming off of High Street, you seem to show a tapered fascia there as well. I'm confused. I'd like to know the extent of that tapered fascia compared to the flat eave. And I'm not seeing that in the drawings. I'm sure I'm not reading it right, but if you could help me.
I may go to the floor plan, and so you can see the retail units on the left close to Channing. That's 1,000 square feet retail space. So the red canopy was covered pretty much the retail area. If you take a look of our elevation sheet on AS9, the top elevation on the left covered the retail. That's the tapered, you can see the tapered red cover. And then also the lower right elevation facing Channing, you can see the red canopy. Basically just on top of the retail space.
And then the canopy over the parking entry off of High Street, that's all the way to the right-hand side of the south elevation on sheet AS9. Is that a tapered canopy as well, or is that?
No, it's just straight overhang.
I'm sorry, so I must have misunderstood the drawing.
I think the confusion was caused by the staff presentation that had some older elevations. I actually noticed that and pointed that out to Chair Bernstein during the presentation.
So the intent is that the tapered red elevation is only over the retail space?
That's correct.
Thank you.
I think Martin has a couple questions.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Coe. One of the requirements for review from a historic point of view is that when there are historic buildings across the street or nearby, the compatibility materials, you're proposing a stone veneer on the first floor. Is there a sample we can see? Great. All right. Thank you. And then as that's being passed down, there's also a very visible element on your exterior elevations of the metal mesh panel. Is there a sample, or I didn't see any details on the plans of what that looks like?
Yeah, the sample is on the top of the metal.
Oh, this is the
That's the metal,
guardrail?
corrugated metal on the top.
Okay, yeah, I'm looking for the metal mesh panels for all the guards on all the balconies. That's a very visible element. I'm looking for a detail, or what does that look like? Because that's going to be very visible.
It's the size of basically perforated metal with holes, like 1.5-inch holes in it. And then we wrap around with the metal. We have, I don't know if we have any drawings, detail on that.
I did not see a detail of that. And really I'm asking for if there's any emphasis on orientation of that, or is the pattern going to be horizontal, vertical, nondescript, random? Okay.
I don't think it will be horizontal or vertical. It's just going to be perforated metal framed on every 4 feet of a post.
Okay.
So every 4 feet or so, you have a post, and then you have this perforated metal panels in between.
Yeah. How transparent are those panels? They're basically see-through, or mostly opaque, roughly, or?
Last year we had proposed the glass railing, and it was totally transparent. And I think that's for some privacy concerns, so that's why we proposed the perforated metal.
Right.
So it's about, I don't think it's even 50% transparent. It will be more in keep with the privacy of the tenant behind.
Sure.
Because we have large windows, those are living space, living rooms and dining rooms behind it, yeah.
And what's the proposed finish from the street point of view side? What's the finish of those mesh panels?
The finish will be white, painted white.
Okay.
Because kind of match all the aluminum finish, window finish will be natural aluminum.
Right. Okay, thank you. Those are my 2 questions for now. Thanks.
Roger.
I just noticed, I just happened to look at the drawings here, and I think if you look on page AS-3, the red stripe of the Peninsula Creamery building, I assume that's why you picked up the red over your commercial space in the front?
Yes.
Is that why you did that?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I have a question for staff. So, Margaret, this is regarding common usable open space. So, it's a question and a comment. So, on page 110 of the packet, under common usable open space, the staff report talks about private open space. In the paragraph on the right-hand side is that the private open space requirement provides 2,826 square feet. So I think it's mixing up private and common. Yeah. So it's page 110.
I don't have the same packet.
Oh,
Hold on
okay.
a second. Yeah, and that's 132 for private.
So my understanding is that in the RT zone, for for common open space, there isn't a square footage requirement. I was reading an old copy of the SOFA 2. I don't know, you guys might have the latest. But is that I guess as I was reading it, it was at the discretion of the board to determine what is to what's appropriate. But there are qualitative standards which are mentioned in the staff report, like suitable for families and a variety of, a variety of people and uses.
So in the SOFA document, it is referring to performance standards for private and common open space. We can look into it a little bit more.
You're correct. I'm reading here. It does indicate that the adequacy of the open space for the residents of the building shall be reviewed as part of the architectural review. I'm not seeing any specific standards for.
And then when I go, and then in the plans, they're counting things that are like bike parking areas on the ground floor, which don't really have very much sunlight and stuff. So I was wondering if, how their number was calculated. Like, does it have to be? It's partly open to the sky, but it's also being used for parking, for bike parking. So should that be excluded from their calcs?
So if I'm understanding the question, is there a double counting of parking and open space area?
Yeah, that's my question. And there's no numerical requirement, but
right.
It seems like that's the
qualitative consideration for that. Yeah, we would not think that shared space, that a parking space or circulation space would also serve as an open space standard.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
I have a couple quick questions for the applicant. I'm sorry to make you have to go back and forth. First, just to be clear, that bike storage locker area in the center of the property, that's not a table or an umbrella, that's bike storage, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the other question is regarding the parking entrance and exit on High Street. On both sides of that parking entrance, if I look at the elevation, it looks like there's some kind of a vertical planter. Could you clarify what the intent of the design is there?
Yeah,
It would be the south elevation, I guess.
Yeah, that's the elevation on top. Maybe I can pass along the model. You can take a look. That's.
Okay, I'll take a look at the model. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a general question. These are apartment buildings, is that correct? Or is
Yes,
it-
rental
in the-
apartments.
And the rental apartment requires so much usable open space, is that correct?
Yes.
I haven't done one in a while. So your usable, I think it's a follow-up on the question earlier, is the one over here where it says bike storage, there's a usable area there, and then the area in the front, that's the corner next to the retail space, that's the other usable open area, is that correct?
The bicycle storage was in the middle of the courtyard with it.
Oh, I see, it's,
That's
there
the
were- so it's
circular-
not really usable open space, it's just a parking area, bicycle.
It's a bicycle storage on the middle of the atrium space there.
Yeah. I don't know about planning department staff, has this usable open space is an issue or not?
Well,
I'm not.
Last year, when we proposed the parking storage, it was in the corner, up on the right side corner.
Yeah,
Where
where
the
the tree is.
landscaping is.
Yeah.
I think what ARB concern was that lockers away from the tenants.
Yeah.
So that's why we relocated to the closer to the circulation area. But we still have a free open plaza at that corner as an open space.
The corner up in the upper
Yes,
right-hand
on
corner?
on the Channing and High Street, yeah. That's
And then also,
30
Roger, I think they're counting, if you look on the second floor plan, they're counting some of the space in the outdoor hallways or corridors.
Yeah, but that's, to me, is kind of suspect. I mean, you need a hallway of 3 to 4 feet, and when you do that, you're ended up with a very small area. I mean, at one time I did a whole bunch of apartment buildings, but Palo Alto, this staff is saying the usable open space shown here meets all the requirements of the zoning ordinance? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Yes, it does.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I just also want to comment that the private open space requirements for SOFA 2 are slightly different than our regular code.
Okay.
It allows like 2-foot
Yes,
deep
okay.
French balconies, which is a little different than our regular code.
Thank you.
Okay, is that all for questions? Then we'll move on to board member comments. And why don't we start in reverse order this time? So, Mike?
Well, I think the plan to me looks, I look upon it favorably. I think it replaces a pretty much unutilized piece of property. It looks like it's vehicle storage there to something that's useful for the community. So I think it's a net plus for the community. Sounds like the design has been tweaked over the past year to represent something that should be acceptable to the ARB. I don't think the HRB has any historic issues that are in our wheelhouse for this particular project. Correct me if I'm wrong, my fellow HRB board members, but I think we don't have any significant HRB issues. I think, Martin, do you want to chime in on that?
Yeah, thank you, Board Member McKinnon. One of the requirements for SOFA 2 is that if there's any project that's across the street or nearby a registered or listed historic structure, that the HRB does have review comments on that.
Okay, then the contextuality issue would be something that you would be concerned with, Martin, with your comment then. I guess I see no impacts upon contextuality that this project presents, so I would support the project.
I could follow up. I just think there has been some reference, I like the red roof line extension over to the new site with the red commercial area. I think that's quite clever and does visually bring over the well-known, where everyone goes to get their ice cream and things like that across the street. So I think that's quite a nice handshake to the existing structure around the area that does. And I'm not going to comment on the usable space because that seems to be okay, but I think this is, Martin, as you said, seems to fit in quite well.
Robert?
Okay, I guess I don't see basing the design of a building on a one-story ice cream parlor across the street to be a really strong statement. I wasn't thrilled about the first design, and I really don't see this one having done a whole lot better. It just is blah. There's nothing there. It's got a bunch of little elements to it, and it's very horizontal, to me, too horizontal. There's one transportation, or I should say, transportation elevator or stairway that cuts that horizontality, and I'm just not really that thrilled about it.
And Peter?
Thank you. I have a bigger concern about this project, which has to do with the parking lot. When I read through the SOFA guidelines, transportation policy T5, and especially T6, I'd like to read that. It says, decrease the adverse visual impacts of surface parking and street-level parking by encouraging parking lots for mixed use and multifamily to be either underground or otherwise not visible from adjacent roadways. I'm afraid I find that this parking lot is quite visible from adjacent roadways. Visible in every rendering we've seen, visible as I've walked around the site. I think it will be visible. I think this is a point we've brought up in the previous review, and to me, the parking needs to be underground. If you take that premise, it also allows you then to have real open space on this property. If you follow that premise, it allows you to do landscaping. You have now a building on top of a parking lot, which is exactly what I said about the first building, and I feel that we're still here. It's a building on top of a parking lot in what is becoming a very vibrant, pedestrian-oriented part of our city. I think a fundamental issue here is that the parking still doesn't work from a visually adverse impact point of view, and we have a clear direction in the SOFA guideline, which many citizens in our town worked very hard to create, not to do this. Second issue I see is that there's 2 residential units down on the ground floor right next to this coffee shop. And to me, that is not neighborhood service-oriented things. You don't have residential units down there, especially at grade, especially with this particular configuration. It just doesn't work. In this one, there's clear findings for us. Finding number 4, it has to be a functionally appropriate use. Residential units at that point don't work. It really needs to be some sort of a retail shop of some kind. I'm gonna leave my comments at that because I think those are such fundamental issues, and I hope other people can support that as well. Thank you.
Let me just interject. It's the old, we used to call the soft story apartment building is basically what it is, which, you know, yeah.
So I plead with my colleagues, this is the SOFA district. Anytime you walk around there, when was the last time you were there and not been bumping into somebody? You know, somebody walking by in the street. It's vibrant, it's busy, it's the up and coming part of our downtown. Do we want it to be filled with a parking lot?
We'll go down to the end. Beth?
All right, just to clarify a little bit on the historic status of those 2 little buildings. The 865 High is a Category 4 on the historic inventory, and it was built in 1931 by Black and Cambert builders, and then 800 High is the Peninsula Creamery, and yes, it is a little somewhat streamlined, modern structure, but it was the corner of a huge ice cream plant at one point. And so this is like the remaining bit that says ice cream was a big, big business in Palo Alto for quite some time. And the little watercourse way is a very interesting little building, and right now has water fountains and very, very tastefully done, and is then buildings on that side of High are lower in structure, and the building on the Alma side of High Street is that huge 800 High building that is a massive block. And so it provides some transition from the great big building to some interesting smaller buildings. And then there are residences within about a block of this section, so that this really is what we're putting in the middle to try to help to move from small residential structures to very large buildings. So that I rather like the carrying of the colors from the Peninsula Creamery to the building, but I think the tones have been step down a bit from the first thing that we saw, but it is really nice to see that little open space that says, yes, there's room for people to sit and to see the neighborhood. I like the way the tone of the cream is toned down a bit. I'm not so sure about the corrugated metal. It seems to me it's kind of discordant at this point. And I like the articulation that has happened from the first design to the second design. The stepping back helps. I think those were my major points.
Thank you, Beth. Wynn?
Thank you. First of all, thank you for coming back to us with so many responsive changes. Thank you for the model, which I find very helpful. I share the concern about whether it's possible to do this without underground parking. Because I think this is a pretty good approach if you're going to have surface parking, but I'm not sure surface parking works. I don't think the ground floor units work as residential units. They look like they're going to instantly turn into, I suppose, not software factories, but software workshops. They're not going to be residential uses very long because they're not designed to be good residential uses. I'm a little concerned also about, it's interesting because this is surface parking, it's unsecured residential parking, and that may be just fine in this neighborhood, but I'd want to think about that a bit more. I like the redesign of the balconies very much. I appreciate no longer having floor-to-ceiling glass. I think those are good changes. My side yard fence blew down in January, and it's not back up again, and the plants are all so happy. I would like all fence to come back myself, but if we approve a design like this, I would like to see that screen admit as much air and light and circulation as possible, as is consistent with privacy, and I think given the angles at which you would be looking at this, that's quite a bit. As Beth Bunneberg said, this is this really interesting transition block. If you look north, not north, towards San Francisco from here, the tallest structures are buildings. If you look south or towards San Jose, the tallest structures are trees. And this is in between. But I think that we need to make this as literally green a site as possible as you make that transition. I mean, the next block over is just about perfectly preserved small-scale bungalow development. I mean, it's just about intact. I'm sure people have made lots of changes, but you could put it on a register, in my uninformed opinion. And I don't think that, and so this is a very important pedestrian way. It takes you over to the underpass on which we spent millions, that gets you over to the Medical Foundation and Town and Country. It takes you downtown. It's good to have the corner plaza. I think that's important. I'm not sure if it's big enough, but it's certainly an appropriate use. But when you take the half of the building that is closest to the residential in the San Jose direction, that isn't a particularly good thing to walk by. You're looking at parking. And one of the things that really struck me in looking at the landscape plan and the landscape fixtures is there isn't space to get the kind of, at least I don't see it being done yet, to get the kind of softening, the presence of birds and which exist on that site right now, birds and butterflies and whatnot, the different literal air that you get when you have significant vegetation. I live in downtown North, and I don't live very close to the creek. And there's a big difference as you move from more heavily wooded and planted blocks to others. And this, in my opinion, should be a block where you get that softness that comes from significant landscaping. So I will be very interested in my colleagues' views on whether the parking really does need to go underground, also as opposed to our previous project where the thinking is that you can go underground without damaging trees. In this case, there's a comment that trees make underground parking infeasible, so I'd like to hear more about that.
Margaret.
I think this is an improvement upon the original presentation that was given to us. And I was recalling some of the concerns that we had then, which were building height, the use of color, and I see that a lot of those things have been addressed. And I know that the maximum height for this building is 35 feet. And I think that it looks like the elevator tower can exceed the maximum height for a certain area. But I wanted to also ask, does this reflect what kind of mechanical needs the building will have? Because a lot of times you'll have mechanical equipment up on top of the roof, which is then on top of that 35-foot roof deck that has a shroud around it, so it gives the appearance that the building is even higher. So I was going to ask if this truly reflects all the equipment that needs to the mechanical equipment that will be on the building. So that was just a question of mine. And then I don't really have a problem with the parking, just because it looks like the building on the street sides, on the High Street and on the Channing Street sides, there is some pedestrian landscaping going on and things that screen the parking, which is around the back of the building. So I would encourage maybe even more I'm calling it pedestrian landscaping, like little planters and things at the pedestrian level to bring in natural material as you're walking by to help screen and help detract your eye, I guess, from the parking entrances. I don't know if you could even pull some landscaping up on the balconies. I've seen recently, not in Palo Alto, but other cities that have apartments and condos where there's actually landscaping on the decks that are part of the building component, so that might be something to consider. I'm glad that you minimized the red color, because I think that was my comment on the original presentation. I felt like you were using too much of the creamery red, and I thought it would introduce some confusion, because people might think, wow, is that another creamery building or something? So I'm glad that you minimized. I like the use of it, but the fact that you minimized it and made it a subordinate color, I think is a good response. And then my last comment was about the use of the corrugated metal. It looks like you're wrapping the entire third floor with corrugated metal exterior, which when I first started seeing that, I thought that was really kind of cool, because it's sort of industrial and sort of a new use of material in an urban setting. But I just question, how is that going to look 10, 15, 20 years from now? Is that going to date this building? So I just wanted to bring up that corrugated. I mean, I kind of think it's a cool look now, but maybe in 5 years we'll go, oh yeah, that's when everyone was using that corrugated metal on buildings. Hopefully you can be sensitive to that, and this could be a timeless building, because this building is going to be here probably 100 years, right? So I think we have to look, and it could end up being a historic building, in Palo Alto someday that's going to be protected. So I think we should think forward and kind of think about, are these timeless materials? So those are my only comments.
Q.
Yeah, thank you for coming back to us with the revised project. I think the project is a huge, it's gone through a lot of changes that I feel is a huge improvement over the previous design. I'll try to be quick here. I'm appreciative of the public plaza at the corner there. I think the elevation along High Street is much better than before, with more play of ins and outs at the building. I think there could be perhaps better pedestrian connections from the uncovered parking to the building itself. I also think that there are a couple site design issues, such as the bench that's located at the oak tree corner, where the transformer is. It looks like the bench, is kind of a little bit of an afterthought. I'm seeing here on the model that you're proposing perhaps those vertical planters again, but I think that's an area that could be a little bit thought deeper. Also, the bicycle parking is really at the opening of the building there. To me, it seems kind of like it's kind of weak. I think if you're living up there and you're looking down this atrium, you want to see something a little bit nicer, or have it be a feature, or perhaps even a little bit of greenery and not just the top of bicycle parking. As far as the layout and the parking, well, I would encourage underground parking, and I feel that a project of this size would certainly benefit from it. I do understand that there are some limitations there, and as far as keeping it on the ground level and doing your best to screen that, I don't see how it could be done much better than what you have. So I do applaud the approach there, and getting rid of the lifts was certainly a big benefit as well. But if this project were to come back, I would like to see a little bit more thought out landscape design and those certain little site areas that I mentioned previously. But again, I think I'd like to applaud the revisions, and certainly like where this building is going, and I'm excited for the property, as it's certainly underdeveloped currently. Thank you.
Martin.
Thank you, Chair Liu. I appreciate the comments of Board Member Goyer about what is the sense of that building. We have 500 years of architectural design from the Renaissance period on, and the question I often ask about new proposed projects is this what we've evolved to in terms of architectural design? That's probably an architectural review board issue and not really a historic preservation issue, since this project is not, this property is not a listed historic property. Also referred to Board Member Wimmer's comment about whatever is designed today, and certainly we can design things that look good today because of current fashion, but will it look good tomorrow? And again, that's because this project is not a listed historic structure. That may not be a historic preservation issue with this particular project. Since the public hearing is open and through the chair, I'd like to have some comments and then two questions for Mr. Ho, please. So Mr. Ho, Mr. Ko, I've got two comments and then a question for you. Thank you. Also, I am familiar with your project on the 1000 block of Apgar Street in Emeryville. I saw on your website anyway, so one of the requirements for this project in SOFA 2 is that there's good articulation from the street-facing facade. And your project on Epcar in Emeryville, I think, is very successful in that. I physically have seen it, and I've always been impressed with it. Now I know who the author is. So,
thank you.
So, Doje for
thank you.
For
thank
that.
you.
Good. That's Cantonese for thank you.
Yeah, that's also an urban project. So,
yeah,
just like across the street, 2 units on the ground level.
Mm-hmm.
It happens just right across the street. So for the unit, actually, we have stepping up 2 steps. So it is higher. The 2 units on the ground level is 1 foot higher than the street sidewalk.
Yeah,
so
thanks.
Just want to point that out.
Yeah, thanks. And the other comment I'd like to make is that on that project in Emeryville, it's since the Historic Resources Board looking at compatibility with regard to local historic character. On that particular project, what you've done successfully is you really translated some of the East Bay Bay Area style with those big brackets. So there's the Maybach issue, and it ties into the Berkeley, Emeryville, Oakland area. Anyway, so my point of bringing that up is that I see that you definitely understand compatibility and context. One of the things specifically with this project that you've done, I think, also very successfully for compatibility is, I think Board Member Bunneberg mentioned, the cornice detail through here on how that relates to the historic structure across the street at 900 High Street. So again, another compatibility issue there. Okay. There is one detail that I'd like to ask for you to, I'll make my suggestion and see your response, to fine-tune this project to gain my endorsement for this project. And that is on this corner right here, and maybe for the public, you can put, if you have the ability for the slide, that's the corner, it's the corner of High and Channing, looking at this corner, if that's possible there. Good. Yes, that's it right there. Yes, right. So you can see from this point of view, in that picture, there are two historic structures, the Watercourse Way and then the Peninsula Creamery Building. And what would gain my endorsement on this project is if the window header just at that third floor, that's Unit 16, if those window frames at that corner can go all the way up to the soffit, that would then be consistent with what I handed out to members of the public, you and the board members, showing that there's, again, a good compatible detail, but only at that corner, because I think that corner, as you can see in the picture, is the most dominant corner in this whole project in relation to two listed historic projects there. So is that something you would agree to?
Yes, that's pretty easy to do because in the corner right there, that's all living space.
Yeah, and it's all flush, and I can see I looked at your detail, it could be a flush framing. So
we can just mimic the design of the mullions and windows and right across. That's not a problem.
Okay, great. That would make it consistent with what I had out in the public with that detail exactly across the street. Sure. Good. Okay, thank you for that. Thank you. And then with that, I'd like to make a motion, please. Good. We've heard from there's no members of the public, right? Okay, yeah. All right, so I'd like to move then that with that agreement from Mr. Coe to raise the detail of the headers at the corner of Unit 16 up on the third floor, that this project is consistent with the SOFA 2 guidelines for compatibility requirements in relation to the adjacent and across the street historic buildings.
So with all due respect to Chair Bernstein, it's my understanding that the HRB serves an advisory role to the ARB on this project. So is it appropriate for an HRB member to make the motion? And will the HRB vote on the project as well?
I assume that was just for the
It's just for the
HRB
HRB
portion of it, not
My
ours.
apologies.
I'll second Martin's motion.
All right. That has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this before we bring it to a vote? Roger.
I'm not sure I'm going to vote for that. I have to, so what you're doing is you're approving of two items on the building that are okay, but not the whole building. Is that what you're saying?
One of our responsibilities on the HRB is to say, how does this project, is it compatible or incompatible with the SOFA 2 guidelines regarding any new project that's proposed or revisions to a project that's adjacent to or across the street from a historic structure. And my view would be that the design elements that Mr. Coe introduced into this revised project, the cornice on the vertical stairway there, and then the other details, and then his agreement to bring that window up so it's compatible across the street, that there's enough compatibility with the listed historic structures. That was the reason for my motion.
I'm not sure well, okay. Well, I'm just trying to think if it, I'm not sure how you can, a building of this scale and size is compatible with the low one-story home buildings around that structure. I don't quite see, technically, the corner here should be one story and the second floor and all those guys should be pushed way back. Then it relates, or this is a big box with a feature on top that I don't think anyone's going to, except for the red line, which I like, but to say this giant relates to the other low one-story homes on the corners, I don't see how that works. So I can't support that.
Okay, any other comments before we bring it to a vote? I see none. Okay, let's HRB members to vote on the motion. All those in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Michael?
Aye.
Okay, so that passes on a 1, 2, 3, 4 yeses and one no vote. Thank you.
So we can go. Maybe I can go.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the ARB. I had a couple comments that I think haven't been mentioned yet.
Well, I think I am going to go. Is it okay if I leave now because we're not needed anymore?
Yeah, as long as we have a quorum of the HRB, then that would be
1, 2, 3,
sufficient.
4.
If we drop below a quorum, then we'd ask that all the HRB
7,
members.
5.
4 is a quorum, yeah.
Yes, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have a quorum. Okay. Because I didn't have any idea it's going to go so long. I've got people waiting, so thank you.
Yeah. Well, we're getting to the ARB motion, so, okay. Let's see, we have a new finding, right, for native plants. It's a new thing that started this year, and I'm struggling to, with the project with regard to that. It seems to me retaining the oak trees and proposing a new valley oak at the corner goes a long way, but a lot of the other plants, it seems to me, could be substituted with native plants without a lot of effort. The entrance, the residential entrance, seems to me to be fairly weak. It's just like there's no lobby, it's just you're entering in the parking garage to get to the main elevator. That doesn't seem to be fairly desirable at all. I'm not crazy about the transformer location, mostly because I think it would require trenching in proximity to the oak tree. I was wondering if there's an alternate for the transformer. So Unit 5 and 12 seem to be very long and potentially very dark at the ends near the corridor. Some of the other units I think 4 of the units seem to be fairly small. I think it's the 7, 8s, and 9s right in the middle. I think you're also back to landscaping. I think you're proposing like Italian cypress trees, 4 feet on center, next to this private school. And it seems like a fairly dense wall. I think I would be interested in seeing if those could be spaced farther apart. I think I would like the plans modified with regard to the common open space calculations to not include the bike locker area or modify the bike lockers so that there's actually something more desirable down there at the entrance to the residences. And I think there've been some other comments about the corrugated metal, and I think I share those concerns about it. If the board agrees with the corrugated metal, I think I would suggest that you can specify like zinc coated metal, so it's not quite so shiny. If you it can be aluminum or steel, and when it's brand new, it's fairly shiny and causes a lot of reflections. So there is a way to get it sort of like pre-patinaed from the very beginning. And then I also did want to point out to the board that the staff has conditions This is like, for example, landscape condition approval number 63, which is actually changing the planting plan. So if you looked at the planting plan, some of the trees in there have changed, or would change based on the conditions of approval by staff. And then, so I guess the biggest issue, is Peter's question about parking, and I guess this is for the applicant. My understanding is that you've done studies, I haven't seen it, for the underground garage. I guess my main concern, Peter, would be that if you have a 120-foot wide lot and 2 parking aisles is 120 feet, then that doesn't leave anything for landscaping, which is what we'll see on some of our other projects today. And I guess my take on it is I'd be interested in seeing those studies.
We did 2 options study underground parking, and from High Street getting down to the 13 feet below level, and we can only have 23 parkings. Even with the tandem parking, it's only 23. The total requirement parking was, we have 45 parking spaces. And again, I mean, we have the tree preservation plan there on the back. The arborists require setback from the back there, from those 2 large live oak trees. So we can't really cut our parking garage toward the back of the property. Really limit the size of the basement parking. That would never even meet half the requirement of the 25 units parking requirements.
Did you, so I know we had the parking lift issue, but we have approved projects for residential uses that had underground parking and lifts, so you can get more spaces in the basement. Did you consider?
Yep.
Did you consider that?
Previously, we have 20 parking spaces with a puzzle lift, which is go underground, just like the adjacent school building. You have the basement parking, and then also one was above grade parking. So that's like 3-level parking lift. We can get 20 parkings, but I don't think that was supported by the board, ARB, and planning. So we eliminated that. And also we did, like I said, we did 2 versions of underground parking layout for the planning department, study how we can, because first of all, you require 100 feet of ramp going down there, and then without using the back of the property, preserving those live oak trees, you only have little part of the front of where under the building can be parking area. So that really limited our underground parking option. So that's why we keep all the parking at grade at this point.
Okay, thank you for that. Are there any other?
Can I chime in on the parking?
Sure.
If I remember right, we had an applicant just adjacent to this property came in the other day with a full underground parking lot next to this tree. They've been around. I think that parking can be done. We just passed parking on a complicated commercial building on University Avenue that had a significantly tighter, smaller site. They managed to fit it in. I think the parking can fit here. This is a pretty good-sized lot. There's many ways you could get that ramp to fit underneath there. Sure, you have to pull back from the tree. Sure, we want to see some landscaping on top. I feel very strongly that the parking doesn't work as it is.
Okay, I guess the way I was thinking about it is that the surface parking isn't really that desirable, but I was willing to support it because of the oak trees. I'm not opposed to seeing, for the board to see the actual parking studies, I'd be willing, I'd be open to do that. But I think I would, if the studies are accurate, then I would support the project as proposed with some minor revisions. So I think we have some no votes. So is there anyone who try to make a motion on this? I think we've got no votes over here.
Well, I could move that we continue this item to a date uncertain and request that staff and the applicant provide us an analysis of what would be possible and feasible in terms of underground parking on this site. And if, including the use of lifts or other devices, I'd want staff's evaluation of the applicant's information on that score. And of course, if it's possible, then a number of our other concerns can be addressed with regard to functional, useful open space. And so here's my question to my colleagues. Should we just do that as a come back and let us know? Or do we want to try to address the issues now that would arise if we become convinced that it can't be done? I think maybe we should just do the focus, let's see how this works with underground parking, and then go from there? Does that make sense? Or do you want to go down both tracks?
The thing with, and I mean, I have sort of an intermediate, I guess, if anything, is I'm in favor of underground parking. I think it can be done. The other alternative, as I said, is you lose the two residential units on the ground floor. You turn that either into retail space or something where there is retail pretty much other than an entry on both streets, and the rest of the whole facade is retail, so you're not looking at parking garage or parking facility. That would be the only thing that I would even come close to considering. Somebody coming in and saying, no, gosh, no, we can't do it underground, so you're stuck with this one, isn't going to fly for me.
Well, because there are so many directions in which to go, I'm going to just make a motion that we continue this for the reasons stated to see an underground parking alternative provided by applicant and or staff, and certainly analyzed by staff, and not try to go out the branching choices further, but somebody else might want to.
Can I be clear, Win? So what we're asking for is to continue it, asking them to come back to us with an option of underground parking?
Yes.
I can support that. Second.
Okay, and before you vote, Chair, if I may interject, so I think that the applicant may have some additional information that they'd like to share with respect to the underground parking. I do think it's a hinge point on this project in terms of whether it goes forward or not. And so I think before you continue making an action on that motion, if you are amenable to at least hear from the applicant as far as their perspective on their studies, a little bit more information.
The only comment I would have to that is that I understand that he may have justification for not doing it, but I also don't think the way it's designed now is the best solution for on-grade parking.
And that may be, and I think that's a different conversation. If the direction from the board is to explore underground parking, and the applicant's perspective is they've explored it and it's not feasible for this project, continuing the matter may not be the desirable outcome for the applicant, and would perhaps be looking for direction, action from the board. Yes, what?
At this point, I'm not going to be in a good position to absorb a lot of new information without lunch and try to make an analysis based on that. I'm actually asking both staff and the applicant to give us more information on this topic, because if we decide that this project doesn't work with surface parking, we need to know that we want something on the record as to its feasibility, some information on that score. So that's why I'm thinking of doing it this way.
Just to confirm that staff has analyzed the underground parking with the applicant? We've had the urban forester take a look at some preliminary studies, and it does seem that about a third of the property couldn't be used because we'd want to preserve that for the trees. But further analysis could be done.
So I understand it right, if a third of the property can't be dug out for a parking lot, for parking underground, but a third of the parking lot can still be used for a parking lot proper? It doesn't seem to follow to me. If the trees are so precious that we can't develop a third of the lot, then what is this in front of us?
So I think what Jody was referring to is the excavation of the ground for the provision of the subterranean garage. And you know, these were some preliminary sketches that I remember us taking a look at. I don't know that we've done the type of study that I think Board Member Firth is referring to. But again, I go back to my initial comment relative to if the board would be informed by some perspective from the applicant.
Mr. Coe? Do you have any other, sure, Mr. Betancourt, if you have any other comments about the parking?
Thank you for going through this. So we looked originally at underground parking, knowing it would be the more desirable option. With the height limitations and the unit counts that we can get, and I know we're not supposed to talk about money, but this project is not even, I discovered yesterday, is not even feasible as it is. Now, we can push it forward. I got numbers from a general. But if we have to go underground, it's dead. And that's not any way to say that, it's just a fact. It won't go underground, it won't gain enough spaces, and it won't provide any return. It'll be negative, no bank will look at it. So it's done. So 25 housing units is gone. That's it. So that's just a fact we have to work with in this environment. Housing prices, the construction costs are skyrocketing. Over $500 a foot now. That's a fact. So this doesn't work as it is. We're planning on holding this long-term in the family so we can absorb that over 30, 40, 50 years. We can't absorb another 2 on top of that. And I know this is taboo to talk cash, but that's a fact here. And so we'll look at something totally different or leave it alone as it is, and it'll be a parking lot. And that's not what we want to do. We'd like to create a nice project, but to say that this is now hinged on underground parking can't work. I'm sorry, it just can't. And that's a fact. Okay? Thank you.
Great, thank you for that. So we'll see what the other board members think, but I mean, I think that our motion should then factor in both situations, right? So I mean, I think it's fine to ask for the underground parking study, but I think you should be clear about all the other things that have been mentioned before as well, so that could be addressed. Because it's been I think this project's been around for 2 years already. Like, I think we need to, move it along.
So it seemed to me that another question that was much discussed was whether the 2 ground floor residential units could be supported. I've heard you all speaking in both directions on that.
It's not desirable. I would say I know people who've owned condos on the ground floor of 800 high, and they lived there for a while. They weren't thrilled with it, and they eventually moved out. But the units do have vertical separation, so that's better than, say, is it 801 Alma, like the affordable housing, which has ground floor units without any vertical separation at all, which is, to me, is highly undesirable, and has planters in front of it as well. And if somebody were to try to convert it, or illegally or whatever, but you wouldn't, with having those steps, it wouldn't be accessible. So technically, you wouldn't be able to do it. And more parking would be required, I'm guessing.
I'm really asking, although I expressed my skepticism about its likely uses, since I live around a lot of apartments that are not functioning as apartments right now. My real question to you all is, do the majority of us, would we approve a project which included these 2 ground floor units?
No.
I would.
You would?
Yes, I think I would.
If we're taking a straw poll, I would too, but could we perhaps have Board Member Guyer present an alternative motion?
I withdraw my motion.
With
The seconder agrees.
With the ground floor being retail, or you had said something that I thought was quite...
Basically, I just said that
Microphone, please.
the design, the way it's done right now, is not the optimum design for ground, at-grade parking.
Right, but I felt that your alternative motion, if you make one, would be at least some clear direction for the applicant such that, we would be able to somehow
Well, my
make
thought was, I
the ground
agree
floor parking work.
with Peter in the sense that this is a very vibrant area. I don't want to walk down and look through a metal mesh at a bunch of parked cars or a blank wall. So there should be, what happens behind that? It could be a relatively, not very deep retail space, and then have parking behind it or whatever, but it would probably mean the loss of the 2 units. Now, if it turns out that financially they also can't absorb the loss of the 2 units, then it's sort of a done deal. But if they can because the thing is, you're turning that residential space into retail space. And then actually the other thing I like about that is that it actually becomes more of a mixed use. Let's face it, now it's a 1,000 square foot retail and 16,500 square foot residential. To me, that's not really mixed use. That's oh, by the way, we've got a little commercial space downstairs. So that would be the only alternative, but like this, I can't support it.
So is there a motion that you'd like to propose?
Pardon me?
So could you make that into a motion, perhaps?
Make that, okay, just whatever I said. All right, oh, no, that's fine, all right. I move then that if underground parking is not, or is out of the realm of possibility, that the first floor be redesigned in such a way that when you're walking on the sidewalk, other than possibly the mandated, I guess it's 20-foot wide opening, can be viewed, but there's no concept of a parking facility on the ground floor. Something like that would...
No, I won't come close to supporting that, Robert, I'm sorry.
Pardon me?
I will not support that motion.
Okay, well then.
I think you're not, I think all of us the applicant got up and stood in front of us and said, the issue with the parking is not the trees, it's the budget for the project. And I support that. We all want housing in town here, but I'm amazed that it's swaying us this much. It works or it doesn't. We have SOFA guidelines to follow, and we should follow them. And because he can't afford to build it with underground parking, or so they say, that is not...
I agree, that's why I'm hesitant about even making the motion.
So to try to move that, we sort of halfway design it from the DS here about where he can and can't put the building or the parking, we're just going to come back with stacked lifts then, right back where we started a year ago. I'd like to see us, try to give them clear guidance. If you guys are, if we're fine with the parking on the surface, let's say so. If we're not, let's say so.
I'm fine with the parking on the surface so long as it's screened, and since the motion has been made, I will second the motion.
What's the motion at this point?
That the first floor perhaps be redesigned in such a way that additional screening be provided, or that the 2 residential units be converted into retail or something else such that additional screening can be provided. Am I on track there?
Well, see, that's the problem with this. I don't want to sit there and design it for him. I don't want to see parking. That's about as basic as you can get it.
So perhaps the motion then should be modified to say the first floor be redesigned such that the screening of the surface parking be improved or revised?
No, see, again, that's not, because the screening means, you put a blank wall there and put some growies in front of it and say, hey, it's better than it was looking at a parking garage, and that's not acceptable to me. See, that's why I don't want to be put in the situation of making a motion, because I don't really agree with it. All I said was that was a possible option, but to come, up, as I said, that with my fellow board member here, to come up and say, hey, it's a money issue, I'm sorry, then maybe that area shouldn't be developed in this project. The applicant said maybe we need to come up with something else, and maybe that's what it ends up being. And maybe that's going against the whole mandate of the city where we want more housing. I'm sorry. Just because we need more housing doesn't mean I'm going to approve something in my own mind that I don't think is up to the level that I think is for me, a minimum for the city of Palo Alto.
Robert, if you were to withdraw your motion, I have an idea to make a separate motion.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion.
So I move that we continue the project to a date uncertain with the direction to the applicant to redesign the project with one of two options. Either provide below-ground parking or provide parking that's only accessed from Channing Avenue, and the building has frontage on High Street, the entire length of High Street.
I'd second that.
Martin.
Yeah. Question for staff. The architect, Mr. Coe, agreed to raise the ceiling height, the window height of that unit 16. Is that incorporated into the HRB motion, or is that should be incorporated into the ARB motion? Just so it doesn't get lost.
It should be incorporated into the ARB motion. I think we're having some discussions with the applicant as well.
Okay, right. So if, Chair, would you be able to ask if the maker and seconder would accept Mr. Coe's agreement that that window head on Unit 16 be raised?
Absolutely. I think it's a wonderful idea.
Thank you.
And John.
Thank you, Chair. So there was a motion and a second to do one of the two options, provide underground parking or only have parking off of access off of Channing, with the idea of extending the horizontality of the building so that you can't, this would be the addition of another couple of units probably. And then also possibly the requirement for lift parking, presumably. I don't know. I don't want to design it right now, but.
No, you're putting words onto the motion, Jonathan.
No, I'm not trying to put words in the motion. I'm trying to summarize my understanding that the motion is going to have one of the comments I heard from one of the board members, I think it was perhaps board member Guyer, I could be wrong, was about the horizontality of the building, and this would of course extend that some distance if we're going to fill in the ground floor area with units. And that's fine. That may be fine the way, however they approach it. I'm not suggesting that's a non-issue or an issue. I would only ask that the board, because you're talking about we frequently give applicants a chance to respond to some motions that have been made. And so you just may want to extend that opportunity to the applicant in giving these two options that are being presented.
You're saying before we vote? Before we vote. Okay, I think they're deliberating.
Okay. Can I get a clear description on exactly what we're going to be voting on? Because I'm confused now.
Well, okay, so Peter made the motion, right? Which is to provide a below-grade parking study?
Well, two options. So we're asking them to redesign the building to fit one of two options. One is to put the parking below grade. That's easy. Or to have it so the parking only comes off of Channing Avenue and you cannot see the parking. The building extends along the frontage of High Street. So I guess.
Now, you cannot see the parking, or there's actually something going on there? What
There's actually something going on there.
Is 100 feet or 200 feet of blank wall with a couple of growies in front of it.
No, it should, the motion is that there's functioning building facilities of some kind, be they residential or commercial, along the frontage. And I don't want to tie their hands too much. I'm just saying it cannot be an access to parking or visual parking. It has to be building. I'm trying to find a compromise that meets our guidelines, and by cutting back halfway, at least what you can see.
Right. And then there's an amendment to the motion, which is for the flush header on the third floor corner.
Unit 6.
Mr. Betancourt, do you have any comments on the proposed motion?
speaking with Mr. Coe, my concern would be what happens to the parking and the circulation. And do we then have to have any different building footprint changes? I don't know if we do, to the Channing entrance on the garage for the parking area. I guess I have some question that, assuming that there's some kind of horrible gaping hole in the front on High Street, and we have plants on either side of the entrance and exit, it doesn't seem that horrible if you consider across the street you've got parking lot, parking lot, parking lot. So, I mean, if this could go underground, as I say again, that really won't even be an issue. I just can't do that. It's not that we don't have the money; it just doesn't function. It's not. It won't pencil at all. We will be putting money into it and not getting anything out of it, and that's not the idea for anyone. So it will be essentially just a benefit to the city and a burden on us. So I guess I'd like some clarification on what the real issue is with having the entrance also on High Street. It doesn't look that awful to me. Now, I also respect some, Mrs. Firth discussed that part of the structure has some, it's not as friendly as the other corner, and I totally agree with that. I had mentioned that to Peter before and wondered if we could do some kind of a bench down there, some kind of a setback there that would allow a seating area, you know, a fountain or something, to liven that up a little bit. So I typically have a higher aesthetic than a lot of people, and I'd like this to be a beautiful building, and I would like to see, I guess I would like to see why, or understand why we think that that entrance is so terrible, and I wonder if it actually might end up looking funny, like it was just something that was closed off, that we put some stucco there, continued the planters, and put, you know, some kind of, you know, creeping vines. I don't think that actually has any benefit either. This adds a lightness to it in the ground floor, similar to what you have towards Channing and High Street, in my opinion. This appears to be like a really large building and a really large lot, but we took this way down. We gave it a giant haircut from what it was to the actual, we actually removed 1 or 2 units through this whole process. When we worked with Jonathan through this whole thing, trying to add as much housing as we could for the city and make this thing pencil, and it's tight. So I'm taking up too much time here, but I still wonder why that's a real problem on High Street. It seems to allow an in and an out that would be helpful for life safety and things like this too. Excuse me. So, thank you.
Yeah, you guys, we need to wrap up. But
Can
yes,
I was just brainstorming on this new concept of the, is there any benefit to making the parking direction one way so that there are still 2 automobile entrances onto the property? However, they're cut in half. Instead of a 25-foot opening on each side, they're 10 feet on each side. So you can only enter the parking off of Channing and you can only exit off of High Street. Would that offer any benefit to minimizing these gaps and still offering the access, 2 access points, but cutting the access point width in half?
Are you, yeah, friendly, I don't think that would work very well. Functionally, is that a proposal for an amendment? Because otherwise, to the chair, we've had a motion moved and seconded. I'd like us to have a vote.
Yeah, when?
I don't want to give up on this project. It's 35 units, or however many it is, I forget, 25? What's the number? I think that the revised version is engaged and engaging with the neighborhood in a way that the previous one wasn't. It seems to me when we've looked at a number of SOFA 2 projects, we get this recurring problem that surface parking leads you to screening parking, which leads to bigger volumes, and sometimes it just doesn't work at all. Certainly that was the case up on Forest. It just doesn't happen. It doesn't work. I'm not convinced that this can't work. I am convinced that right now it doesn't work along High Street. And if it's going to work, then I think it needs to be much literally greener. it needs to be, I was interested in if you're going to have a 3-story building in this neighborhood, you need 3-story landscaping in some way, whether it's vines or trees or hanging gardens, I have no idea. But a building like this in this location isn't going to make that transition from 801 High Street's block to the one further down without being significantly and literally green for me. I think that the volume could work. I do not think the High Street frontage works now. I don't know what the possible solution is. I'm thinking about the project on University where we went round and round and round, the Masonic Temple project where we went round and round and round and we finally got to a place that worked. I would like to see one more try to address our concerns, and I don't know, I'm sure that it won't adequately address everybody's concerns if we don't get underground parking, but I would like to see one more try.
I think we're ready to vote, and I would just say, I did want to respond to your question about the High Street parking entrance. And if you look at mixed-use buildings, like loft buildings in San Francisco, typically what happens is there's usually some sort of metal open gate at the sidewalk, and you look in, as a pedestrian, you look in, and what you see is the ugliest ceiling that you can ever imagine. So you've got like a concrete floor, and typically there's spray insulation that gets sprayed on there, and most of the time it's left exposed. Rare occasion, people will cover it with the ceiling, but usually they run out of money. You got the fire sprinklers, other utilities are dropping down. Because of this parking garage, they're often beams, sometimes they're beams, and so the utilities are hanging below the beams, and it's all exposed, and that's the concern. And you don't see it, when you're looking at elevation, but I think what I'm hearing from the board is that we've seen other buildings where that's a weakness. And I've seen buildings where it's addressed, where it's exposed, but there's still some screening, at the garage door entrance, and there's a door as well. So that's all I have to say. So let's vote on the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
None. So that's a 5-0 to continue the project. And if staff, hopefully this can be done sooner than a year. I mean, we've been taking hopefully.
Yeah, and just for the record, the project will come back to the ARB alone, without the HRB.
Okay, because it's different. SOFA 2 is different than SOFA 1.
Thank you.
Okay. We still have more items. The HRB is excused. Thank you for bearing with us. Do we want to take the lunch break now? Okay, so we're going to take a very short, half hour, 20 minutes lunch break. It is
You guys are insane.
12:30, so we'll reconvene at 1 o'clock to hear the remaining items.
Hey,
Number 5, which is public hearing for a quasi-judicial matter, 3877 El Camino Real. Recommendation on applicant's request for approval of an architectural review for the demolition of a vacant 5,860 square foot commercial building and construction of a new mixed-use project. The project includes a 4,027 square foot commercial building and 17 dwelling units, which are flats and townhouses. Parking for the project is provided in the basement. The applicant also requests approval for a design enhancement exception to allow the basement to encroach into the required rear yard setback below grade. Environmental assessment is a mitigated negative declaration, was circulated on March 6, 2017, and the comment period will end on April 7th. And the zone district is CS and RM30. And Sheldon, welcome, is our project planner.
Yes, good afternoon. Sheldon Ossing, contract planner, and I do have a PowerPoint presentation for you. The applicant is also here, and they also have a PowerPoint. I'll try to get through this as expediently as possible, but I do want to touch upon some important points, and the introduction was really great for the project overview. But this does show, the first slide does show the vicinity map, and the project does have an odd-shaped lot. It's a kind of a boot or an L. It does have frontage on both El Camino as well as on Kirtner Avenue. And there are two zoning districts. The CS zoning district does front El Camino Real, while as the multifamily district is at the back end, the heel of the boot, so to speak, in Kirtner. So there would be a demolition of the existing vacant building and then the construction of a new mixed-use project. Within the CS district, there would be a new 4,000 square foot vertical mixed-use building that would include retail on the first 2 floors, and then you would have 6 residential flat units on the upper floors as well. And then the back of the property in the multifamily district area, you would have 11 townhouses. And all the parking, as mentioned in the summary, is below in a basement. There is a design enhancement exception for the rear setback to encroach in the below grade by 4 feet, and that would allow for all the parking again to be within the ground within the basement. So the request of the project does have site and design review, and it also has the environmental document. This was previously reviewed by the Planning Commission on March 8th. So there were some public comments regarding the historic aspect of the existing building, as well as some of the traffic on the site, or coming off the site or within the vicinity of the area. Since the project does have an environmental document, the circulation period does end, I believe, tomorrow, so we are still receiving comments on the environmental document, and a lot of these comments regarding the historic aspect and the traffic would be addressed in our response to those comments. The commission did recommend approval of the site and design, also to make sure that they take a close look at the historic aspect. There is an appendix in the environmental document. It does include the historic resource valuation for the project. But that recommendation went on to the council. So the site does have flat topography. It is surrounded by both commercial and multifamily. The commercial is mainly along El Camino. Multifamily is towards the rear of the property. Also mainly low-intensity development along El Camino. This area hasn't been built to its full potential necessarily just yet. As mentioned, the request does include a site and design. There's certain findings for those. Part of the process is to go through this board. It's reviewed by the Planning Commission and the City Council. There's a density bonus concession because the project does include affordable housing units. So that is allowed by law, and what they've asked for are some additional square footage. And so because of the level of affordability and the amount of units, then they would get certain amount of additional square footage. The architect's review is the site design by the board, and also recommendation would be to the council. And as I mentioned, design enhancement exception are findings for that with deviation of the 10-foot setback. So this is taken from the plans, but it does show you the context of the areas mentioned. It's kind of a low-intensity area, both along El Camino and Kirtner, and the project is designed to meet the context findings and be within the context of the surrounding area. The project does meet the development standards, with the exception of the setback for the below-grade parking. But what it does do, by allowing all the parking to be below ground, it does allow for a lot of flexibility on the top. And I think that was kind of presented a little bit in the previous item. So they have all their open space, their common and private open space areas, their pedestrian and bicycle circulation is made on the top there. And then your entrance to the garage is both from El Camino and Kirtner, but the exit is only off of Kirtner. So if you're wanting to go back the other direction, El Camino, you would have to go through the signalized intersection there at Kirtner and El Camino. So this site plan does demonstrate that there is a separation there, kind of a buffer between the larger mixed-use building and the townhouses, but it does all cohesively work together. And then, of course, here's the below grade parking. So they are utilizing the entire footprint. It includes the ramps going down. Your garbage would be collected in bins on that level, and then they would be brought to the upper level along Kirtner. There's a staging area on site, and then when the garbage vehicles arrive, then they would service those bins, put them back in the staging area next to the ramp, and then they would be placed back down below. So there wouldn't be any space taken up along the curbside. So just some project perspective showing you how the project fits in. The applicant will describe a little bit more about their architectural details, but as we mentioned in our findings, that we do believe that the project does meet those context findings. And here's a perspective of the mixed-use building itself, showing a lot of horizontal types of orientation. You would have the retail layer at the first level. You have some outdoor space. There wouldn't be any restaurants per se at this place. There's no grease interceptors or other types of facilities that would accommodate that, but you may have a deli or something like that there, and other retail uses on the second floor as well. Then the townhouses are very similarly designed, maybe a little more vertical with the wood paneling. But these are all consistent with the neighboring developments, a new development next door, multifamily, and so this is consistent in massing with that. The affordable housing component of it, the code does require 15% of the total units. When you do the math, it comes out at 2.7 units, so they'll be providing 2 units on site. The 0.7 amount is going to be an in lieu fee. And the concession, as I mentioned, is for the additional square footage, the 2,600 square feet for the project. The project does not seek any parking relief. Again, all the parking is provided on site below ground. They actually have an excess of several spaces. As I mentioned previously, by having the parking below ground, you do allow for some flexibility on the surface. And this diagram demonstrates the connectivity in open space and some of the amenities that would be provided, again, with the mixed-use component of it. That's a good gathering area, and then that transitions to some of the other more private areas within the townhouse area. But there's also some common space area, open space there too. As part of the project, there was a completed mitigated negative declaration that is being circulated currently. There are potential significant impacts to the biological resources, and that's actually due with potential nesting birds and roosting bats. So that's a pretty common type of impact that occurs, and there is mitigation measures for those. So after the review of the project and this initial study mitigated negative declaration, the board shall recommend adoption or provide comments, recommend changes as it may deem necessary. So we are looking for that type of comments and direction as well. So the next steps for the project is to complete the environmental document period, circulation period, respond to any of those comments. We have already received some. And then we would schedule a council meeting after the board makes its recommendation. Then the decision would be on the site design, design enhanced exception, and the council would also adopt the negative declaration. So the motion from staff is to recommend that the city council adopt the mitigated negative declaration approval of the review and design enhancement exception applications to allow for the construction of the mixed-use project based upon the findings and the conditional approval. So that concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Again, the applicant is also here with their presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sheldon. So we normally do the applicant presentation, and you'd have 10 minutes. I do know that we have one speaker from the public who has scheduling issues, and I wonder, we normally do the speakers after the presentation, but if you need to leave, we could do it.
No, we could.
Before? We'll get there. I'm sorry? Yeah, is it Julian who needed to leave early? Okay, so I think that may have taken care of itself. Okay, so.
Excuse me, Chair Liu, could I just close the communication before the public hearing part starts? So I was at the site. I met with Dorothy Bender, and we looked at the building from the landscaping down the Starbucks drive-through driveway, and also from the neighboring property, the property adjacent to this project's frontage on Kirtner. And she provided me with her copies of documents from the first review of this project, all of which are part of the public record. And provided me with information about her conversations with the Silvestre family, which I believe are repeated in other communications to us. And we discussed, in general terms, the security of the parking arrangements and the existence of rolled curbs, and also concerns of the neighbor on Kirtner about construction impacts. Thank you.
Any other disclosures? No. Okay, so do the applicant presentation, and you have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Womack. I'm an architect with EID Architects. We've been working together with the city on this project for a number of years. Many of you no doubt recall seeing this project in its prior incarnation. I thought I'd start by just quickly listing what primarily we were responding to during the period that's passed in between the last time you saw it and now. The first two are the more important changes, and they were, one, to move the parking podium level down so that it was flush with the grade, to reduce the massing of the buildings and help with the transition to the multifamily neighborhood that's next to our and adjacent to our project. And the second one was to add driveway access from El Camino Real so that shoppers who want to come to the property have direct access to the parking garage. There was concern that driving all the way around to Kirtner to find the driveway entrance was more than just a stretch. And so we reconfigured the site plan to accommodate those two items. There was also a desire to redesign the commercial facade to be more consistent with the build-to line and other requirements for the El Camino Real district. And to improve our open space and enhance its continuity, to create a path that allowed pedestrians a clear and open access from one side of the property to the other. Those were the issues that we were attempting largely to address, and I'll describe how we went about doing that. The project, as you no doubt have all seen, is an area of El Camino Real that hasn't seen a lot of development yet. We're sandwiched in between the Starbucks restaurant and an older oil lube building. The project building itself existing building is really quite small and doesn't have much of a presence on the street other than the very street frontage there. It's important, I think, to take a look at the overall neighborhood. This community was built up in the 1960s. Before that, it was largely orchards and a few single-family homes. Excuse me. During the 1960s, what you see here is that there was a very intense development of apartment buildings, and this is a kind of an unusual neighborhood for Palo Alto. There aren't many neighborhoods like this, and this is why we've come to you with a fairly dense multifamily solution for this project. At the same time, wanting to respect the existing neighbors, particularly the one directly to the left of us, we broke the scale and massing of the duplexes on the RM30 zone down to be more respectful of that type of scale and massing. The site itself is really very challenging. The leg that comes in from Kirtner is only 55 feet wide. You can imagine the challenges that would be associated with any sort of on-site or surface parking solution for this property. Contextually, the parcel directly adjacent to us is currently under construction with a 6-unit multifamily building that pushes all of the zoning criteria, floor area ratio, setbacks, lot coverage. And this is perhaps consistent with the kind of residential development that you're probably going to see more and more of as the demand for housing continues to apply pressure on the city. Directly across the street is another small project that was recently completed, which contains 6 units in 2 buildings. The scale of this is more in keeping with the overall nature of of Kirtner Beyond. So that brings us to our siting here, and you can see that we've got the mixed-use building up in the CS zone, satisfying the criteria for that zoning district by itself, and then it transitions down into a more residential scale, which you can see based on this slide is really much more pedestrian and human in scale than most of the other existing construction in the neighborhood. The sites, we started by increasing our setback off of Kirtner. We have a 65-foot front yard setback to the first building, the first duplex here. And this in spite of the fact that the existing condition all the way down Kirtner is essentially built to the front yard setback line. You see the 11 townhomes clustered in a duplex and a triplex on the narrow portion of the lot, and 3 duplex buildings on the leg that extends back to El Camino Real. Speaking to the point that Sheldon made about the amount of open space that you see here, one of the advantages of putting the parking underground is that we do have an excessive amount of open space in this project. In the RM30 zone, we have 10 times the required private open space than is required by the code. These open spaces range from just under 200 square feet for the 2 smaller yards on the narrow section of Kirtner to over 600 square feet for some of the larger yards. That's also true of the residential buildings and the mixed-use portion of the lot. We redesigned the El Camino Real frontage to bring the plaza area from the north side of the property down to the south side of the property. This was done to address some of your comments, but also to address some of the concerns that were expressed to us by the owners of the Starbucks property, who wanted to make sure that we were respectful of the view corridor so that customers driving south on El Camino Real would still be able to see and identify their property. He felt that was important for the success of his business and his retail space there. And so the commercial building shifted to the north side, and we shifted the plaza area to the south. This also allowed us to really enhance the pedestrian linkage between the commercial portions of the project and the residential RM zone to the rear. The retail space is on the first floor primarily, with the second floor, which could be a mezzanine or it could be a standalone retail space. The residential units behind it and above it are designed to fill out that building, meeting all the criteria for FAR and setbacks and so forth for the CS zone. Those 6 flats balance out the remainder of the residential area. Moving down to the garage, you can see that we've got a one-way access point in off of El Camino Real. This provides that direct connection that you wanted to see, so that customers could have easy access to parking and get into the store. It was believed by many of the stakeholders from the city that having a driveway exit on El Camino Real would have created confusion and a rather hazardous location. So we hit upon a solution whereby all the traffic leaving the parking garage would leave on Kertner. The added advantage to that being that they would be able to re-enter El Camino Real at a signalized intersection. The parking garage, as was pointed out, has a lot of extra parking. The peak demand for this parking shifts, commercial more during the day, residential more during the evening. So we believe, given the fact that we're overparked and given the nature of our being able to cluster guest parking and commercial parking reasonably close to each other, we think that this project can be built without creating any real impact on the existing community in terms of their parking needs. Sheldon described to you the character of the commercial building here. You can see as you move into here that you do have this open corridor along the south side of the property that does connect you with the common open spaces in the rear. The driveway ramp is designed such that we're going to have landscaping planters ring it with cascading vines to soften and lessen the impact of that entry. We're repeating that on the Kertner side of the property. Here you can see very clearly the stark contrast between our front yard setback and the setback of the neighbors. The transition from the common or the public space to the common space of the residential area helps create an attractive entrance into the project. Here you see the relative massing of our duplexes transposed against the two-story apartment building directly to the east. And this shows you the position of the podium on the grade and how that really did drop the building down and allow us to maximize to full effect the amount of open space, both private and public and open. And finally, I'd like to point out that we have incorporated into the townhomes bike lockers, essentially, that are bike garages. They're designed to be as effectively used by the owners as possible. You know how people spend a lot of money on their bikes when they're into commuting on their bikes. And rather than have these remotely placed around the site, inconvenient to the individual units, these are designed to really encourage the use and the functional ability of residents to use their bike. I've run out of time. I'll stop and take questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so we have 4 speakers. We'll allow 5 minutes for each. So we have Judy Gittleson, Simon Sims, Dorothy Bender, and Jeff Levinsky.
And could I go back to one of his slides, like the second one? Hi, I'm Judy Gittleson, and I'm a resident at like the second slide, third slide, where you show the overview. And I'll just give you an orientation to where I am. Keep going back. That one. This one? One forward, the other direction. Okay, so there's the neighborhood. I'm right between hi, I'm Judy Gittleson, and I reside at 399 Kertner, and I'm the unhighlighted area, the one of a few single-family homes in the neighborhood. The darker yellow is 405 Kertner, and I want to speak to that, but I first want to say that I felt that the notification of the city was really weak. I've been paying attention to 405 Kertner because it impacts me, and I felt like the only, we walk by the 3877 El Camino regularly, so we saw the pictures in the window, but I felt like the first notification I got on issues was March 8th. So I just wanted to make note of that, and I've been paying very strict attention to 405 Kertner, which has been being built since November of 2015, and it's 6 units. And that, my big point is traffic. That has completely impacted negatively Kertner Avenue. And they have trucks, and they don't have underground parking, and it's a project a third of the size of this one in terms of construction, and then it doesn't have the underground parking. And my big wish, and I'll highlight the response I did to the mitigated negative declaration is that you redo a traffic study in 2017, because I've been living at this address since 2010, and over the past few years, the population has swelled. People in Palo Alto cannot afford to use their garages for garages. They are storage or living, and 405 Kirtner has glass on both sides, and those two-car garages, in my best view, are not going to be used for storage of cars. Those cars are going to be on Kirtner. The Gabriel Court across the street has added another dozen new residents, and it just feels like Kirtner is constantly backed up. So I just think the 2014 traffic study that you did is not applicable to what's the conditions that exist with this building. That's my big request. My response to Sheldon was, the four things were traffic exiting from the project onto Kirtner, the underground parking, the studies of the historical significance, and the entrance to the property on El Camino, the 3877. I feel that driveway is too sharp of a turn in right after the exit from the Starbucks. If you're a pedestrian, and I state this in the letter that I wrote, you are constantly, or not constantly, but whenever I walk by, people are leaving Starbucks with their coffee in a hurry, and they don't look that direction. And I, from anecdotally, have had near misses, near accidents there on a monthly basis, and I'm pretty cautious. So I think that their proposed driveway going in at that point is an accident waiting to happen from someone leaving Starbucks. I just want to say that. Exiting onto Kirtner is a big problem, which I stated in here. I just feel that the increased amount of these 62 cars only leaving on Kirtner is really putting a strain on a street that is, do I get 5 minutes? Or
Yeah, I think you have about a minute left. And we
Okay.
started a little late because of the
All right,
presentation, the slide. But
Okay, cool. That Kirtner is a two-way street, but because so many people are using the street for their parking, it really, to drive up and down, you really have to wait for the car to come by. You cannot drive two cars against one another unless they're smaller cars. And then the trucks for construction that have been on the street from 405 Kirtner, which are a fraction of what's going to happen with digging and underground parking, are making it so that not only can one not go by, it's a real slow transportation corridor. I don't think Kirtner is sufficiently designed to support the parking and the exit onto Kirtner, and I think new traffic studies need to be done to consider the exit that way. I would prefer to have the exit be on El Camino. And I also think that just in doing the underground parking is really pushing up against the environmental aspects of it. I think that's it. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great. Okay, next speaker is Simon Sins. I don't see him out there.
Hello. My name, I was going to say good morning, but now it's afternoon. So my name is Simon Sins. Our family has owned the property that Starbucks currently occupies. We've owned it since the early 1960s. I'm here to speak in support of getting this project done. I really don't know much about the architecture. To me personally, the project, visually looks very pleasing. What I am concerned about is that right now, right next to us at the old Compadres restaurant, we really have a bad situation. The building looks terrible, the existing building I'm referring to, the old Compadres restaurant, because there's nobody there. It's been vacant now for 8 or 9 years. It's a long time for a property, especially a large property, to be vacant. Garbage and trash and old newspapers collect on the sidewalk in the front. There's nobody there to clean it up. When you go to the edge of our property, I think Ms. Firth, I guess, was looking over, from the wall down there. What you'll see is discarded blankets and sleeping bags and trash. This has been an area where transient people often stay there. There's the subject property here is on grade maybe a foot or two lower than our property, so we have like a 4-foot wall, and on the other side people have put chairs and other things to make it easy to get over from their side to our side. This is a problem for people that are drinking, using drugs, potential fire. This is not a good thing to have in a neighborhood, and it's not a good thing to have for a long period of time as we've had here. So I'm really encouraging the ARB here to move this project forward quickly, because I think that what you have in front of you is a overall good project. Again, I'm not an architect, but I would very much like to see the area improved and the hazards that come with a unoccupied building that's been vacant for many, many years be removed and the neighborhood improved. In terms of just driveways and things like that, if you're going to have a driveway on El Camino, the current placement of the driveway, which is next to our Starbucks drive-through, in my mind, is a good location, simply because it creates more space between my drive-through and the buildings that are going to be occupied. So in my mind, it's the proposed location for the driveway for the subject property is in a good location to separate us from commercial use from a residential use. So again, I hope this project moves along quickly. I would like to see something happen with that property. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Dorothy Bender.
Hello, my name is Dorothy Bender, and I've been watching this project for, 45 years. I mean, as long as I've lived in the area. And when I first moved into Barron Park, this was my neighborhood restaurant, Ironworks, and then it became Compadres, and in 2008, I had my retirement party there. So I've been watching it and lived nearby. This is a photo of El Camino yesterday, and it's just a feeling that I have that we have 9 Minute Oil, Compadres, we have Starbucks, and a gas station. And wouldn't it be nice if we had some kind of overall design for El Camino? This is the Starbucks where you can see a car exiting and a car driving by. I'm across the street in front of the liquor store. This is, again, a car exiting Starbucks. And you see the fire hydrant there. And just alongside of that door there will be, which is now was the entrance to Compadres, will be the driveway down into the underground garage. Yesterday, we noticed the Ironworks sign that's still posted on the side looking from Starbucks. So it's still there, and one of our speakers, and we have talked about the historic relevance of that building, which we would like to preserve. And the Planning Commission did recommend, in addition to 3 people approving the project, that it do a full that it continue with historical analysis before approving. This is also a photo of the Compadres building, and I know that the homeless people, if they don't go there, they'll go across the street to the alley on Military Way or sleep in the underground garage. Last Friday, March 31st, this is Julian Silvestri. He's the grandson of the original owner of Compadres, of Ironworks, Gonzalo Silvestri, who was born in Mexico in 1898, and he came here to build and run the store. So this is in the architect's office, and we were shown some 28 or so objects that were saved from the historic building. And here was a diagram that we were shown of the objects that I believe are the Ironworks objects that came from the original shop. This is a photo of the parking lot that used to be the Compadres parking lot. I'm looking at it from Kirtner. So this is what it looks like, and there's trees on both sides. I think all those trees will be removed by the current plans. This is I found this picture. This is what I assume the parking lot will look like underground. And here is the diagram, which you've seen before, of the 62 parking spaces. That which is highlighted in blue on the bottom is the 4 feet density and enhancement exception, which they're asking for. I have a great deal of concern about this underground parking lot. Notice that if I live there and I come home with my baby and my groceries, I'm going to have to look for a parking space. And I've just paid $2.5 million for a townhouse that's above me. And how do I get to my townhouse? I have no easy way. I've highlighted in blue some of the ways in which you can get upstairs. And then there's 2 elevators. But we have packages, and there's a great deal of issues surrounding this underground parking garage. I have a statement here from, I checked, is that the 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for speaking, and Jeff Levinsky.
See, I have a handout for the board members, so. And I'll be referring to that later. Good afternoon, I'm not used to saying that. Good afternoon, board members and staff. First, very quick thing. Sheldon mentioned that the ground floor would be retail, but I think the plans say it could be office, so it'd be good to get that clarified if it's really being designed for retail or office. I have some concerns about the historic review. The DUDAC historic review for the building mentions there were original frescoes that have been painted over on interior walls, but say the date and artist, but doesn't mention the artist at all, and says the date is unknown. However, the Silvestri family has identified the artist as Arnaldo B. Rubio, who worked for the Federal Art Project in 1930s. His commissions include the Los Angeles City Hall and the San Bernardino Post Office. I think that information should get into the historic review, and there should be an evaluation of the artist's significance. The review should also then evaluate whether the murals are restorable. It says that they've been painted over, but that doesn't mean that they can't be restored, because that would lead to some opportunities for historic preservation of at least the murals. Then there's criterion 3 in the historic review. It asks whether the existing building is an example of a type of building that was once common. And then the review says, well, there weren't many adobe buildings constructed in Palo Alto in the 20th century, so it's not common. However, there's no reason why the review chose that particular period of time to look at. And adobe buildings were, of course, quite common in this area in the 19th century, not the 20th. So if you go back and look at the criteria, the plain facts are that the building, being adobe, is of a type that was once common in this area and is now indeed very rare. The review doesn't get into it, but apparently it may be the last such adobe building left in Palo Alto altogether. When said that way, the building does then appear to meet criterion 3. And then I have some questions about the concession for extra FAR, and I've given you each copies of some of our laws. The municipal code at 18-15080A says that any request for a concession, and I've highlighted this, shall be submitted with the first application for a discretionary permit for a development. Becky Sanders of the Neighborhood Association asked the city for copies of all the materials related to this, and the documents she got back were all dated in 2016, whereas the application went in 2014. So there's a question: how was there information about the concession submitted with the first application as the law requires? It goes on to say the application shall be on a form prescribed by the city. The materials given to Becky were not on a form prescribed by the city. Then down below on item 4 there, it says if a concession is requested, there should be included a brief explanation as to the actual cost reduction achieved through the concession or incentive, and how the cost reduction allows the applicant to provide the restricted affordable units. Well, there was no such explanation of any cost reduction associated with the materials that Becky received. And in fact, it's a little curious, and you as architectural board members might want to comment, how does extra FAR reduce costs? Normally, well, we heard before that it was $500 a square foot to build FAR, so how does extra FAR, in this case 2,600 square feet, lower the actual costs? I've included for you the state law, and the state law says that a concession means something that reduces the actual costs of the project. So it's not clear to me that what the city is offering to provide is actually a legal concession under the state law. So there's some problems there, and I'm hoping that you'll have a chance to address all that. Thank you very much. And now I have to go.
Great, thank you, Mr. Levinsky. And I just wanted to say, just give one more chance to Julian Sylvester if he's back. Excellent. And you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me talk. I just have a short statement to read. My name is Julian Gonzalo Silvestri. I am the grandson of Gonzalo Silvestri, the man that built the building on El Camino. I would like to request that you revisit the historical aspect of 3877 El Camino Real, the adobe building built by my grandfather Gonzalo Silvestri in the 30s, as a representation of Mexican-American culture in California and my heritage. Many homes and businesses in Palo Alto, Menlo Park, Atherton still have the artistic iron made from Silvestri Iron Arts. Allied Arts in Menlo Park is a treasure of Menlo Park and is a great example. Some of the other clients include Shirley Temple Black, the DuPont family, Sunset Magazine, James Gardner, Y.A. Tittle, way before Joe Montana, John Brody, Ricky's Hyatt House, Alta Mesa Cemetery, Town and Country Village, and the Ramona Street Historic District, and many other businesses and homes in the area. Besides being one of the last adobe buildings in Palo Alto, there is also fresco on one of the inside walls done by Mexican artist Arnaldo Baja Rubio. Not only was the building ironworks, it also served as a gathering spot for other artists and craftspersons in the area and of the time. It would be a shame to destroy one of the last links between Mexican Americans and present Hispanic culture. On March 31st, last week, the architect showed us a few ironworks saved in his back room, including labeled diagram of all the Silvestri items preserved. The Silvestri family hopes that Palo Alto will do a complete analysis of the historic cultural significance of the Ironworks Compadres building, as was recommended by the Planning and Transportation Commission at its March 8, 2017 meeting. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Okay, we'll close the public comment period and bring it back to the board. Questions?
Thank you. We saw this project when did we last see this project? At the board?
It was in December of 2013 for the preliminary.
I don't believe that's correct. No.
We had I'm not sure. I've seen it twice.
And I've
at a
seen it
preliminary
before, and I
level.
wasn't here in 2013. So we've got another set of plans. I just can't find any reference in the staff report.
Looks like
Yeah, November 15th, sorry. 2016? I think one of the steps of review fell out of the staff reports. So I found it. It was a preliminary review, was it? I'm not trying to ask trick questions. I just got quite confused.
The preliminary review was in 2013. I had been, you had asked the question earlier, I was looking for that. I could not find the previous review, so I will keep looking.
Well, we have a set of plans dated November 23rd, 2015, which are not the current version. And we reviewed these because I found myself wondering how many strangely constrained L-shaped projects next to a drive-through fast food, not good coffee establishment do we have? And I don't see any reference to our previous discussion or recommendations except in the applicant's presentation. So dropping out that piece of the experience, I think, is confusing both to us and the public.
Alex, if she's finished.
Okay. Mike, when you turn the mic off. And Peter.
Do we have any material samples for this project that we could see?
The applicant does have some.
Could you bring them up, please?
These are samples from the board.
If you've submitted the material board, is that available? That would be, this is difficult.
So, I'm sorry, we can't hear the conversation taking place, so we need you to step to a microphone if you don't mind. And Sheldon, can you respond to the material board issue?
Yes, we do have one. I can bring it down from upstairs.
Yes, I would like to see that, please.
So I think you have the answers you were looking for at this point, but if you have another question, I'm more than happy to answer. And we have lots of information about the process we have come through as well, and the chronology, if you'd like to have further info about that.
Q, do you have any questions? Well, why don't we wait, if it's for Sheldon, why don't we wait till it comes back?
I have maybe just a quick clarification questions for the applicant. There was some mention in the staff report about garbage and how that was going to be taken out. Could you explain, could you repeat that information and explain to me whether these are plastic rolling carts or larger metal carts?
The smaller carts, and the procedure will be that property management will be responsible for bringing those carts from the two areas within the basement that are designated for collection to a staging area on the property adjacent to the curb by Kurtner.
So both of the garage garbage areas will be taken out to Kurtner Street?
By property management, yes.
And these bins are going up through the elevator or by ramp?
No,
or?
up
Okay.
the ramp.
Okay.
Right.
All right, thank you.
And, you know, it seems like a lot of work to me, but evidently property management companies are used to doing this.
Okay. And then on the second floor of the mixed-use building on El Camino, where you have that second floor retail/office space, is there a restroom that those office
The restrooms for the retail space has not been identified yet. The assumption is that a tenant improvement plan will be submitted by whomever it is that rents those areas, depending on how it is leased. the design solution for a single occupant would be different than it would be if there's two.
Okay.
So rather than try and anticipate how that might be used, we elected to remain vague about that area.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Peter?
I guess I'll wait for the material board to get here, but I really want to understand what these materials are on the facade.
We can get back. We can return back to that. I have some questions for you. So where is the electric transformer?
The electric transformer that was identified for use on this project recently is by the Chevron property. Quite a bit of work was put into working with the city to determine which of the transformers that are around the property could be used. And there are the Chevron transformer evidently wasn't available when we made our original application. So that has been very well scrutinized by the city, Public Works, and utilities, so that there's a high degree of confidence that that transformer is appropriate for supplying this property.
Okay, thank you. And then the garage, the underground garage, you're showing like pedestrian, well, wait, let me get back for a second. For the townhouses, right? I think you're showing gates at the pedestrian entrances.
Right.
But it's not clear what's happening at the automobile entrances. So at the moment, it looks like the automobile entrance is open, but you could go up the middle staircase to the units?
The idea that we're working on with the gating the garage, it's an interesting challenge because on the one hand, you want to make sure that customers have access to the garage during business hours unimpeded. At the same point in time, you'd like to have some degree of security after hours. And so the solution that we would employ would be to have gates at the bottom of the ramps that would be deployed only after hours. Those hours specifically to be determined. I'm thinking probably somewhere in the 8 to 9 o'clock p.m. They would they would be closed, and then they would be opened again at 6 in the morning. But yes, and then once you're into the garage, our plan is to have one assigned parking spot per unit. Then the remaining guest and commercial space would be available on a first-come, first-served basis. And once you've entered the garage, found your parking spot, there are 3 points where you can get out of the garage. Since all of the townhome parking is clustered essentially on the Kirtner side of the project and around that first corner, we have 2 stairways that give you more direct access from the garage to those 2 points, plus an elevator for people when they're carrying more than they want to or can carry upstairs, or if they aren't able to climb the stairs, we have that elevator. And the mixed-use building has its own elevator too, which serves not only to provide access to the flats, but also to provide access to the retail.
You're going to need, then there would be a gate at probably at the middle staircase?
Yeah, except that in the case of where these staircases are, they're behind the primary gates for the residential area. So the gates would not necessarily, like the gates into the garage, after hours when the garage is closed and the primary gates into the residential portion of the site are closed, the stairwells aren't really an area of concern.
Okay. So I think there were more questions from Peter and Q for staff, but Peter.
Okay, I'm looking at your material board, and I see Ipe wood siding for horizontal siding, and you just presented us with a box of Trespa laminate. Would you mind walking through the street elevation on El Camino and pointing out the 4 or 5 dominant materials and showing us which ones they are, please?
The material board that you're looking at probably predates the most current submittal. As you're aware, the project has been before you for a long time, and the majority of the work that's been done in the past couple of years have been focused on addressing density and building placement and so forth. The one point that was made very clearly by the board on the last visit was that natural wood sidings really are just not appropriate for use in buildings of this type. And so what we are proposing now to do is to use manufactured materials like the Trespa, which are sustainable and very durable, and they don't fade. And so the areas on the El Camino Real elevation that you're looking at that have the appearance of being a wood-like product are not wood, they're the Trespa product.
Could I interrupt you? Please pull up an elevation from El Camino and just point to the various elements and tell us what they are, please.
Oops, this is not my presentation. How do you exit out of this?
My cursor.
Thank you. That's it. Did I miss one? No, I don't think so. There we go. Okay. Also on sheet A 2.5, you'll see the areas of materials labeled. On the front elevation, you're not really going to be seeing any stucco at all. There's not a lot of material here because there's a lot of glazing, but what you do see here that is a solid color or the wood-like product, that's all going to be a Trespa or Trespa-like building system with a hidden fastener detail. So it'll produce a clean and very durable and very presentable elevation. Will not be subject to the deterioration that you raised as a concern with a wood product. The window frames and all the metal components of the building will be a matching aluminum finish. Then we're employing a sunshade system to help break down the massing of the building, maintaining visual continuity between the street and the retail area.
Excuse me, please. I just asked for you to identify the materials. Which Trespa panel?
Oh.
Which piece? I just want to know what is being proposed.
If I may assist, the brown color on this elevation, the brownish color are the Trespa products. The horizontal lines are the rain screen products.
Which Trespa product? There's a box of them over there.
So there are many options.
Which one is proposed, please?
So this one here is proposed. It's all the same material. They have different colors and textures. And this one is to simulate a wood grain, but it is a composite material with very durable, as Mark was mentioning. So that is the wood material. Quotes. The rain screen product is in the other box, the Terra 5 box, which is a terracotta product, and it are the horizontal lines that run up along the building. Now, this product line here, they make all these colors that are on the color chart, but when they provide you the samples, they can't provide you a sample of the actual color, of your actual profile in that color until you make an order. So we were proposing this profile, which is in the, and all these are also called out, by the way, in the set, the current set, on the elevation sheets as note tags. But, and then, so it would be that product in the color to match the window and door frame, curtain walls. So that is that's an extruded terracotta product that is long. So it's the long lines on the image that you're looking at in the elevation.
That's what goes in front of...
It basically looks like a Venetian blind.
On the exterior of the glazing.
That's correct.
And would it be the terracotta color or the silver color shown in the elevation?
The elevation color. And the color chart here, on the cover of the box, they have their color chart.
Okay, and then the material for the columns, there's these white posts?
Material for the columns is either going to be concrete or it's going to be clad in stucco.
Beautiful, yeah, that's a nice part of it.
So the columns are either going to be clad, stucco, or they'll be concrete. But most likely, the structural engineer is going to recommend that we, clad them with stucco.
Okay, I think that's the end of my question. Thank you.
Sure.
So Q, did you have any other questions? Okay. I have some. I have a question regarding the landscape. So you have some stormwater retention areas, and I was wondering if you could explain that and how those are placed and coordinated with the trees that are proposed on the property line. This is the property line, or there's a property to the north on Kirtner. I don't have the address.
The civil engineer on the project and the landscape architect on the project they work together to concentrate the C3 retention in the property within the 6-foot setbacks that occur along either side of the parking garage area. And they recognize the challenges that they would face with making sure that they could plant trees in that space without interrupting the function and flow of the stormwater system. But that is something that they looked at very carefully and worked together with to resolve.
So are the proposed trees in the retention areas, or are they in between them? Are they in between the retention areas?
The idea, as it was presented to me, was that the bioretention area would start and stop, allowing placement for trees
between them. Great.
Because the trees, they're incompatible.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Okay, why don't we move on to board member comments?
Chair, as you're getting, I'm sorry, over at the table, as you're getting ready for your deliberation, we did find that other study, Jody can, or that other discussion regarding the project, Jody can speak to.
Sure.
Yes, so there was a study session on December 3rd of 2015. So it was a study session. There wasn't a vote at that time. But there was some discussion about the width of the courtyard off of El Camino, the depth of the below-grade parking, entrance routes to the residential units, automobile access to retail spaces on El Camino Real, the calculation of lot coverage, ensuring that was done correctly, location of mechanical equipment, and wood siding on the units. The board members commented regarding the permitted office uses, the lack of parking spaces for retail uses, lack of open space, height of housing at the rear of the property, the use of the Ipe wood siding, the west face glazing, locations of bike lockers, placement of BMR units, quality and usefulness of the drawings, and linking the building design to surrounding businesses. And there was questions about an alternate design for ingress and egress of automobiles.
Great, thank you. Okay, we're ready for board member comments. Robert?
Actually, I'm relatively happy with this design. I like it much better than the previous one we saw. I think the units work more. I remember if I remember right, the last one the parking garage was sort of 3 or 4 feet out of the ground, and so now it's been pushed all the way down, which I think is a big help. It just, the flow along the site is much better. I guess the main concern I have is now seeing some of the colors are a little strange to me as far as some of the mixtures. So I think I'd have a little bit of a problem with that, but other than that, I could probably approve the project the way it is now.
Okay, Peter?
Thank you. Yes, I share Robert's sentiments that changing the way the parking is done has dramatically improved a lot of other things about the project. I also find coming in off of El Camino as a one-way entrance in is a very good solution. It makes sense to drive in there. I heard and understand the neighbors' concerns about Starbucks being right there, and it will be more difficult, you are correct. I still think it's much better than having people have to go all the way around to Kirtner and come back in. That would result in no parking, people stopping and looking for a spot, causing even more trouble. So we are compromising, and I think this is one of those compromises that works very well. The same thing goes to the comments addressed about traffic exiting on Kirtner. Well, there's no question there'll be more traffic driving on Kirtner because of this new building. At least it's kept close to El Camino, and there's enough space on Kirtner now for it to be done safely and properly. The real issue is whether or not you have this many new housing units coming into the neighborhood. And this is not a board where we take that kind of issue up. That goes to the city council. I find the pedestrian circulation on the project really nice, the way you can come in through these, what I find fairly attractively designed gates, especially the one on Kirtner. I find the massing on El Camino is improved. It fits, to my mind, more the desire to build to the street line. I find intriguing the historical aspect to the site and the old building, but again, I just don't see what we can do about that. It's important to save those old parts of the old ironworks, but the new owner of the building has a right to build this project, and I can't see what we can do about that. Again, maybe the city council will see otherwise. My concern, and it's not mollified by the presentation here, is that I just really don't understand what the materials are and the finishes and how this rain screen works. I'd like to suggest to my colleagues we might be able to see this on a consent item coming back to us just to really understand, because everything else seems okay to me and I could recommend approval. Thank you.
And Q.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I also find that this plan is much improved. Lowering the parking podium so that it's completely underground is huge to this project, and I feel that the added ingress to the garage parking from El Camino is also a nice way to figure out the auto traffic underneath. I was taking a peek at the older drawings, and I think overall it's just a huge improvement as far as the circulation throughout the site. But I do still have a little bit of a concern with vertical circulation, especially for the residences. If you're living there, you really have no choice but to park in the underground garage. And I can just imagine if somebody's left and you forgot your bag or something, to have to come back onto the site and to park underground and to go back up. I could see it just being a real hassle. I don't see what else could be done really, but maybe perhaps another elevator or just some other vertical circulation options that would maybe ease that a little bit. I like the bicycle storage that you have in the townhouse units. I noticed that on the elevations there seems to be a pony wall of some sort towards the front of that bicycle storage, and so I just hope that there's enough clearance to be able to maneuver your bicycle in and out of that bicycle storage without that pony wall having been kind of an afterthought. My question about trash has been answered. And I would be okay recommending approval of the DEE. I think it makes sense with the underground garage. And yeah, overall, I think it's a great improvement. I think we still do need to see how these materials really mesh and come together. The Trespa panels are obviously going to be divided. It won't be one continuous shot of Trespa as shown in the rendering, so it'd be nice to see some additional construction details of how those come together and where those lines meet. But overall, I'm pleased with the site planning, and I think we've got something now that really works, and I'd be excited to see some of those things come back, but overall, I'm very pleased. Thank you.
Wynn.
Thank you. First of all, I want to apologize to Sheldon for not trying to figure out what the date was and then asking you if I was right, but I was quite confused about whether my own memory was correct. I agree that this is a much more successful approach. I appreciate the responsiveness. I appreciate the more useful outdoor spaces. I appreciate the attractive common open space that's set back far enough from El Camino Real so that the noise level should be appropriate. I have two concerns. One of them, and I'm wondering if one of them is gendered, which is, this looks like it's designed by men for men. This is not an okay garage parking and access arrangement. I am not coming comfortably into this building at 9 o'clock at night, or 6:30 in the morning, or 8:30 or 7 o'clock in the winter, and entering a garage where I can't see whether there's anybody else in it, where I don't have secure access. So I need to see a security plan for this garage. And I don't know what it involves. Ideally, of course, it involves gates, roll-up gates. But this is not, I couldn't make finding number 4, that this is okay for use by users. It may be that I don't understand the terrific lighting and the fact that you're always in view of somebody else, but this just reads as unsafe to me. So I wouldn't be able to make that finding. With respect to the historic nature of the site and the Silvestre family's presence and the ironworks presence, it was quite startling to see the sidewall and see the ironworks sign and to see the tile. I suspect that the lamps that are on El Camino are not Silvestre work at all. The remnants that are shown in the Dudek report are really gorgeous. And we don't have a program of putting blue ceramic tiles on buildings to identify historic sites. But you have some choices that you can make about how you do things on this site, and I would be very supportive of commemoration of the importance of this site. This is an important family, an important person, an important link to the design of this city. And you're designers, and this is a predecessor of yours. One of the things that's been bothering me a lot as I look at projects that come through is they seem oblivious, both to the setting here in terms of, our light air vistas and our history. And we do have history. We didn't just appear last year. So I would be most interested in what you could do to acknowledge and honor that which happened earlier on this site. So, as I say, the thing that would keep me from recommending approval is that I do not understand access for residents to be safe, or as safe as I think it should be in perception as well as reality. I know we have relatively few assaults in this city, but relatively few is not very cheerful when you're coming home with the groceries.
Great, thank you. So I guess I have some questions for staff. I just wanted to try to respond to some of the public's comments. Okay, so I think Judy Gittleson had asked to redo the traffic and transportation study, and I wonder if the staff had a comment about updating the traffic counts.
So the traffic study was conducted and consistent with the city standards. So there's not really a precedence to redo that unless there's other types of substantial evidence that would contradict the information that we have.
So, and that study has been reviewed by our transportation division. With this comment, we will take that back and we can have our transportation team give a more complete answer to that as well.
Right, so the comment period is
we
still
are in
open,
the
so they do have to, they do have to respond, right? You do have to respond.
We respond directly to the commenter, yes.
And then I think also Mrs., I forgot we had an email, it may have been from Dorothy Bender, but I think there was comments about, by email about parking on sidewalks. And I think that's outside of the purview of the board, but does the staff have any idea about trying to address that?
Yeah, so our understanding is that there's rolled curbs along this street, and so some people are sort of pulling up onto the sidewalk, and that's blocking the sidewalk. We would need to further check with our Public Works Department to see what enforcement actions could be done for that type of issue.
And then Mr. Levinsky had a comment about the concessions, and we have our Palo Alto's ordinance, and there's also the state's directive for cities to have their own ordinance for BMR units. Could you explain how that happens? So, I mean, we've seen it happen on other projects. It seems to me that kind of discussion is held at the council level with regard to concessions. And I'm thinking of the project on Page Mill Road.
Yeah, well, on this particular case, I was having a little bit of a problem now with my computer accessing this, but I was glancing through the code provision, and the code the reference here does speak to application requirements. It's probably a little more detailed than we might stipulate for other types of applications, but if we don't have in the record, some of this information that's being requested, and I don't know that we got the administrative file here right now, we should make sure that we have that as far as our record. But as far as the concession goes, the city does have a list of what we call on-menu concessions, and these are by right, and a developer could ask for these for this. So there's not a whole lot of discretion involved in that aspect of this part of the request. It's just one of the ones that's given.
And it doesn't matter if it's happening today versus happening at a preliminary from a year or two ago.
Right.
Because they didn't, at that time, they didn't ask, but it wasn't an official, it wasn't a.
This is the first formal application.
So today is the actual.
Well,
this is the trigger that he's saying. I mean, he's saying that there's
what it says is that shall be submitted with the first application for discretionary review. This AR, I don't know what our planning number is for this thing, but this is the first formal application. And, projects also adjust and modify in response to board comments. I'm not particularly concerned about the timing of this issue as it relates to our code.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, and I have a comment for staff. So if we go to, it's my packet, page 192, I think it's condition approval number 78 and 79. This is landscape and trees. So we actually, there are two 78s and there are two 79s, and they're different with regard to tree details and whatnot. And this is just the conditions of approval are a draft, so I sort of understand that. But I was wondering, do you have a sense for which ones are the correct one, or should we just follow that up in a future?
I think they're just formatting, just a continuation of the number list.
But they're actually different. I was reading them last night.
But I'm just saying that it goes from 77, 78, 79, and then the second 78 should be 80, and then so forth.
Yeah, but they're different topics.
They're sort of different topics, but they're kind of overlapping. Some of them are about landscape, and some of them are about trees. Anyway, I just wanted to point it out that there's some inconsistency there. And so, in general, I'm also supportive of the project. I have a couple concerns as well. One I mentioned before, which is the security. I think to Wynn's point, I know female friends who will not even go into the Whole Foods parking lot in Los Altos. It has an underground garage. They won't even shop there. They'll only park on the surface lot, and if that's full, they'll go to another grocery store, which is crazy to me, but that's that's how they feel. So I have some concerns about that. Also because it's long and dark, and they're corners, and so it's it's something unusual, but it is a very difficult site. I'll grant you. Townhouses number 1 through 5 have second floor balconies that look down into 397 and 399 Kirtner. There may be 397 and 399 Kirtner. It seems like it's 2 units, and it seems like there are trees in there. They're not shown on the drawings that we have, but I did look at aerial photos, and I have been to the site previously. But I mean, normally the board is concerned about second floor balconies impacting privacy on houses, and it seems like this has 5 units looking down into a house. So I'm concerned about that. There are also townhouses, 8 to 11 also have balconies, but there are trees proposed on the project that would help mitigate it, but I don't see any trees, new trees on that shared property line. And I think I also had a concern about the quality of the landscape drawings. I think some of the ideas that I see in the landscape drawings look great, but like the conceptual planting plan isn't showing any of the locations of the shrubs. I think we just have locations of some of the trees. You're showing a lot of the podium above the garage as green, but I'm presuming that's paved, or maybe there's a raised planting area on top of the podium, but there isn't really any information on that. And then we also have a native plant finding, and I think I would say on the landscape, there are some really interesting California plants that we don't see on other projects. So I do want to acknowledge that there's something interesting going in there. But there's a whole bunch of Australian and I think maybe South American or South African plants there in the shrub list that conceivably to me those could be, some of them could be native, maybe a third or half of them could be native plants without too much of a challenge, but I don't know where any of those plants are going, so it's hard for me to make a judgment on that. So it seems to me that needs to more development before I can make the finding for landscape. I guess my comment for the applicant is how are you thinking about the balconies up on the second floor? Like, how did those come about? And are there mitigations for that to protect the privacy to the neighbors?
Those balconies were intended to just allow more light and air into the bedrooms. They're very small balconies, in most cases only about 50 square feet, so they don't function very well for a gathering spot for more than one person. I do understand your concerns about privacy. We do not need these balconies to satisfy floor area requirements or open space requirements or any of the criteria of the zoning analysis. So if you would like to direct us to remove those, we can do that.
And then could you comment on the existing property line plants or trees? Are they all being removed?
Yeah, most of those trees are kind of invasive trees that were planted by birds and squirrels, and the trees that are on our property were identified as not working well with our landscaping plan, with our C3 drainage. So to the extent that we have to accommodate so much infrastructure into the property, yes, the trees on our side do need to go. The two most important trees in this project are the oak tree behind the lube oil and the large eucalyptus tree that is behind Starbucks. And our site plan was developed so that we would make sure that we did not adversely impact either of those trees arborist has looked at the plan and has commended the solution in terms of its protecting those trees. The city arborist was involved in that analysis.
Okay. So when we put in a multifamily project next to a single family house, actually, can I ask, is the Kurtner project, is that zone multifamily as well? I guess my question is the performance standards. Do we have to, the performance standards require screening of 10, isn't it 10 feet to single family houses and maybe duplexes? I think I need to see the exact language of the code, which would include trees and shrubs that would provide screening within 5 years. But let me confirm with staff, if it's all multifamily, then does the perimeter screening requirement kick in? Is under the performance standards? Yeah, but then this is in the performance, right. Yeah, performance standards. I think in the RM30, right, that's where the link is. If it's next to low density, then you have to do the performance standards.
So we have context-based. So the context-based design criteria applies. Performance standards are not in the RM section.
RM30.
Correct.
Okay, so they're in the commercial. It's like when you have a commercial project or mixed-use project next to a. But is this since part of this project is commercial CS zoning, would part of it be required to have the?
Yes, so we look at whatever portion of the site is, zoned commercial, then yes, you would be using those standards. Okay. But for the rear portion of the site that's zoned RM 30, then you would be using the RM standards.
Got it. Okay, thank you. And then my last comment is on building height. I don't know, the rest of the board seems to be okay. When I was looking at the drawings, I mean, my first thought was that they were like a little too high. Like your 10-foot ceilings, I was thinking could be 9 feet without affecting much. It might affect the retail space because retail typically has higher ceilings, but my thought was that the 10-foot ceilings could come down. But I'm the only one, I didn't see any other support or comment about that from the other board members. So, okay, yes.
I'm sorry to be so iterative in my thinking. When I was looking at the traffic study, I was looking at the discussion of pedestrian circulation, and I didn't see much, or maybe even any. And I'm concerned, I think we need to have some information about whether the time for rolled curbs on Kurtner is over. Because it's not that a few cars are parked on the sidewalk. The entire sidewalk is blocked and infringed upon, and it's not, I think we can all also assume that enforcement will not solve that problem. It's going to require reconstruction of the sidewalk. I realize that that'll be interesting to hear what experts have to say. I realize that this project has a very small frontage on Kurtner, but this is a site and design review because this is a complex project and a complex lot. And it would not be unreasonable, in my view, if the traffic engineers think that it would be a significant improvement to pedestrian safety and good access to reconfigure the sidewalk down to from El Camino down to their frontage to do so. You do not ordinarily generate this number of trips out of that kind of frontage. I don't know what experts will say, but I think it's a problem as it exists. Also, this is a small matter, but this is going to be the most attractive section of this block of El Camino Real for a pedestrian. And I think it would enhance people's lives and wouldn't diminish your project if to the right of your entry and the left of your driveway, that planter is an actual bench with a back facing the sidewalk.
Okay. And so I did get a correction from staff, is that the performance standards are required in the multifamily zone. And so I don't think that I've seen, I think that that has to come back, because I don't think there's enough information in the packet today for that for me to see that if it's conforming. Peter.
Okay. Let me bring Robert and my discussion here to the public, I guess. I am looking at the elevations of your buildings, showing the second floor balcony as a large A3.9. It's a large stucco projection with the metal railing on top, and by the elevation shadows alone, it seems to be projecting out at least a foot. And I just don't see that on the floor plan anywhere.
You're right that that's an architectural projection. It's not a balcony that projects around the corner of the building. The shadow lines are somewhat deceiving because of a sharp sun angle. But no, the balconies do not extend that far around.
So the left elevation is basically the reality of what it actually is?
West elevation.
No, the one right next to that, same sheet. It looks like it bumps out, yeah.
Like 6 inches or something?
Yes. Yeah,
So, I mean,
these
it's not really a
elevations.
balcony. You can't stand there, do anything there.
No, you can't even sneak out there.
If even that, yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess I'm maybe coming to listen more carefully to what my colleague Lou is saying about the height of the buildings, because frankly, these drawings are a bit deceptive, and having a projecting balcony like that in the middle does help to mitigate the height, and yet in reality, that's just a decorative horizontal piece that
it is.
It's not
it
projecting.
Could be a foot lower, yeah.
And so, I mean, a couple of times in this presentation, frankly, I'm finding things that just aren't consistent or fully thought through. The materials, the balconies now, the trees. And I'm wondering if this is intended to be a formal application for approval, or is this still at a schematic stage? Because these things count, and we're trying hard to find a way to get this through, but I don't know if I'm the only one feeling that, but I think the privacy issues are going to be...
Here's a classic example, 10-foot floor to floor, or floor to ceiling, and then another 9 foot here. We could drop 2 feet here and a foot there, drop the whole building by 3 feet.
So Robert is pointing out that there's very tall plate heights relatively.
I'm just going by, if you look at 3.10 or 310, the section across the top shows basically a clear space, it looks like, of 10 feet for the lower level, floor to ceiling. And the top floor, on the lowest point on a sloping ceiling, is 9 feet. So, I mean, we could easily, to lower the whole thing down, lose a foot or a foot and a half on the ground floor and a foot on the upper floor or something like that.
Well, you could, but I would make the case that given the nature of the existing neighborhood, which includes, well, first of all, this example of the height of our building vis-a-vis the flat-roofed 8-foot plate apartment building next to it, and then in relation to the massing of that building, which is pushing the 30-foot height limit to the extreme. I think that, you know, the applicant has done
Yeah,
an
but wait a
excellent...
minute, you said that building is pushing the 30-foot height limit?
This building here is pushing the 35-foot height limit to the extreme. I have the copy of the CDs, and the average height of the highest roofs on
Okay,
that.
but you're pushing 30 feet for 2 stories. That's
Well,
3 stories.
No, I agree. I agree that we have volume in the middle of our building to try and make the hallways more dramatic. And I would feel more comfortable with looking at lowering that massing of the building than I would in taking height out of the living areas.
Yeah, but I have a feeling if you do that, it's going to make it less. I like the proportion of the central part versus the other one. So I think it makes more sense graphically, if you want to call it, to lower the whole thing, let's say 1.5 feet, than it would to lower just the central part 1.5 feet. I don't think the result is going to be as good as if you just look, because the average person's never going to notice that.
The people living inside will, though.
You really think somebody's going to notice whether they've got 12 feet or?
Yes.
Or 13 feet?
Absolutely. So
I disagree with that,
So
but-
we question, when, we're proposing a design that we feel has more interest. than
Well, I
some
tell you what,
buildings
look,
around
we've
it.
already been here for God knows what, 7 hours or something, so I really don't want to argue a foot, okay?
And we're happy to change it.
So what we're doing is we're discussing, trying to get this project through.
Yes.
And there've been some people here that have a problem with the height. So trying to come up with something, then maybe on your
But can we
half,
take it
it's
out
the
of the second-
situation. Let
but
me
we're-
finish. On on our side, it's, what can we do to get this passed? So if there's some concern here about a height issue, we're now talking about the possibility of doing that. It's not where you're at 8 feet, and if we cut a foot out of it, people are going to be walking around on a 7-foot ceiling.
I have a recommendation.
And we do appreciate your creative thoughts, we do. We just sometimes feel like we want to remind you of why we did what we did. We didn't just do it haphazardly. And some of the elements that we have on the elevations that are bands that are drawn in a program called Revit, which, you can't fudge. And so the bands
Well, I'm
that
not
we
worried,
have-
I'm not worried about how it's drawn. I'm just going by what the dimensions are.
So I just wanted to remind everyone that the elements that we have on the buildings as they're designed are thought out, and they do have a meaning and a reason to be there.
I understand.
But thank you very much.
I would recommend that we drop the upper story plate to H6, and that the clear story areas that define the center of the building be dropped additionally, not so much as to force the architecture and imbalance the design, but enough to bring some of the architectural elements down. There's also the possibility of the lower of the chevrons. We might be able to look at eliminating or altering that architectural element so that the overall perceived massing of the building, because if you think of this building with just a standard gable roof on it.
Okay, well, I'm not the one that had the issue with the height, so what are we talking about? Are we talking about lowering the whole building a foot or 1.5 feet or what?
I'm going to say two things. One is, I find this project is much more desirable than the project, the recent project from Kirtner, because I voted against that one. Because it is the 3 stories, and we argued about the roof for 4 or 5 hearings or whatnot. So I mean, I think this project is way ahead of that other project by far, because you put the parking underground. So I'm willing to, so my height thing was just something that I looked at the drawings. When I was just looking at the drawings, it seemed like they were high. I won't necessarily require that the building be lower.
Okay.
How's that?
My comment about the height, Alex, had to do with the fact that without these projecting balconies,
Yeah, the balconies.
it changes things. And,
Yes.
and I'm just not sure if we're really understanding or seeing what's really being proposed.
Yeah, the balcony thing seems odd. Okay.
With the balconies, you can't even walk across
Do we-
there, so it's not really.
So just
Here's
to
the-
chair, just one.
Yes, yes,
So
Sheldon.
attachment G of your packet does include the performance criteria for the project. I know you
Okay.
mentioned previously about that,
Building would
about the
look
analysis.
totally different without the
Okay, thank you. So why don't we get a sense of the board? I mean, it seems that there's generally support of the project. If there are things that can come back, they could come back to subcommittee. Peter, you mentioned consent. I think staff is saying that we don't really have a consent mechanism, even though I mentioned
I
it.
meant subcommittee. I misspoke.
Is there, so for all the items that have been mentioned, do we think that subcommittee is appropriate?
What's that?
Like the landscaping?
Yeah, I think
and all
the
that
same
stuff?
thing with the whole relationship of the exact colors and all that sort
And the
of thing.
colors and materials?
I think to me.
If it comes back to subcommittee, we
seems
don't all
like-
see it.
It seems like the longer I sit on things like this or whatever, everybody is always worried about privacy. I swear it seems like everybody assumes their neighbor's trying to peek into their, so I mean, I'm not that concerned about the balcony. I really don't think, it's not a huge balcony. Basically 99% of it is tucked inside the building envelope almost. So and if you sit back there with a 3-foot rail, you're not going to really see anything anyway, not down to the neighbor next to you. So I don't have that much of a concern about it.
Okay.
And I think if we leave the design with the balcony, then the proportion for the height is okay.
Got it.
Can we get the privacy issues mitigated with landscaping at the boundary? I mean, that would make more sense, I think, in this case, to get a landscaping plan that was
Right,
realistic.
so I think we don't have, I mean, the landscaping plan, which is, right?
We were talking about maybe
This is like
what we'll
not
do is want a better refined landscaping plan for a subcommittee.
If I could ask staff, does this goes before the city council as well for approval?
Site and design.
So then, I think it's incumbent upon us to make sure that this is well presented to city council. With a lot of these questions we're asking for, have just not been thought out. And the thought of city council looking at this saying, we approved it, and then these questions coming up is not good. So maybe it is better if this comes back to us directly, not on subcommittee, but rather we can really see that these things have been resolved and get this presentation also so that it's clear. Honestly, gentlemen, there's been a lot of questions that should have been already presented.
Any other thoughts? Wynn?
Yeah, I would like to see the parking lot security issue addressed. I want to know how that's solvable. I do not have a parking lot phobia.
But I think with a gate, I don't think, I mean, I think that's easily enough solved. This isn't the first,
In my experience as a human being wandering around the peninsula, it frequently isn't. And if this were going to be gated, like my sister lives in a Seattle apartment building with a roll-up gate, but it's in a mixed-use building, but there's a separation between residential parking and non-residential
right,
parking.
there usually is. There's an intermediate rolling
Yeah,
gate.
and so that doesn't appear to be possible here. It may be that lighting and cameras and where you locate which kinds of spaces can make this reasonable, but I do not think it's a trivial issue, and I don't think it arises out of unreasonable perceptions. It may very well arise out of different perceptions.
Okay, so I'm here, so here's my list. Is the parking and security, landscape screening that complies with the performance standards, all the materials and colors labeled on the drawings. And then when I think you had suggested some sort of commemorative something, whatever that could be.
And a bench.
A bench?
And a bench.
Always a bench. It could be a commemorative bench.
Did you not see the seat mounts?
It doesn't have a back.
Okay.
Maybe you could have the back of the bench have
I'd like to
something
see mounts of
commemorative.
interior.
We should make the motion, Alex.
I do think that people would enjoy sitting.
Okay, have I missed?
Somebody with a bad back.
Sure, okay. Any other, that's not a motion. I shouldn't make the motion. Somebody else should make the motion, but I did want to highlight those 5 items.
Well, why don't we just say, if you have all those items, I'll make a motion that we use those items.
And and you're saying it's a motion to continue the project?
Sure.
And then are we picking a date?
Do you want to do a date, or, I guess a lot of that depends on how quickly you can get back, or do you want to just leave it a date uncertain?
It's better to pick a
I
date,
agree.
because then we don't have to notice, right? We don't have the same notification.
All right,
And then if something comes up and you have to bump it, I think that the staff can work with that.
The sooner the better.
And then,
So what's the next
well,
available?
the next, I'll let staff do this.
I mean, if I'm assuming you're wanting at least a short staff report that summarizes these things. And so 5.4, actually, we're already late for that staff report. So really 5.18 would be, that only gives us, maybe a week or 2 to fix up the plans.
Okay, let's go, I guess go with that then.
So May 18th.
So we'll do it at date certain, 5/18.
I'll second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Opposed? Opposed? None. So that's 5-0, so we will see you in May. Thank you.
Chair, if we can just have a couple minutes to set up for the next item.
And we will take a 5-minute break.
Thank you, Nick.
That's kind of cool, I like that. No, I'm talking about that.
That's amazing, yeah.
No, what do they, I mean, do you stack them this way?
No,
So you
there's
get
rooms.
sort of wave effect?
They're solar shades.
Q? Yeah. Q left, so I need to do his recusal for him. Yeah. And then we all, and we have disclosures as well. I should make an announcement. Okay, so we have item number 6. It's a public hearing for a quasi-judicial matter, 744 and 748 San Antonio Avenue. Recommendation on applicant's request for approval of a major architectural review to allow the demolition of 2 existing commercial office buildings at 744 and 748 San Antonio Avenue and construction of 2 5-story hotels, which is the Courtyard by Marriott with 151 rooms and the AC by Marriott with 143 rooms. The site will include surface and 2 levels of basement parking. The environmental assessment is a draft EIR, has been prepared pursuant to CEQA, and the public comment period for the draft EIR is from March 27th, 2017 to May 10th, 2017, and the zone district is CS. And so we have the staff report, but I think I should announce that Board Member Kim is recused on this item because he has a working relationship on another project, not related to this one, with Randy Popp, the project architect for this item. And I think we also have disclosures from other board members.
Yes, I did meet with Architect Popp in my office last week where we discussed the project and he outlined what he saw were the various merits of it. Of interest was that he felt that he and the City Council were in agreement on what the contextual nature of this site was and that this was very much in context, in his opinion. Thank you.
When?
Well, I met with architect Randy Popp in his office. We went over the images that are part of the official packet, but more slowly and in larger setting. We discussed my previously raised concern about how to minimize the risk of backups from the hotel driveway into San Antonio travel lanes, and he mentioned there would be 24/7 valet parking to address that. Shuttles would be unloaded to the rear of the property, and there was no event space in the hotels. And I'll just mention that in looking at the TDM, I don't think I saw references to all those, and I don't believe there's anything else that is not in the public record that we discussed. I found it helpful.
Robert? No? Okay, and I will disclose that I talked to Randy Popp on the phone on March 14th about some other items as well as this particular project. And there's nothing that we discussed that isn't in the staff report or the drawings. So, Sheldon.
Okay, thank you again. I do have a PowerPoint presentation. The applicants here with their PowerPoint as well. You had a good introductory there. The location, it's along San Antonio between Leghorn and Middlefield, and it's right on the boundary of the city of Mountain View as well, behind. So we are here this afternoon. Staff, while we did provide findings, they're just the base findings. There's no recommendation of approval, for instance. So just for your consideration to conduct the hearing, seek input on the EIR, which is now in circulation, as well as input on the architectural review itself. I do want to mention that the draft environmental impact report, there is one unavoidable significant impact to the historic resource on site. There's no mitigation to demolish a potential eligible historic structure. So just to highlight that. But the project requests is architectural review. There's also a parking adjustment up to 20%. That is for the valet parking or parking spaces that are within the drive aisle, so those are not standard parking spaces per code. There were previous meetings from this project. There was a preliminary board meeting in June of 2015. There were concerns at that time regarding the massing compared to the surrounding, some of the relationship of the building to the driveway and entries. There was one formal ARB meeting in December of 2015. At that time, the applicant did revise the plans and step back the front facade. They did push the mechanical equipment to the center of the buildings. In general, though, the buildings are separated. The brands, the two brandings are separated. There was also an additional meeting this was specifically for the environmental impact report, a required scoping meeting that was conducted in March of last year, and we heard from the public concerns about traffic, water, aesthetics, for instance. So the site plan for the project, there's a 24-foot special setback along San Antonio. The street trees would remain there, but the balance of the site would be raised. That includes the two different buildings, the two different properties, and also the eligible historic building. So the project includes two different branded hotels by Marriott, just different brands. There are 5 stories at about 50 feet. It includes a driveway down the center. There's a circular roundabout there that would service the lobbies, and the applicant can describe a little bit more about the operations there regarding the valet parking. There is some surface parking towards the rear, and then there's a ramp that leads down to a full basement, and then there's like a smaller second level basement parking, not a full site level, but just a smaller segment. So this drawing here demonstrates the front elevations. They have some perspectives there because it's a little difficult to tell from the front of what's going on, but you can see where the applicant has proposed some erosion of the building to step back from San Antonio. So that's sort of their response to some of the massing along that street. And there's some articulation along the sides, although that is still roughly about 10 feet setback, but there's some articulation there. This does show a little bit more about what's going on in the cross-section of that, and especially in relation to the residents across the street. You can see that line demonstrates the height of the greenhouse residences and how that relates to the new buildings, where they do step back from the street from the third level. And there's approximately about 200 feet difference between the buildings there along San Antonio. And I thought this was maybe one of the other better drawings to show sort of the stepping back, the roof plan. You can see again from the different levels of how that occurs at the front. That doesn't necessarily occur at the other sides or the rear particularly. And again, we wanted to stress the sides. There is, you're going up 5 stories and it kind of just drops down, and adjacent to the site, you're going to have existing buildings that are relatively low intensity at this time. They could go to 0.4 FAR, but they probably wouldn't be as massive as this project is, because it does allow up to 2.0 FAR. Some of the key issues there that we want to highlight, and we do in the staff report, are the architecture, the context compatibility, the site plan, and some of the environmental issues. So as I mentioned, that the surrounding includes low-scale commercial, residential, institutional buildings. These are all FAR around 0.4 or less along that stretch. The project, again, would include 2 5-story hotels, and that's on this block would be the tallest structure. San Antonio Road is a wide infrastructure. It's 4 lanes and it's a divided street. So this exhibit diagram shows the present FAR along San Antonio. So you can see, again, it's roughly 0.4 or so. There's some really low ones there because they're gas stations. There's not really much. But definitely at 2.0, this would be one of the larger buildings in the area. Wanted to mention a little bit about the parking. This project provides 294 spaces. 278 of those are in the 2-level basement. There are 236 self-park and 58 valet spaces. And the valet spaces are located in the drive aisles, as I mentioned. Thus, they're not standard parking spaces, so therefore they have to apply for the parking adjustment, and the 20% equates to the 58 spaces. A transportation demand management program has been proposed for the project. That reduction was not calculated into the traffic study, So the traffic study just shows what the net trips would be on the traffic, did not account for the transportation demand management, so they wanted to be on the conservative side there. So moving on to the CEQA, the environmental impact report was required because of mainly the cultural resources unavoidable impact. The scoping meeting was conducted on March 3rd to get comments on what should be studied for the impact report. And that draft impact report was circulated on March 27th, and we'll be getting comments on it through May 10th. So again, the potential impacts would be on air quality. That's with construction. You have biological resources, again, some of the same things that we had mentioned in the past project. The cultural resources, there's an existing building on site that I'll mention just a little bit that's eligible for historic listing. And then you have hazards and hazardous materials in the ground that there's mitigation for. So all those can be mitigated except for the cultural resource. So just speaking to that, the structure was erected in 1961, is used as a mortuary funeral home, and there was a significant rear addition in 1983, but even despite that, it, based on the evaluation, is eligible for listing on the California Registry due to its age and also the characteristic of its mid-century modern architecture. So just the timeline on the EIR, what's coming up next, respond to any public comments that do come in, to complete the mitigation monitoring program. We'll have to come up with a statement of overriding considerations for the unavoidable impact, and then the certification of the final EIR by the City Council. So in conclusions, the project complies with the objective development standards with the exception of the parking. They're asking for that adjustment. The ERB has identified some issues in the past regarding compatibility and overall massing in previous meetings, and we do believe that many of those concerns have not been adequately addressed. So we are, the next step, seeking some direction from the ARB on this. We want to conclude the circulation period, respond to those comments, receive recommendation from the ARB, and then that will be forwarded on to the City Council to decide on the architectural review, the parking adjustment, as well as certification of the final EIR. So today what we're asking is to review and comment on the draft EIR and continue the project to a date uncertain for redesign. That concludes the presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
And so why don't we, if there are any questions, or we can do the applicant presentation now. So why don't we do the applicant presentation? You'll have 10 minutes, and then we'll do the public comment period. And I do have 4 speakers for that. And sure, Wynn.
So I just wanted to ask staff to explain the CEQA process on this project a little bit. So we've been looking at this, at least on an informal basis, for some time. And the scoping session was held March 3rd on the environmental review?
Of 2016.
Thank you. I was thinking you were running on a very compact schedule.
Okay, so you have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon, Board. Nice to be here. My name is Mont Williamson, representing the owner of this development. I just have a couple thoughts before our team does their presentation. We were here in front of you 16 months ago, and we were in front of the community in a session about 18 months ago, so it's been that long since we were in front of you all. We've been busy this last 16 and 18 months. I want you guys to know we listened to what we heard from the community, and we listened to what we heard from you. The 2 issues we heard were from you folks, mostly massing. The idea of taking this project that was designed around the perimeter of the land and putting it more in the center is what we feel we heard. I want you to know we studied those options, and we have some slides to show you the effort that we put into it. More mentally, the slides are simple, but we did really work hard to come up with a successful hotel using just the very center of this land mass. We didn't think it was super successful, so we went back to our original idea and have a presentation for you to show what we've done to improve. On the community side, traffic is what we heard the most. We've spent the last 16 months with the city on an environmental impact report that we feel shows the facts on the impact of traffic, and we worked hard at that. We also care about that issue, so we're hoping the whole group can look at those facts and understand the true impact of traffic. So we are here hoping to get approval. I do want you to know that we want you to understand the efforts we've put forth, and we're here to listen if there are some tweaks that we can do to gain that approval. But what we have in front of you is roughly what we think works, and we are on a timeline with Marriott. We have convinced Marriott to stay with us for the last year and a half, largely because council went on record about 16 months ago saying they liked the project and they'd like us to push forward. That helped us convince Marriott to stay with us. We are still on a tight timeline. So here's our team presentation.
All right, thank you. Randy Popp, architect. We all know each other, so thank you for sticking around so late today to go through this with us. And I'll try and move through some of this very quickly. As everyone said, we're here trying to move forward, and we know what the issues are, and we feel we've responded to those in a thoughtful way, and I'll take you through that quickly. In regard to the EIR process, Sheldon did a great job sort of summarizing that for us, but I wanted to just point out that everything other than the historic aspect of this site, which we've heard council is going to resolve through a statement of overriding concern, produces a less than significant impact. So traffic, acoustics, and even aesthetics were in the EIR resolved. Just very briefly, right, here's our context. This hotel, this site, as many of you said, is in the right place. And we're near demand. We're going to reduce VMTs. It's on Palo Alto land. Many of you have heard, this generates $3.5 million of TOT a year, so a very valuable project for the city. This is our context. There it goes, right? Not what today's zoning encourages. Over time, this area is changing. The JCC, Hausner, it's near LinkedIn, it's near Google. I'd be challenged to bring something like this to the board today. And so we heard you, and we tried to really study what we heard from you. And these three diagrams are really simple little diagrams, but there was a lot of work and a bunch of days spent sort of studying these things. And I'm just trying to bring you along with us in the process. And I apologize because over the course of the time that we were working on them, we were sort of rotating the diagram. And so San Antonio's on the left and then at the bottom and then on the right. So I'm sorry about that. But what we're looking at here is how to shift the mass of the building to the center. And if we do that, we need a fire lane that goes around the outside. There's parking that goes around the outside. We lose the brand identity because we don't have the dual brand buildings anymore. Pretty difficult. But even farther from that, there's just no way to keep the room count. We're dropping from 294 down to 220 to 210. I didn't even show you the option that's just a single bar building in the middle that was down at like 140. And so they're just no longer economical. All right, it just loses its ability to really be a financially viable project at that point. And beyond that, we really felt that surrounding a building in a sea of asphalt is not really an appropriate tactic. And so based on all of that, we went back to our earlier concept and thought about how can we really start to adjust and respond within the framework of what we had. And so doing that, looking south, we really wanted to show you what it looks like, right? I went out in the street, I took pictures, we had a renderer insert these pictures insert the model into the pictures for us, and we want you to really see how things will change and what it will look like. We've, as Sheldon mentioned, made some changes to this building where, the last version you saw kind of had some eroded corners, but still had 5-story mass on El Camino. We've pushed all that back to the middle of the site now. And the 3-story element that's on San Antonio really responds to the pedestrian experience and to the contextual compatibility guidelines, to the scale of the buildings that are in the vicinity of that and what is coming in that area. Just moving on, still looking south, but this is the pedestrian perspective. And I want to, I lost my clock. I don't know how far I've gone here in terms of time. My clock turned off.
4 minutes.
All right, thank you. I'm going quickly so we get through this. In the foreground, you see Hangold and the trucks and the chain link fence, and it's too close to the street. And then beyond that, at 760, you see the concrete box. And beyond that, in the current photo, you see this corrugated metal building that is something that we're planning to replace. And frankly, what we propose improves on all of this. It really is just so much better to resolve this 24-foot setback and terrace the building back and maintain that kind of height that is so consistent with what's across the street from it. And then looking north, again, you can see, I think, how successful the terracing is. Really pulling the mass of the building back and away from the street in a way that, we heard everyone wanted and what we've attempted to really resolve. So, taking a look at that in this other direction, Sheldon already took you through this section, so I won't belabor that. But what we did in order to achieve this is change the types of rooms that are in the AC. We had some rooms that were 2 keys, and we modified that so it's just 1 key, so we're taking mass out there, and we're shifting the mass around to the back and into the inside where that green area is. And it's really much easier to see on this upper level. Sheldon showed you kind of a roof plan of this, but just diagrammatically at the top floor, you can see what we're doing is removing the double-loaded corridor at the front. We're creating some really deep terraces and pulling the building back, and all of that mass is either being removed or shifted around in other ways. But we're staying at that 2.0 FAR. And I want to just touch on that FAR for a minute. What we heard from council recently in their discussion of the comp plan is that they're moving the FAR. They're moving the FAR to 2.5. They want bigger hotels. They want more of this. And you zone for what you want, hoping that you're incentivizing people to create it. And so then it's up to us as architects to craft that on the site in a way that works. And so hopefully I'm bringing you along in a way that shows you that we've gone back, we've tried to study how to compress this more to the middle. I resisted putting a picture of the Luxor Hotel in the presentation, but I think that what we're trying to do here is pretty reasonable with buildings that have a base, a middle, a top. They've got character. The corners are different from the middles. There's a lot of articulation here, and responding particularly to Board Member Balte's comments, this 3-story glass element that opens the building up and is very inviting. Same thing is happening at the courtyard, right? We've got very similar tactics that we're taking. You can see how just the eroded corner from the 1215 hearing has changed now to a much broader building. And I want to just touch on materials before my time's up. These are some examples of what courtyards and ACs look like in other areas. And for Silicon Valley and for Palo Alto particularly, we know that those need to be elevated. We're bringing you A+ materials here. They're beautiful, they're durable, they're crisp. You've got the sample board. We brought some additional material to show you what the metal panel, the thickness of it, what the character of that Venetian plaster. It's very smooth and hand applied. These are beautiful, durable, crisp materials, really consistent with what the brand standards are, but at the same time elevated in quality. And I've dropped in really quickly this image of the shading to show you that there's really very little to no effect that the building height is creating around it. The only place that we're really impacting is a wall that has no windows. And so just in summary here, we've spent quite a bit of time studying the site. We've got other information here that I can take you through if you like, but I want to leave it, perfect. I want to leave it with this image and let us have some discussion about where we are and hopefully come to some resolution. We're open to any ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. I'm sure we'll get back to you with lots of questions. But let's do the public comment period now. And so we have Pat Starrett, and then followed by Joan Betzuri, and then Joan Larrabee, and Nancy Martin.
First of all, I'm not Pat, I'm Nancy Martin, but Pat had to leave, and she gave me her objections to read. They're handwritten, so bear with me, I'll have trouble with her handwriting. Her main concern is traffic, and where is the emergency vehicle problem addressed in the EIR? We know under CEQA, I guess, emergency vehicles are exempt, but are they exempt under all codes? Where is this addressed? Which code exempts this problem? I mean, constantly you're hearing emergency vehicles going to accidents and problems down on 101, and they use San Antonio and they use Ringsdorf, and this is going to cause huge problems, traffic problems. The left turn on Leghorn is inadequately addressed. It is a tragedy waiting to happen. How do the emergency vehicles get around to attend a fire or a medical issue? Nowhere did I see in the EIR was this problem addressed. What about emergency vehicles going to 101 to help with an accident? Please tell me why these issues have not been researched. How many people are going to use the shuttles? Not discussed. Numbers from the studies do not override the human element, do not consider the human element in the area. They do count, they are real and are already there. The tables used in the report are just numbers. It looks like they share this information and then they wave the magic wand and they see how the problem disappears. A good fairy is a children's fairy tale and how modern problems disappear. This is Pat. Thank you.
Thank you. And Joan Betzuri?
This has been a marathon. I'm here as a concerned homeowner, and I'm at Greenhouse 1, and I would like to strongly request that the ARB will not, and I repeat, will not approve demolishing of the two existing buildings at 744 and 748 San Antonio Road. My reasons for that are as follows. 744 has been designated as a historic resource per EIR point 3.4.3. And I quote, 744 San Antonio Road demolition would result in the loss of a California Register eligible structure, and mitigation measures would not reduce this impact to a less than significant level. The project, therefore, would result in a significant, unavoidable impact to historic resources. Also, we find that there are realistically major problems and issues that continue to be associated with this project with Marriott. And as a result, approval could be questionable, so why demolish two perfectly viable buildings? Some of the major ongoing problems and issues are being addressed at today's meeting. We are submitting comments to the EIR, and as a majority of its conclusions of less than significant impact are not based on complete or current data or information, which therefore makes those conclusions questionable. As an example, I would like to refer to the comprehensive plan policies, specifically to the aesthetics and visual resources that apply to this project. That would be L5, and L5 states, maintain the scale and character of the city. Avoid land uses that are overwhelming and unacceptable due to their size and scale. With L5 in mind, I refer board members to EIR 3.1.2.2, which has a questionable conclusion, which is impacts to existing visual character. Comparison pictures are included showing the existing site compared with the proposed site. I've brought here a high-tech copy of that picture, the comparison. So when you look at this, you can't help but question how the existing site, comprised of single-story commercial buildings with trees, with open space, is not visually degraded, thank you, is not visually degraded by the proposed massive, high-density, unattractive, 5-story hotel structures which are not compatible with the neighborhood. So I again ask the board to deny permission of the demolishing of the 2 buildings. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And Joan Larrabee.
Good afternoon, board members. It's nice to see you all again. I'm Joan Larrabee. I'm a longtime resident and property owner here in Palo Alto at 777 San Antonio Road, which is Greenhouse 1. I'm opposing the construction of 2 hotels at 744, 748, and 750 San Antonio Road. This 2-acre site should be reserved for housing. The comprehensive plan is stating that in the next several years, we can expect 3,400 more employees, people working here in Palo Alto. And these 3,400 people come, but not by themselves. They bring a spouse, they bring a baby, and increasingly they're bringing the grandparents. So these families are going to need a place to live, and we all know that Palo Alto has quite a shortfall in available housing. This is a good area for families where I have lived for the last 34 years and where my daughter graduated from Gunn High School. We have the new Mitchell Park Library, we have the Mitchell Park Community Center, we have the YMCA open to everybody, the Jewish Community Center is open to everybody. We have the San Antonio Station for Caltrain just down the block. The primary land use along San Antonio Road from 101 to Alma Street is housing. We don't see it when we drive by because everything is very nicely landscaped with nice, pretty walls. One whole, about 3 blocks of it is single-family housing. There are 2 schools, as we know. There's a daycare center. So this is a good place to live. And I would suggest that the 2-acre site could have maybe, what, 30, 35 townhouses or condos? So that's my primary reason for opposing it. The next reason is because of reading the EIR. The environmental impact report is incomplete for 2 hotels. The soils and water studies were done at least 2 years ago, and they only studied, one of the parcels, 744. I couldn't find any data for the 748 and 750 acre. It's almost an acre. And that's the site where the Courtyard by Marriott is being planned. And they were done when the planning was only for 1 underground level of parking. And now we have 2 underground levels of parking. But the studies were only done down for 1 level of parking, so you've got to go down another 10 or 12 feet, certainly more than that. The water underneath this site is a major aquifer for Santa Clara County. And in 2015, the engineers in the EIR said that it would take 10 months to dewater this site. This is under Appendix H, Section 3.3. At that time, the water table was at 7.5 feet below grade. But they pointed out that during wet years, the water table rises to only 4 feet below grade. And friends, we know we have had a very, very wet winter. Palo Alto got 28.5 inches in the since last July 1st. We're expecting a Category Storm 2 to come in. And so we know Ben Lomond got 99 inches of rain. That water's coming down both underground and through the creeks. In conclusion, I would like to see townhouses there to at least help with some of the housing needs that we have for new families coming in to work here. And it's zoned for housing, and housing would not need to go down below grade except for putting in the utilities. It would not need to go down 20 feet for the excavation, which is going to cause some pretty hardship, lateral, taking away, I think, the lateral support for the adjoining buildings and for all of our utilities, which are under San Antonio Road. So again, thank you for your attention, and I would like to again recommend housing. Yay. Thank you.
Thank you. And Nancy Martin?
This time it really is me, Nancy Martin. I've been a resident at Greenhouse 1 since 1976. My comments are going to be a bit scattered as I read through the EIR. First one that jumped out at me was cancer exposure for children. Less than significant. Excuse me, if it's even a little bit significant, it is significant, and there are many schools in the area. There are schools on Middlefield, schools on San Antonio, schools over off Charleston. So to me, that is significant. Hazardous material contamination. In reading through, it didn't sound like tests had been thoroughly done on hazardous material contamination. Why was this not done prior to issuing the EIR? Many of the issues brought up are cumulative, less than significant, well, not cumulative, I'm cumulative, less than significant impact with mitigation incorporated. But if you take all of those issues, and I went through and tagged off 6 or 7, that adds up cumulatively to significant impact. Noise impact, how long? I don't think the noise impact studies counted for all the trucks that are going to be coming and going on San Antonio. I jumped to the section in the EIR, summary of alternatives, needed hotel. Excuse me, we have so many new hotels on El Camino. We do not need hotels on San Antonio. Loss of Hyatt Ricky's. Excuse me, 2 new hotels went up within yards of Hyatt Ricky's. This area is designated that it could handle 38 to 57 housing units. Seems to me that that should be more the focus of what Palo Alto is looking at, taking care of our own residents, not those that are coming into town. And one of the things that I'd read is that the city council was saying housing should be built closer to transit. Excuse me, if the hotels are going to use transit and it's close enough for them to be putting it in their report, it's close enough for residents to use the transit. Project objectives, I'm sorry, I only see the project objectives as money, money, money. Money for both the developers and money for Palo Alto through the hotel tax. They refer to this area as an underutilized area. I'm sorry, it's not underutilized as far as the businesses are concerned or as far as the residents are concerned. Traffic. you can access the hotel if you're coming from 101 by coming up San Antonio, making a U-turn and turning right. Everybody that's going to be staying in that hotel is not going to be working at Google. They go to work in the morning, they're going to drive down San Antonio, make a U-turn at Leghorn, and go to HP or Google up the street or all these other companies. The traffic impact is going to be horrendous. Sometimes it already takes me 3 minutes to get out of the driveway at Greenhouse 1 onto San Antonio if I'm going straight onto Leghorn or turning left. Nowhere do I see anything addressed as far as the number of employees. Where are the employees going to drive from? We know they aren't going to live in Palo Alto. They're going to be driving in. Where are they going to be parking? We are very concerned about parking on the street, which is already a huge problem, and the fact that people will sneak into our property to park. So that is a real concern. Where will the valet parking be? I know they've said, around the circle, but you can't tell me that those valets aren't going to sneak out when things are crowded in there and park on our streets. The number of cars, the traffic is going to greatly increase the ozone and pollution levels, and the trucks are going to just be horrendous. And we've only recently redone San Antonio. Trucks are going to make a mess out of that again. 5-story hotels are incompatible with the 1- and 2-story buildings in the area. One last point. I think of the greenhouse as being 2 stories. You cannot see our garage from the street. And what are we going to do about dewatering? Where is that water going to go? Thank you very much. I see nothing positive, and I'm for the 38 to 57 housing units that could be built there. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And thank you for speaking, and thank you for being patient with us for the previous items. And the EIR comment period is open, and so the staff will respond to the EIR comments. And yeah, John.
Yeah, that's correct. We're taking notes, and we'll include those remarks into the final EIR, draft EIR that comes out. And then also we have an opportunity for the applicant to have a rebuttal if we're done with the public testimony.
Did you want to rebut? You can also, I think you can reserve the time, maybe think later too as well. Okay, are there any questions? When?
How many feet above sea level is this site?
I'm not sure exactly what the height level is about. Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Chair. Thank you.
I'm going to.
Yeah, I was going to say my recollection, and I'd hate to be held to this. It's
right. That's
the
all right.
surer I am, the wronger I am. But my recollection is that we're around 15 or 18 feet, something like that. And I think that Nancy's.
Excuse me. I think.
Yeah. So my recollection is that we're about somewhere around 15 feet,
okay.
Something like that.
So the members of the public, I think I'm going to close the public hearing portion of that. If you have any additional comments, we can send them by email. But also, when you speak out in from the audience, it's not on the microphone, so it's not getting recorded, and it's not getting put into the transcript. So, okay, and when did you have a follow-up to that?
No, thank you. I appreciate being referred to the appropriate section of the EIR, which I clearly didn't read as carefully as some people.
Peter, Robert, anybody? Question? Is this just questions? I have a question for staff. So one of the members of the public mentioned about the hotel's room count. And do we have has anybody been keeping a tally of the loss and net increases of hotel rooms across town? Is that maybe PTC? anyway, I don't think I don't need to know, but I think that maybe in a future report, like, I think the council would be interested in knowing where we are with the hotel rooms, because we do have Randy, we have 3 new hotels, right? We have the Clement,
So again, I'm
Hilton
doing this
Garden
from
Inn
just memory,
and-
right?
yeah.
I'm sorry to be doing just from memory, but my recollection is that since Hyatt Ricky's closed, with the construction of all of the hotels that have been built since then, we're still about 30 rooms shy of where we were when Ricky's closed. And so this project would then tip us up above that level. And I'll just share briefly that the studies that we've done show that the hotel occupancy rate in Palo Alto is beyond 98%, which is unusual and challenging.
Thank you for that. I have another question for staff. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I think maybe in previous hearings we were talking about increasing the turning lane, left turn lanes on San Antonio, or is that incorrect, or am I mixing up projects? No. Okay, that's fine. It's not. I don't think that's critical at the moment.
Doesn't look like we have any.
I may be mixing it up
recollection
from.
of that.
We have projects on Page Mill Road that.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. Okay, so let's move on to board member comments then. Who wants to go first? Wynn? I'm going to go. Thank you.
Be the right wing. First of all, thank you to the applicant for the new presentation and particularly for the visuals. Those are very helpful to me. Thank you to David Powers and Associates for the really informative cultural resources information. And thank you, Sheldon, for putting the period drawing of what how the semi-sacred space of the funeral home viewed itself in this context. And thank you, of course, to the public for your careful study of the project and continued discussion with us. As I listen to the public discussion, I keep being struck by the fact that in most cases, with regard to most of the issues that are raised, as my great-grandmother would say, I'm not on that committee. I'm not making the zoning decision. I'm not making the decision about whether or not a hotel should go here or housing should go here. The only thing I get to comment on is, given this proposal, does it comply with the city's standards for this place and this use? With respect to CEQA, we could, of course, comment on the adequacy or inadequacy of its analysis, just as any member of the public can. I keep being struck by the fact that saying that something is not a significant impact on the environment does not mean that it won't be both a perceptible and adverse, have both a perceptible and adverse effect on people living there. An impact on the environment is different than an impact on us. A significant health impact surely should be addressed, but in some of the other ways, I can see things that I believe would be adversely affected, as well as things that would be positively affected about this project, but I am not convinced that they rise to the level of adverse environmental impacts, except the removal of the interesting mid-century building. So I don't find any fatal flaws in the CEQA document based on what I know so far. I'll be interested to see what later drafts look like. So for me, there's 2 areas that I think we can and should address. One of them is highly local traffic flow and traffic flow on the site. And the other is what this thing looks like. And on the first, I think it could work with really aggressive management on site that pulls vehicles and people and shuttles off the street fast and pulls them deep into the site. And I think that could work almost all the time, and that's probably about as much as we can require. With respect to aesthetics, one of the things I didn't discuss about my previous time with Mr. Pop was that I did rant at him about in general, I am distressed by buildings that come to this town, which does have a specific geography and light and setting and aesthetic and climate and tradition, and give no deference to any of those things. Now I'm overstating that a bit. We have a wonderful temperate climate. And I think this hotel does provide more access to the outside than some of its other designs. And I also believe, and I'll be interested in hearing from my colleagues on this, that it's accurate that when they say that the building materials being used are better than those that we frequently see when we drive by similarly badged or flagged hotels. However, I don't particularly see things about the design that say to me, we looked at the tradition, this is South Palo Alto, it was a post-World War II phenomenon. A lot of plane trees. And it backs up to these gorgeous hills, and there were particular kinds of indigenous design and materials that flourished here. And by indigenous, I'm really thinking about post-World War II blue skies architecture, not earlier settings. Instead, it has a great deal to do with the need and desire of an international corporation to have its product easily identified by those who it wishes to attract as customers, and so that they will both be attracted here and feel comfortable when they're there. So having said that, subject to hearing from the rest of you on this topic, I think the site-specific traffic problems that most worry me, which is this project blocking the difficult flow of traffic on San Antonio, could be addressed with city-required and enforced on-site mitigation, with the 24/7 hot and cold running valet service and the unloading of whatever to the back. I so appreciate that we're seeing the TDM proposals now rather than later, because at this point they're so integrated into our evaluation of the project that we need to see that, and I think that needs more work. Not to sound too flippant, but with respect to the building itself, I think it has lots of virtues. And I don't think that, I like the greenhouse project. I'm very fond of the JCC as a person who uses it, and I like some of its frontages. Some of them I think are quite beautiful, some of them are less successful. But this is Palo Alto. We are a city masquerading as a suburb. That means we have lots of significant vegetation. If we're going to build 5-story buildings, we need 4.5-story landscaping. So my basic feeling on this, once you do what is possible with respect to stepping things back, opening them up, using materials that we like, is to plan it out where that makes sense. So I am interested in hearing what my colleagues have to say about what's possible with landscaping as opposed to what's been achieved so far. And I couldn't figure out where the artificial turf goes. It's one of the listed materials, but I forgot to ask that question. So those are my comments at this point.
Thank you, Wynn. So, when my friends from New York City come and visit, they always tell me that Palo Alto is a city masquerading as a soap opera.
Well, that too, but that's the people they talk to.
Okay, Peter.
Thank you. I'm going to focus my comments on 2 areas of concern that I've struggled quite a bit with and given an awful lot of thought to. They have to do with the overall building massing and whether it's compatible with the context of the building, and then the question of the parking in a local sense, the way Wynn was discussing it. I distinctly made some strong comments at the last hearing about this needing to be one building in the middle of the site, and I greatly appreciate the applicant studying that option. It seems coming to the conclusion that it's just not viable for this site. I also appreciate them stepping back the front of the building, I find that the massing of the building as it's seen from San Antonio is much improved and I think acceptable. I spent quite a bit of time last Sunday really trying to drive up and down San Antonio and get a sense for what is the context. Because I think this is something that's going to come up quite a bit as the city grows, especially as we allow larger hotels into areas zoned otherwise for small buildings. I found myself further up San Antonio, close to the shopping center up near El Camino, and there's some very large buildings there. I didn't realize I'd gone that far up, and it's been a few months since I was there. They're quite large.
They're 84 feet high.
And then I found myself turning at the JCC, and that's also quite a tall building. And then I was driving up El Camino, and there's quite a few large buildings like this there as well. And I guess I've come to the conclusion that this is contextually compatible. In a broad sense, what's on San Antonio is compatible with the way this is going to look. It's been a tough head-scratching, really thinking hard about it, because it's not an easy call to me. But in the end, I feel the building is compatible. I feel they've done quite a bit with the massing to make it step back and fit into the area, and then I can support it. That leaves me with the question of the traffic. And rather than go on, I support what Wynn said. I think with aggressive management, the design can work. I'll leave my comments at that. Thank you.
And Robert.
Yeah, I had the same thing. I mean, obviously, the biggest problem with this is just the sheer size of the building. And then we had the same thing out of the blue. A couple of weeks ago, my wife decided she wanted to have dinner at Chef Chu's, which we hadn't been to in quite a while. Driving up San Antonio, all of a sudden, what used to be the Sears building is now a, I don't know, 6-story, 7-story, straight vertical walls up, and it's like, my goodness, this area really is changing. And as you said, if you look at the larger picture, rather than just the 1- or 2-story buildings immediately adjacent to this building, a lot of the buildings there are getting to be 4- or 5-story buildings. I mean, it's the same in the peninsula itself. I mean, for years, people who moved into the peninsula in the 60s and 70s, let's face it, the various cities, no matter what they are no longer bedroom communities. I mean, they're they're cities unto themselves, and no longer an adjunct to either San Jose or San Francisco. So, having said that, I was actually very pleased, having kept the older presentation that you had, when you put the two next to each other, as to the amount of effort you really did do to relate, or I should say to tone it down for the residents across the street. I have to give you credit for that. There are a couple of minor things that I think you made the comment that I guess Peter made the suggestion about the 3-story, sort of the larger entry on the building. I like the way it works for the AC for the courtyard. I think it's just too big. I'd rather see, if you're going to do something like that and you want to keep it open, I'd rather see it go up 2 stories than angle back as a glass roof, like an atrium type entry, if you want to do that, where you still bring the light in, but yet again tone it down as much as you can do. This is a good example, the one we're looking at here, that you really have done a good job at stepping it back, and I really do appreciate that. Now it's a matter of, I agree with a lot of those areas. You can work with some landscaping up there, so you get the landscaping up higher, and it begins to tone the sort of severeness of it down, and I think it's come a long way. The other issue, as you said, is traffic, and the problem is we don't really regulate traffic here, but I agree with my board members that a lot of that's going to depend on the management of the hotels. One advantage is if this was an enormous group of, or if it was a large condominium process where there are all kinds of individual owners, then you wouldn't really, or you'd be worried about who was in charge of making sure that the parking got taken care of. With a hotel like that, there's sort of a boss that can regulate these things and actually get it done. So for that reason, I agree. If it's done properly, there are a lot of hotels I've stayed at in very large urban environments that do it beautifully. I mean, my God, before you turn around, your car's gone. And I mean, I don't know where it goes, but it's gone. That sort of thing. And that could be done here also. You know, it's that sort of thing. Other than that, I mean, we're not making any final decisions here, but I think it's a definite improvement. And I haven't gone into the nits and bolts of exactly, I think maybe this ought to be trimmed up a little bit or that sort of thing. And I think that's very doable, other than, like I said, the lobby, I think, needs to be, they're two, the whole idea of being totally separate, these two almost look like they're sort of a kid brother of the other. The only thing is the one at the courtyard seems to be bigger and more dominant, which I don't think is what you really want over the AC. So I think I'll leave it at that also at this point.
Okay, so thank you for the revisions. I think the stepped massing on San Antonio is a significant improvement. So I think I had a different reaction than the rest of the board, maybe. How do I want to say this? I don't think your site is actually that. I want to say that your building, I think, looks larger in the drawings than it actually is. Like when I look at the frontage, like 280 feet, that's similar to the Hilton Garden Inn on El Camino, which is maybe like 300 feet. 280 feet is about the same size as the Mayfield housing on El Camino, which is 50 feet high. But when I look on your elevations, like the building looks, for whatever reason, however you've designed it, to me it looks huge. It looks like the projects on San Antonio Road and Mountain View, which are way taller, 84 feet high. And your project is nowhere near that big, but when I look at the drawings, it looks that way. And so I think that there's something is amiss, and I don't know, I can't put my finger on it exactly. I save all of the drawings for all of the hotels that have come by, right? I'm gonna hold you to the same standard. And I think you're close, but I think that there are little things that are missing. So I would say, like, for example, on the Homewood Suites, the cornice is like 4 feet deep. The windows are recessed, not all of them, but are recessed 12 inches. Sunshades are probably like 3 feet deep. There's a lot of quality materials, like there's brick. There's a lot of variation in the color. And I think that on these 4- and 5-story buildings, you actually do need to use all of those tricks that architects do to make it work. Or should I back up for a second? Also on the Hilton, on the Homewood Suites, there are balconies. There are deep recesses in the modulation in the massing. And I think some of those are missing. I think you've got, you've started it, some of it's there. But I'm finding it a little bit chaotic. And my take on it was that we did like one more revision to sort of tie it all together. And if I could give you examples, like if I'm looking on some of your elevations, you'll have one thing on the first floor, something different on the second floor, something different, on the third floor. And I think it's making it kind of chaotic.
I'm going to just bring it up so you can be specific for us.
Yeah, so I'd say, for example,
do you want the front elevation? Is that what you're looking for?
Sure, actually, you can do it on this. Or what about the Axlo? I think you have some 3D.
Yeah, give me a second.
And I'll
start with the courtyard.
Yeah. So why don't we do? Yeah, the Marriott courtyard. So I would say, for example, well, just let me in general, the Marriott courtyard hotel. I think like the beige color scheme with the wood I think that you've made design linkages to like the Bach company next door. It's the same palette. It has like a wood textured concrete thing. So I think you're making design linkages there. I would say also with regard to landscaping, you've made design linkages, say the olive trees, the New Zealand flax, some of the Raphael lepis. You've taken some of the plant palette from the greenhouse and brought it over into the site. So there are linkages. But here on the courtyard, like if I just look on the axon here, right at the corner, you have one thing on the first floor, you have something different on the second floor, something different on the third floor, stepping on the fourth, and yet more stepping on the fifth floor. And does it really need to be that chaotic? Can it be simplified? And that's just one example. I think there are others if you can go in, on the interior courtyard side. On landscaping, I'm a little troubled that the basement garage extends beyond the footprint of the building, particularly on the side property lines. So it seems to me like you're proposing shrubs or maybe Italian cypress there, because you only have like 5 or 6 feet to plant.
You mind if we have
sure,
our
and then why don't
landscape architect come up and
we have Gary
what's going on?
Lehman, the landscape architect here. And so I think, Gary, thank you. I don't think we have the exact plant proposed for that you do. Excellent.
We do. So along the side elevations, we wanted to get something that was very fast-growing and evergreen, something that would give us some good scale there, create some layering. We have a sort of a semi-transparent wood fence right on the property line, and then step back behind that, we have the Italian buckthorn shrubs, which are coming up vertically against the building edges there. We chose that because that's one of the fastest growing, drought tolerant, really resilient plant materials that can really thrive in that kind of environment. So we're expecting that hedge, it's unbelievably fast growing, to be in the realm of 20 feet after about 5 years. So it's a very impactful shrub planting there and would work well within that 5-foot zone. We are taking advantage of those areas where we have the garage slab that's extending out beyond proud of the building wall. And on many of those areas, we have our stormwater treatment, so we have flow-through planters that occur there. So we have shrub planting in those zones in addition to the hedge planting along the property line.
And then for you're saying it's Indian buckthorn? And then have you factored in that there's like basement waterproofing or the basement waterproofing? I mean, that would typically take a foot out of the soil area. So I think where we have like, what is it? We have 5 feet now or 6 feet?
Yeah, we tried to illustrate that there in the sections, and the waterproofing and the dewatering and such would be right up against the building wall. It's actually be a fairly narrow profile. So we have a generous amount of soil to be able to sustain the planting in those areas.
And then how do you get access for maintenance there? I mean, you've got a raised planter and the Italian buckthorn and you're planting. I mean, it seems like it seems challenging to me to maintain that in the narrowest locations.
It is a narrow location, but there is enough room to be able to access those areas. It's part of what we were trying to do as well was not to make those areas inviting for those other than those people who are going to be doing maintenance. But there's enough room there to be able to service those areas.
And then are you aware that we have a new finding for native plants and providing, or plants or non-native plants that provide beneficial habitat? And
that's right. Yeah. Yes, and we've included a lot of native plants as well as Mediterranean adapted plants as a part of the plant palette. And as you said, we've sort of tried to borrow from the adjacent sites to help continue that context.
Thank you, Gary.
Thank you.
Yes, when,
Alec, or my colleagues, I would be interested in what Alec had to say about the courtyard aspect of this project resonates for me, that it somehow sits in the site better and ties in better for me than the AC portion. And it's that cold gray white. And particularly when I look at the corner, looking at 3.0, if you look at the rightmost corner on the second row, that whole frontage, it's hard for me to read in elevation, but it doesn't.
I think part of it is that I think the AC is a more formal, I think they want to press a higher end.
Well, I'm fine with formality. Apparently in Europe, another piece of information I picked up and forgot to disclose, they use more white. I wouldn't mind more white, but this cold gray black.
and there's green too.
It doesn't, for me, when I look at this, it seems harder to assimilate into the setting. And when I'm thinking about how, I must say, we should remember that Sun Microsystems used to be down the road. I mean, we used to have significant height, but people were used to low-rise residential vibe, atmosphere there. And I think when we invoke San Antonio and El Camino, we probably terrify people that as much as nice as it might be to go to a 3-story Safeway, this is not what they want to live in or near. So I'm still trying to figure out, I don't think this is the destruction of a great view. I think it could be the creation of an attractive view. There's nothing inherently awful about a nicely scaled, welcoming hotel where I can walk in and get a drink. But I would like your thoughts on, is there a manageable way to make the AC section work better from the street?
I have a question.
I have a question. And it was just brought to my attention, we were just talking about that. We were talking about and I made the totally incorrect statement about a 3-story entry space that I said about sloping it, when in reality, if you look at that and it's real deceiving, they're just rooms above those two. And the reality of it, that means there's just going to be curtains that are drawn in front of that, and that's going to destroy the whole look of the, I think, entry.
May I respond?
Sure.
Yeah, thank you. So you're correcting. Those are, at the lower level, it's lobby space and common space. It's downstairs. At the upper level, it translates to rooms, to guest rooms.
Well, I mean, it's a 3-story space, basically, but the top 2 stories are rooms.
3 stories of glass, but the top 2 stories are rooms. That's correct. And, I would draw your attention to the Hilton Garden Inn that was just built on El Camino Real. I live near that. I drive by it all the time. That's got some tall glass. Alex mentioned a couple of other hotels, and the Homewood Suites is one that I'm intimately familiar with because I designed that one. But the Garden Inn has this similar type of glass where it's multi-stories, and at night you notice that the shades are pulled because you can see into the building. But during the day, you really don't. It just looks, as you're moving past it, the glass is pretty successful. But this is what's interesting about architecture.
A classic example is the Four Seasons. At night, when you drive by, you're looking basically in the hallway. The first time that happened, it's like, what the heck is that? And it turns out it's the, it's the hallway, and it destroys the whole look of it, to me. But here, it's got this perceived grand entry, and to me, the thing that kills it, and I've seen it done I've seen it happen in other hotels, and it's mainly not so much even the designer who maybe had a vision of some sort, but the reality sets in, and like you said, in the daytime the curtains are closed or open and all this, and it just destroys the whole concept of entry. If that's the case for the courtyard, maybe just treat it as part of the hotel, and then do something of a porte cochere or whatever, something that just says this is the entry. And you showed the other various courtyards that you have. Almost all of them have a porte cochere. And it's that sort of thing, or something at least just to say that, well, that isn't actually the main entry, but still, it's perceived to be. Or then just change that so that it doesn't look like an entry.
I'd just take your comments in concert with the comments that Chair Liu described in terms of sort of the variety and the differentiation that's happening on the building. And tell you clearly, what we were trying to do is break down the massing.
Oh, I
right?
agree.
We're
I
trying
wouldn't
to
want you to
we're trying
just
to create
say,
some variety
heck,
and some
I'll just
variation.
take that, what's next to it and extend it over. I wasn't thinking
Yeah,
that. But
I mean, I'm comfortable doing something like that. You know, these other hotels that, particularly the courtyards that you're seeing,
right.
You know, unfortunately, we have a 24-foot setback. That's a special
No,
setback
I
on San
understand that.
Antonio.
And like I said, I'm not even worried so much about the
We can't put a cornice.
portico share,
We
but
can't
just do
put,
something that
there's
doesn't
nothing
make
that can extend into that. And so that's the struggle with 24-foot setback is
Oh, no,
a
I
really
understand.
difficult zoning issue.
But anyway, so I just thought I'd, because like I said, all of a sudden I realized it's like, yeah, so much for the whole. Oh, well, okay.
No, I appreciate that, though. Thank you.
Can we go back to Wynn's comment about the palette on the AC hotels? So you're proposing integral color stucco, not painted.
Yeah, I want to make sure that you have
And I want to make sure that we all
sample
want the
board.
same. We haven't reviewed, I haven't seen the sample board, but I just wanted to mention to, so I haven't seen it, I'd like to see it, that like the buildings that I've worked on at Stanford, and Stanford generally uses integral color stucco, is much richer and has subtlety, far more than like a painted
only one thing
stucco
wrong with
or,
integral color
I know,
stucco.
well, it cracks.
No, not even
And
that, but when it rains.
the color looks
So
darker.
I mean, the only way to do stucco is integral color and then paint it. No, I'm serious. I've done that for years. That way, in case there's.
So Mon has just a comment for you about this, but I want to just make sure that you understand what you're seeing there because there's a bunch of different materials. We have a sample board that is reflective of most of the materials and the colors that we're doing, and then we brought some individual pieces that are floating along with that, which are indicative of the character and the quality of the materials. So we have a physical sample of the plaster that we're talking about. That's this hand-troweled Venetian finish. That's an integral color finish. That's it. And then we also have a piece of the metal that would be painted in the colors that you see on the board that Wynn has now. But the reason we brought that metal along is to show you sort of the.
This is not the color. This is
That's not the color. That's the thickness and the weight and the durability of that material. So we wanted to bring the actual physical samples of what we're using so that you could really see that, because they're really A+ materials. And I think Mont has something you want to share.
Just to comment on plaster. So this is near and dear to our heart. I mean, we're a hotelier across the country, and in general, we don't like plaster, right? So we don't do, I wouldn't consider this plaster. This concept of a Venetian plaster, there's a lot of labor in the steel troweling, and it closes all the little capillary breaks in the concrete. It doesn't look like a typical plaster that soaks the water in.
Yeah.
It is a different effect. So it's almost like stone. So I want to make sure we're communicating. It's applied like plaster, then there's a ton of labor, like they do in Europe, to close all those pores and to make it very highly polished.
So what's the material that the AC logo is stuck on?
Stuck on.
It says AC Hotels.
That could be the metal.
What's the material? Is
I'm
it
just
metal?
looking back to it.
So what's
No, I'm
that?
talking about here.
It's P8.
So that's the Venetian plaster.
P8.
And it's the lighter color?
When you think of that, you know, what I'd like you to be able to visualize when you look at that is it's essentially like having stone panels on the building. You know, that's almost how it's going to appear when you see it.
And there's two different colors of that, or?
P8 is the darker color.
There are two different colors of the plaster finish.
In the drawing, it looks like the lighter color, right?
Yeah, but it's labeled P8.
Okay, so I'm having
And
trouble.
if you go to sheet 8 4.0, P8 is the darker color, and P7 is the lighter color.
And does that match
And
with what we're seeing?
So I just want to make perfectly clear to all four of you, this is the kind of stuff that we are happy to adjust and, you know, temper and, you know, come to some terms with, whether it's, you know, in this process or if you know, wanted to come back to subcommittee and just deal with tweaks to the color, we're very flexible about that. You know, there's a certain brand recognition that I've spoken about in the past, but Mont has told me that there's a lot of flexibility about this, and so we can adjust here if we need to. But Board Member Liu's comments, Chair Liu's comments about, you know, this courtyard being on the side that it's on to respond to 760 and the sort of character of that. And, you know, I'll say this maybe gets me in trouble, but my expectation is that the Crossroads World Market that's on the other side is a very underutilized parcel. And I'm expecting that that's something that will, in a few years or maybe a little bit longer than that, be a parcel that is renewed and that we would see something a little more contemporary over there. And the ideas about indigenous architecture, this was something that we talked a lot about when we were building the JCC, right? Is should we build what's old? Should we try and reflect that? That becomes a little Disneyland. It's not really architecture in the same way. What we want to do is we want to build for 2017 and something that's appropriate for now and is reflective of the history maybe in some way, but really looks forward, is how I tend to approach that. And so, everyone has their opinions about architecture, and that's what's fun about it, but that's where we are.
I just realized, to defend my own honor aesthetically, I would never be asking you to build pseudo whatever. I ask you to acknowledge where you're building.
So, Chair.
Understood.
Yes. Just
Staff.
in the effort of
Yes, it's 3:15.
Moving us along, we got one more item after this in our record-breaking ARB meeting. We do have to come back with some findings. It did sound like I don't want to speak for the board, it did sound like this was moving toward yes. And if we do need to come back with some findings, we can do that. It sounds like there's some very specific things that maybe need to be fine-tuned when we come back. And if we can articulate those, we can get the schedule back before the board within probably the month or so.
Okay. You would like comments on the draft findings? So
Can I request one more thing and then I'll shut up?
Yes.
Be quiet. It would be very helpful for me to see the drawings we sometimes get, which show, for example, the sheet A 3.0 with the plants. I know you give us to us with no landscaping so we can see the building. It's very helpful for me, and I think also for the city council, to see those elevations with 5 or 10 or 20-year landscaping in front of it.
So yeah, that's the kind of thing I think we should get in a motion as far as what you want to see coming back.
I'd like to throw one more thing out there, I guess. Randy, I'm looking at this, and I'm really bothered by this 3-story glass element on the front. As I really study these plans, it's really wrong that you would put that out there and say that's a 3-story space. That's what I asked for, and it's not. It's a bunch of rooms above it. There's no change in the building itself that justifies that. And looking now at the facade for the AC building, I think you need one more pass at just the organization of the massing. You've done a fine job getting it back in a big sense to meet our concerns about contextuality, but you just can't have a 3-story wall of glass and it be 2 hotel rooms above it. I mean, the people in there aren't going to be happy. The people outside aren't going to be happy. It's going to look different all the time. There's no door underneath it. You're just trying to sort of appease one comment without really taking it to heart as a designer and designing it differently, which is what I'd ask. So I think you just need to go back around once more and maybe get rid of it if it's not working. If you don't want to put the door there, you can't afford the 3-story space, well, don't try to trick me and show me something that at first blush looks like that. That said, I think Wynn's comments about the palette of materials also on the AC building, I think you could make it a warmer, softer gray. Try to get the grays to be more compatible with the warmer centuries after. Yeah. So I can move that. Are we ready, looking for a motion, Alex? Or do you want to do that?
If that's the case, I'd like to see the same thing occur on the 3-story space at the...
oh, absolutely, yeah, on both of them, yeah. I mean, as much as I'd love to see a 3-story glass lobby, if that's not going to happen, don't just put the glass there without everything else. I mean, that's just not going to work. And because you've done that now, I'm afraid, yeah, you're back to the drawing board to figure it out so it really does work. So I don't support approving it now. I think you are in for another round, but the basic idea works. So I'm okay continuing this. Should I make that motion, Alex, or just?
Right, I think the staff recommendation is to continue it to a date uncertain.
Uncertain or certain?
Well, the staff recommendation the thing that I have says is uncertain.
Right, so that's the staff recommendation. Based on the board's dialogue, it does seem like there's some discrete, I'm hearing it's not there yet, but there are some discrete things that need to be addressed that I think the applicant could probably do within the next couple of weeks. And we can schedule this to a date certain to come back in a month's time.
Would you be happier with a date certain?
Yeah, I was just going to say that I really appreciate how specific everyone has been today. It's very helpful to hear the precise comments, the way you've delivered them. And, 518 would be an easy option for us.
I don't know, we did the last one at 518, can they,
Yeah, we're looking at the schedule now to see what's on there, but
hey, we're getting used to long days.
yeah, let's not make a habit of this.
Don't want to beat you up, but we're anxious to come back to you, and we can certainly turn this around thoughtfully but quickly.
I will not be present at the meeting on the 18th. If that's combined with Q being recused, then that's not a good idea.
Okay, that's true. That's right, because you're stuck with 4 people rather than...
Peter, you sent out an email on the dates that you're going to be absent, and then I think, Robert, you mentioned that you're going to be
Mine's in
absent?
August, so...
August, okay, so
I'm fine.
you're not, okay.
6/1?
Is it 6/2? I'm just looking at the schedule.
Oh, do I have the date wrong? 6/1, I think.
Okay. I think our schedule's off. No, I think we've closed the public hearing, but you can, please do continue to send, you can send emails to Sheldon, and we can keep the communication opening. I have to say, it's not, everything that you say now is not being recorded as part of the hearing. It actually does need to be, recorded.
So yeah, we just need a motion from the board as to whether you want to continue it to, June 1st, and then with a discrete list of things that need to be addressed upon its return.
Okay.
Or alternatively, I mean, you could push it to the 18th, but you're going to have 3 members.
To a date certain.
Okay, I'll move that we continue this project to a date certain of June 1st, with a request that they revise the design, the massing of the 3-story facades of both buildings to not have a 3-story wall of glass, and perhaps slightly better articulate the overall integration of the forms.
Different, a warmer...
And then, secondly, to go for a warmer palette on the AC building. The grays are fine, but a warmer tone set of grays.
And a better landscaping to show what it would look like with mature...
So the third one is about the landscaping. Is it the landscaping itself or the presentation of the landscaping?
I mean, what I would like to be able to do is see it, but my goal is to have landscaping that's significant with regard to this building. We pushed up the landscaping.
As Gary was saying, what's it going to look like in 5 years?
And what I'm saying is, I want it to be up there. We had Mercedes get taller trees.
Right.
Because it's a taller building. I want tall trees.
So the third condition then is
I believe.
to get a more detailed landscaping plan with larger, taller trees per board member for its comments, and then to present it on the plan
Then
such
to
that we
show
can...
what it would look like.
To really show what it'll
at
look like.
maturity, yeah.
Did I cover it? That's the motion then.
And as always, I want to know where the benches are along the frontage.
I'll second that.
And I don't know if, Chair, you had your comments about the recesses and the canopies and so forth, the adding some depth to the facade wall.
On the upper stories.
That's what I meant by that first comment
I think
about improve
that's
the
an
articulation of the
articulation
massing.
of forms, and there are build-to requirements and building code requirements for cornices and projections with regard to the property line. So, I mean, I think that's stuff that Randy has to work out. So I think we'll just leave it at articulating forms. Okay, so we have a motion by Board Member Balte, seconded by Board Member Guyer. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. And we have Board Member Kim abstained. Okay, it's almost 4:30.
One more.
And this is a record.
otherwise we're going to fall asleep on you.
Yeah, we have, so we should load up that we have the original ARB packet. Well, we're not going to show that. It's just that there are questions about what we're doing versus what we've done. Have the jump drive if you want to just load it up. I don't plan on opening it unless there's a question. Well, we have a pretty good size set of side by side, but we don't need to. If we get there, we'll get there. Jody, here's the mouse. Is that yours? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, let's go.
Okay. Item number 7, public hearing for a quasi-judicial matter.
Thursday morning meeting.
Yes. 2555 Park Boulevard, recommendation on applicant's request for approval of an architectural review of a minor project to allow design changes to exterior materials and architectural features of a previously approved project to construct a 23,269 square foot 3-story office building with 1 level of below-grade parking. The environmental assessment is the EIR was certified, and a statement of overriding considerations was adopted on June 1st, 2015, and the zone district is CC2. And Philip.
Thank you again, members of the board. I have a very brief presentation, and the applicant also has a presentation they'd like to provide to you. This is a previously approved 3-story office building with 1 level of below-grade parking in the CC2 zoning district. The project essentially consists of exterior material substitutions and finishes and minor architectural changes. The building footprint has not been changed, nor has any square footage been added. The proposed rooftop tensile structure and stair towers were removed from the design. That's not part of the project proposal currently, but it's just a note that was a change to the design. The project, just a really brief background, the project was originally reviewed at a preliminary ARB meeting in June 2014. October 2014, the ARB recommended approval for the AR, architectural review and design enhancement exception. The project was approved and final EIR certified by City Council in June 2015. The DEE, however, was denied. The applicant, this is the current rendering, the applicant is providing the board with a more, or excuse me, the board will, or excuse me, the applicant is going to provide a more thorough walkthrough of the proposed changes, but some of the primary modifications consist of steel and wood trellis replacing the concrete slab roof deck at the 3rd floor, glass barrier, replacing out the steel cable barrier, providing a more transparent perspective. The green vine wall is being wrapped around Grant Avenue to enhance the pedestrian experience and environment, and porcelain tile siding is replacing the cement plaster and finish of the wall curtain surrounding the vertical mullion system. Staff is recommending the ARB take the following action and recommend approval of the proposed exterior revisions and based on findings and subject to the conditions of approval.
And
I'm sorry, the applicant is would like to present, make their presentation.
And then for staff, sometimes we allow 5 minutes for minor projects or 10 minutes for a major project. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, I think this is a regular application, so it's 10 minutes, though I don't know if the applicant needs that much time, but of course, they've been waiting around all day, so.
Do you guys want to open it for public comment first?
Yeah, we're going to put you up first.
Hey, everybody. Rob Zirkle from Brick. Very pleased to be a part of this historic day. You can imagine with the last name of Zirkle, I've been at the end of the line many times throughout my 46 years, so this is This is regular business for me. So thank you for your service. This is a long day doing what you do, and I appreciate it. And if no one else says it, I know that other people do too. So I have been asked by new ownership, having purchased this asset that was previously entitled and designed by a very capable architect, to come in, move the project forward, which is now under construction. There's a lot of moving parts and pieces, some of which involve making some minor changes, which we think and hope you agree enhance the aesthetic proposition on the project. So we're here before you today to just sort of go over what those are so you understand, and we keep the process moving forward. So I'm going to quickly walk you through those. We tried to give you in the packet a side-by-side of the affected sheets so you could do sort of a before and after comparison, but I just wanted to summarize things for you quickly, just in the sort of three main areas that we were focusing on. As Philip said, the project footprint stays the same. The area of the building stays the same. Ingress points, egress points, vertical circulation, all this stuff stays the same. Landscaping stays the same. So previous proposals up on the screen. So there's three things that we were trying to consider when asked what we could do to help kind of raise the bar on the materials and aesthetics a little bit. And do so within a restrained way because we know that this is already entitled. So we really focused on the element at the corner with the cement plaster and the curtain wall. We focused some energy around the access points, both the pedestrian access points, but also the vehicular access point off Grant. And we started to think a little bit about the stair towers, which have a presence on both streets, and wanted to try to create a strategy that through those three areas of investigation, we could kind of knit this together a little more. So quickly, the building corner. This is the three-dimensional view showing yellow cement plaster with a curtain wall with vertical aluminum fins that sit proud of the plaster. What we're proposing is exposing the slab edge of the concrete frame to basically frame the curtain wall as opposed to having the curtain wall feel like it's applied to the building, to try to unify that move across the corner. Substituting frosted glass fins into the curtain wall system in place of the aluminum vertical extrusions as well. We are recommending that we change the yellow colored cement plaster to a porcelain tile. So the dimensions of these tiles are quite variable in size, as you know, but we're operating within a jointing pattern of a 1 foot by 4 foot panel to try to bring a little more richness to that corner element than the cement plaster. The entry points. So on the screen now are images from the previous proposal. Some of the things that we thought were actually nice about this was the wood picketed kind of guardrail at that second floor lobby, and wanted to think about the warmth that presented and how we might maybe use that as a device in other areas of the building. But also started to think about the view of the underside of the concrete decks from the sidewalk and wondered if there was maybe a different viewpoint that you can see as a pedestrian of the underside of those concrete decks and maybe think about a different material proposition there. So what we're proposing is to keep the nice wood picket in place as a kind of an identifier to the front of the building, but are introducing a metal panel on the underside of the first floor soffit, and then utilizing Resista wood siding. Well, it's a wood composite. It's made from rice husks and bound by resin. But it looks like wood and it stains like wood. But operationally, it's more durable and lasts longer and looks very similar. And what we're doing is wrapping that up the sides of the first 2 stories and underneath the soffit of the 3rd floor deck, so that when you're standing on the sidewalk looking up, instead of only raw concrete, you're seeing metal panel and Resista to help just kind of increase the quality that you see. Thirdly, you start to also see the comparison of in both of these images of the attitude about the roof. So the roof in the previous designs, as you can see here on the left, and this is true both of the pedestrian entry that you can see here, trellis on the 3rd floor, and a trellis that you can see here. Instead of having that roof come all the way over and fully cover that upper area, we wanted to propose using a steel and wood trellis to help give a little lighter appearance again from the ground, but also filter the natural light up onto that deck as opposed to the heavy concrete roof that came over the top of both of those. So you can kind of begin to see that there's a little bit more access to the sky through the laciness of that trellis as opposed to the concrete roof. And lastly, it's the stair towers. These are images of what the previous stair towers looked. The one on the left is on Park, the one on the right is on Grant. And there was an idea about using glass in the stair in a way to kind of create a marker. And we quite like in these small buildings, especially that the stairs feel nice so people take the stairs as opposed to relying on an elevator. And so we wanted to try to unify the aesthetic of those a little bit and leverage the board form concrete proposed for the project. So you'll see that on Park, we've created a corner element here with a butt jointed glass at the corner that returns on the interior property line, only a short distance because the building code limits how much glazing can face that interior property line. But use that as an element that provides a better experience in the stair and is also a little more visible on the street too, as a little bit of a marker. You can imagine, especially at dusk or even in the evening, that presents a nice little kind of warm sort of beacon effect there. And similarly, on the Grant Street tower, well, going back to this one real fast, you'll see in plan on the upper left that we've actually battered the wall in a little bit to kind of create a little shape there at the window. On Grant, it's a little bit different. The engineer needs a little bit more mass there for shear purposes. So we're using the same kind of attitude about expanding the width of that window just to give it a little more prominence, visually connect the two together on the various streets, but no batter on that side just because we need a little bit more girth in the concrete to perform the structural job. Materials, as I had said before, are really very similar, and we've levered in some of the porcelain tile, continued with the board for concrete aesthetic on the stair towers, introducing the Resista siding for the facing of the first floor, second floor, underside of canopy, a little bit of metal panel accent on the underside of that first level overhang. And again, still keeping the same idea about landscaping the green wall that screens the parking structure from view. And again, a nice curtain wall with frosted glass fins. And that's what I got for you. 5 minutes.
That took 7.5 minutes. Thank you, Rob. Okay, I will open this up to the public, this item for the public comment, but I don't have any speaker cards. And so we'll move to, we'll close the public part of the hearing and move to board member questions.
Yeah, and any disclosures if we haven't
And
done
yes,
that.
any disclosures? No?
Never seen the project. I have a question.
Question? Yes.
So why did the removal of elements not constitute a project that needed reviewing? I understand, you're saying that additions of elements do, but removals don't? I thought you began your report by saying that various elements were removed?
The council removed the roof deck.
Yeah, the council did not approve
I
the
see. Sorry.
DEE.
So that was as part of that stage of the review process. Got it. This is all before my time.
Any other questions? No? I have some questions for you. Are there any, my recollection is that on the glass curtain wall that was on the previous project, my recollection is that that architect was proposing a film, like obscure film, to hide anything below desk height. And I was wondering what you're thinking of with regard to that.
Yeah, we have no plans for film. We have a mullion at desk height. So in case in the final tenant improvement plan that there is desks that sort of move there, that there's a logical datum that's there, but we don't have any plan to film it. We quite like the idea of there being floor to ceiling glass.
Great. At least the mullion gives us an option for requiring lines below that or something. It gives us some flexibility. Do you have, are you far enough along to know like what the glass is going to be? Is it like a tinted or reflective or clear?
I don't think we've ran the energy model.
I haven't seen the spec of it. I don't even know, well, like what it,
Yeah,
So do we know what this is?
well, so the energy model is still underway. So exactly what the spec is, if it's going to end up being solar band, because we have an exposure there where we're going to be concerned about southwest facing sun. That is yet to be determined, but the idea would be that it's as transparent and non-tinted as we can possibly have it.
And I think the project description was mentioning a coating on the concrete instead of painting, and I was wondering if that's a graffiti coating?
So the coating that's mentioned on the concrete is specifically related to the interior property line elevations, so those aren't publicly accessible. Previously proposed, they were proposed to be painted, and we would prefer a clear seal over the concrete, just to help kind of unify the idea that the board form concrete elements in the previous proposal and what we would like to continue forward, it just unifies that idea of the concrete all the way around the building. So we would propose a sealer as opposed to paint.
Okay. And then I see, and so that the interior portions aren't board formed?
No,
right,
panel
those
formed.
are just panel
formed.
Right, and you're changing the board formed orientation? Okay.
Well, what's interesting, it was horizontal in the ARB package, but actually what was drawn and permitted was vertical. So we're continuing forward with vertical board form, which we feel like is actually a good move on the part of the previous architect to help accentuate the verticality of those towers.
Okay, thank you. Comments, Peter?
I don't have any comments. I can recommend approval as it is.
Wynn?
Thank you. Thank you for bringing up the issue of film, because I don't like floor-to-ceiling glass unless the building is being used in a way where that makes sense, and our usual experience is that it doesn't, because there's offices or people wearing skirts or something that makes this not a good approach. So I would ask my colleagues or the applicant if there's a condition that would enable the city to require some kind of Category 2 storm? Film or treatment once the design is determined, if that's appropriate. There may be a better way of saying that, but to avoid the problem we have, for example, on Lytton, with the floor-to-ceiling windows and the close-up view of wastebaskets in the back of desks.
Yeah. Can we do that? It's sort of interior furnishings of the building, but.
Well, they're just asking not to do it now, and so, but it's going to be an exterior.
Okay. Do we have?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can impose a condition that requires the film unless the interior is not going to have.
Yeah, it's tricky because, you realize that over a long period of time, the tenants are going to change. And so it's going to be hard to, it's a tricky one to keep enforced.
I want to give them maximum freedom, but I want to avoid that unfortunate condition that we have a lot of
Chair,
trouble with.
if there's, because we haven't figured out the actual glass material at this point, is there an opacity that would be dark enough where it wouldn't need the extra film on the bottom? So you could somehow say that?
Possibly, it's hard because we can say the building looks one way, and then say in the evening and the lights are on, then it looks completely, it totally reverses. So it's tricky. I would say the film is being used on 278 University Avenue. That's one of Ken Hayes' buildings, below desk height, and the previous architect sort of noticed that and wanted to and proposed using it. I think on the earlier version of this scheme.
Maybe we should, does it make sense to just require it? Because in real life, we're going to have these problems. I mean, other than a law library, what are you going to put up there, which they're not going to do? What are you going to put up there that doesn't create this problem?
I don't know, but once upon a time, offices were all cubicles, but that's completely changed. I mean, if you look at what offices look like now, they're doing things way out of the box. I don't know. My take on it is to require it and then we'll see what happens.
I have to say, looking at this design, they're doing a lot to minimize the floor plate in the middle of the glazing, and I think the film is going to actually have a detrimental effect. I'd rather see a few wastebaskets than a consistent film line when otherwise tall pieces of glass here.
Because then you're going to have the big band in the middle.
Yeah, when I'm looking at the previous design with the band, I don't find it that desirable, but it does help that you have another band with the middle floor. So looking at this drawing, there's a white band there.
That's why the gray band above it is not as noticeable.
And this design also somehow, I can't put my finger on why, but maybe it's not as much of a frame with a piece of glass in the middle, whereas the new proposed design, this really is a heavy frame around this glass. And I think we're just making it less good architecture by being worried about
Okay.
the garbage
I'm fine with
cans.
this.
That's my opinion.
No. And I would say that I do like your visa project around the corner, and you have a very good eye for proportions and details. And I wish more architects have your talent, but they don't. So
Thank you.
I will. Okay. So why don't you propose a motion?
I move that we approve this, that we recommend approval of this project based on the findings in the packet.
Any seconds?
I'll second.
Okay. All in favor?
Yes, aye.
Aye. Opposed? So that passes 4-0 with Board Member Q absent. So thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for surviving attrition. This was a marathon. I'm amazed and impressed.
We're not completely done with the minutes. So I would point to, we did the minutes for the first portion under tab 7 in the packet, but we do need to approve the minutes. For March 16th, 2017. And I don't think I have any comments on them. Does anybody else? I didn't see anything.
Staff asked that we give them our transcription corrections offline, so I will do that. My favorite one was when one of you said misled, something misled somebody, and it said MISSLEAD, followed by all the young men.
Okay, I'll move that we approve the minutes.
I'll
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So that's 4-0 with Board Member Kim absent. Okay, 4:45, you are now excused.
And I just wanted to let everyone know, as a tiny reward, that there will not be a April 20th hearing. So we do get a reprieve there. I know, tiny reward.
We have no meeting on the 20th? Yeah, if I was flying down here for every meeting.